What is happening out there, Roto Scouts football fans? How'd you like that crash zoom right into my face just to start the show? Pretty slick, huh? That's what happens when you're not paying attention and you click start before your graphics are ready. Basically, was just showing you the screen ahead of time there. No surprises if you were here the other day. Largely similar as far as the overall slate goes. A couple key changes with a couple players being ruled in, a couple players being ruled out. Philly notably going downward. A couple key players from San Francisco taking a little bit of a hit in projections just because it looks like Debo and Kittle are both going to go. So everybody just kind of levels off a little bit. Ultimately, it brought the stack down a little bit. We're going to talk all that stuff through, but hopefully everybody's doing well out there. Hopefully everybody's got their coffee going. Little Saturday evening show that I'm going to do my best to not turn into a Sunday morning show at any point. We will see what time we finish up, but we've got a lot to go through. Got the board updated. If you've been paying attention on the site, the projections are up. The rankings are up. I have to re-rank the players to reflect today's projection changes, but I did run projections after I got back from the Bronx earlier about an hour or so ago. Re-ran the stack rankings. So we're going to talk about the current projections, current stack rankings. As we go through, there's just a couple changes, like A.J. Brown's not going to play for Philly. Like I said, it looks like Debo is, so he'll slot into into the player rankings in like a predictable spot, and Brown obviously will come out. It'll have a minor impact, but we're close enough with what the rankings look like right now. Gonna go game by game. I think we'll fire up the board there, but let me say hi. Cujo's here. Figured Cuj would be around. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Hope everyone's enjoying their Saturday and ready for the NFL breakdown. Definitely, right? What better way to spend a Saturday night? Harold Haas is here. Happy NFL Sunday Eve. Here to do two things. Listen to a great show from the GOAT, a.k.a. Terry, and chew some bubblegum. And I'm all out of bubblegum. Love it. Going back to the They Live quote. Stephen Leibowitz is here. Jake Swales is here. Cujo's here. I said Cujo already. Stephen, I was just about to get to that. I did not get to enjoy 2 innings of Skeens. I got there in the top of the third. Yep. Trekked all the way up to the Bronx in the rain. And got there. Had a little bit of a delay. I missed the... So, I woke up roughly 10 minutes later than I wanted to. But it was still okay. As long as everything timed out well, be fine. Got out of the house, no problem. Got dressed, fed the pets, let Joker out, let him back in, put the shoes on, got out of the house. Got to the pass station. No problem, on schedule, no delays. Walking up to the turnstile path, got my Metro card, pop the Metro card in, shoots it back out at me, low fare, it's $2.90 or whatever these days. That's the subway in New York. I only know that because of the stupid story about shooting that guy. But whatever it is, it's $2 and change. So spits it back out, low fare, so I have to go to the machine, refill my Metro card, pop over to the machine, pop it in. As I'm doing that, I glance up, oh shit, 1 minute till the train to 33rd Street leaves. So I'm like, all right, I got this, no problem. Use that machine 10,000 times to buy those tickets. Bang, 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 hit all the buttons in the exact right order. Thing spits my card back out. Actually, no, the first one ate my card. Says, can't finish this transaction. So there goes a buck. Can't do the transaction. Tells me it can't sell Metro cards. The next one over already has a message on it that it can't sell Metro cards. Next one after that, same routine. Goes through the thing. I'm trying to buy a new Metro card. Get to the end. Tells me it can't sell Metro cards. About to jump over the thing. See that there's another machine across the way. I run over to that one. That one's working. Midway through my transaction, I hear the thing go bing, bong. Watch closing doors. Get my Metro card. Bang. Hit the thing. Run down to the steps. Just as the doors close, that train takes off. So that cost me 12 minutes there. Get to the city, get on the D train. D train somewhere along the way between Columbus Circle and 72nd Street. Just decided to sit there for about 10 minutes. That was another 10 minutes. That basically ate up the first 2 innings. And just as I got into the station at 161st, I pulled up the MLB app. Let's see what the score looks like anyway. And I pulled up the game day part of it. And it's the bottom of the third, I guess. Bottom of the third. I said top of the third. It's bottom of the third because they had already made the pitching change. And whatever that guy's name was pitching. And it was pouring rain, and it was nasty at the stadium. I stayed downstairs, hung out for a little while, watched a few innings, trekked back. Ugly day for the Yanks. Bad loss to the Pirates. But anyway, Yeah, would have been fun to catch Skeens, but I figured it would be a short start, but I didn't figure it would be 2 innings. I think the rain probably impacted that a little bit. I figured 4 innings, and I was trying my best to get there on time. I'm just bad at that sort of thing. Hopefully everybody's doing well out there. We're piling some people in. Hit the like button on your way in the door. Also remember to check out our guys over at Ace Mind. I have two, count them, 2 completed sims. One for FanDuel, one for Ace Mind. Both from Ace Mind. One for FanDuel, one for DraftKings for this slate that I just ran. Hopefully everything ran through smoothly. I see the DraftKings one is completed. I'm looking at it. It looks pretty good. What I didn't do was have pre-built lineups to run against this. So this is going to be a big pool of sim tool built lineups. Definitely better to build lineups yourself and drop them into the sim tool and then let the sim generate the field around those lineups. To me, that's how you get the best lineups out of a sim tool rather than it just kind of, the bad choice of word, but ignorantly mashing guys together, kind of. It also builds some inefficient stacks. Like one of the top lineups I'm glancing at here is a Darnold +3. That feels a little fat. But we'll look at it. I mean, that one obviously rated out really, really well in this sim. It's one of the top ranked lineups. So maybe that is a lane. But it tends to not be the best way to get there, but we did get there. I ran the DraftKings sim just for efficiency's sake and so that I could get it to run 3 times. I ran it against a smaller field just because I didn't have a ton of time, so I ran it against I think it's a $5 entry. It's still 71,000 entries, but it's a little bit smaller of a field. Shouldn't have that big an impact. The FanDuel one, it got through one iteration of the 141,000 entry $1 million, but 200K or whatever it is, the first place tournament. So we got one time through the 50,000 sims for that one. It just takes a while. So the guys have a timeout feature in there where if it's going to take too long to run your second, your third iteration, it'll just bang it out and provide you the results. So that's what we'll be looking at a little bit later in the show. But first we'll talk through some of these games again, talk through some of the positions. Let me resort this board. This is by I had to get the defenses back in there. Yeah, defenses are back in now. And then let me get back to the games. And alphabetically by game. That puts that Baltimore-Buffalo game on the top. Obviously a very, very good game at the end of the night. It's only on the FanDuel slate, though. You guys want to do it now or you guys want to do it later on or midway through the show as an intermission? The DraftKings guys can go take a break. How do you guys want to do that? It's 4G. That's the P. Diddy approach to optimizing, is ignorantly mashing guys together. Ooh. It's an easy game to get started with, and it's not like a boring game, and it will be relevant if you guys are playing the DraftKings showdown slate for that one anyway. So why don't we just start with the starting point here as we go alphabetically. We'll take down a good game to get started. It is the last game. If you're not familiar here, we do go typically alphabetically just because it's the easiest way to sort this crazy board that I put together. So right now, that's what we're looking at here. Let me see how much can I get on the screen with still keeping it sane for you guys. That seems okay. That gives us, all right. So if you're not familiar, Vegas, obviously where it's all highlighted and it says Vegas. Player rankings. Right now at the top here, you're only seeing FanDuel rankings because obviously DK doesn't have the game. Stack rankings, same thing. And it's points, value across the sites. Same thing for stacks. And then this is the opposing defense's yards allowed per rush attempt, ranked. Yards allowed per pass attempt, ranked. And then we get into more obvious column stats and everything that I'll be talking us through. Anthony Taylor did a Dalton build-in Sims. I think it's reasonable. I kind of like that spot as far as a little bit of value there. I obviously prefer the Cincy side, but Dalton obviously he showed a little bit of upside. Competent game, 300 plus yards, 3 touchdowns. He's got a couple decent weapons to work with. No Thielen hurts that offense, I think. Takes away a big red zone target. So that's going to be a little problematic, but still Deontay Johnson, Xavier Legette has shown a little bit of life. Chuba Hubbard's shown a little bit on the ground. I'm not the biggest fan, but you can't deny that he's been at least decent. So, yeah, I think that game's going to play at a high pace. I like it too. It's the next game down on the board there at 46.5. I like it to hit, right around that total. And if I was a betting man, I'd probably be looking at the over in that one. Obviously, gettable defense. Should be a heavy passing environment on both sides. We can start here. You can see Deontay and Chuba Hubbard both outpacing Andy Dalton slightly in my projections. Dalton is not necessarily one of the highest projected quarterbacks. By the original rankings, 22, 21, 24, 25. Probably no impact to him from moving Jalen Hurts down a little bit. But he's easily capable of exceeding those projections he did last week. He's going up against a defense that ranks 23rd with 7 pass yards allowed per pass attempt against. And again, they are playing at a high pace and pass-happy pace. So yeah, it kind of works, but the Cincy side is a little bit better. What you get there, though, if you're going Carolina side, you get great weapons in a bring-back sense at a variety of prices. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Andrew Iosivas, which I am still learning how to pronounce. He was still relevant with T. Higgins coming back. T was a little bit limited out there, if you saw any of that game. Not necessarily full-fledged outing from him, so maybe he takes a little bit of an uptick and Iosivas takes a little bit more of a haircut this week. But he was definitely relevant in that game. So there are 3 relevant wide receivers at a variety of prices to use as bring-back options. You've also got competent running back, got competent tight end, and you've got a downfield shot if you just need a super low-owned shot-in-the-dark kind of a guy like Jermaine Burton at 3,000. He's gotten very few looks, but they've been very deep down the field. So do with that what you will. But yeah, I think the Carolina side at least playable in that one. Remind me that we have to come back to Buffalo and Baltimore. We'll do it later, since it's only on FanDuel. We will start with this game. Welcome to the breakdown. Let me close that tab and open that tab. Got my notes all bulleted here so we can just click things open and closed again. Hopefully it'll work out. So to put some numbers on the Carolina side of things. So far on the season, 16.3 points per game ranks them 26th. They've been gaining 4.6 yards per play overall. That's 27th. They've gained 4 yards per rush attempt and 5.4 yards per pass attempt. But obviously there was an uptick last week, and it was notable across the entire team. I mean, just the offense functioned a lot better with Andy Dalton at the helm. Things just tend to work better when you've got a competent quarterback. 319 yards for Dalton, 3 touchdown passes, 8.6 yards per pass attempt, significantly higher than the 5 and change that they were putting up previously. That's a major, major upgrade. Completed 70% of his passes, 26 of 37. Took a few shots. They were throwing a lot. They threw the ball 7 times in the red zone, which is how you come away with 3 touchdown passes. Had a good connection with Deontay. Put up 8 catches, 122 yards, and a touchdown, and by far his biggest game. Doubled his target count from 6 in both of the first 2 games to 14. So a significant piece there, and seemingly a good connection. Deontay Johnson, he's had his ups and his downs as far as fantasy output goes, but you can't deny the talent. He ranks 18th by points this week. He ranks 6th by points per dollar. I think he's on the board as an individual receiver, and I think he's the go-to receiver in this stack. The stack itself ranks 21-17, 23-22, but again, you do have a appreciable ceiling with this team, given that they are high-paced. They're running a currently 59.65% pass play, 40.35% rush play. They give up a lot on defense, so they're going to definitely have to be firing away to hang in this game. And since he's good enough to go get it, 31.7 points per game ranks dead last in the league. Their defense has given up a ton of yards per play, 5.7 yards per play overall, and you can throw against them very easily, and they don't really have much of a sack rate. So definitely a targetable defense for Cincinnati to throw against, but that gives upside to the passing game for Carolina. I mentioned Xavier Legette as a secondary option. He's had a weird run over the first couple of games. 32 snaps in week 1, saw 7 targets, caught 4 balls for 35 yards. Meh. It's okay. But he ran 22 routes, was targeted a significant number of times. Game 2 dropped to 20 snaps, 14 routes run, went untargeted. Game 3 bounced back, 40 snaps, 16 routes run. So still limited on the number of routes, but drew 3 targets, caught 2 of them for 42 yards. Does have a little bit of downfield ability. Legette's currently drawing the deepest ADOT on the team at 13.1 yards. It's just been 3.3 targets per game, and again, went untargeted in week 2. But no Adam Thielen, going to put a little bit more weight on top of him, and he's going to presumably step into a role with a little bit more upside in the red zone, and obviously some home run threat. So, interesting option for a cheap enough price. Doesn't exactly rate out well. Got to bounce back and forth like crazy on this thing. 44, 55, 50, 46 across wide receiver. So Deontay's the play here. But this is still a playable wide receiver. It's just, putting you out. If you think in terms of, all right, I need 3, maybe 4, then it puts you on the, outer threshold of that. But that also depends on how much you're willing to spend at the position. If you want to get 3 expensive guys, you can obviously go higher. If you need value, he's at least reasonable. Jonathan Mingo is another shot in the dark. Ranks 57-36. You are picking up a little value there at 3,300. Mingo caught 3 balls for 18 yards last week on 4 targets. He did run 29 routes. So bear that in mind. Over 46 snaps, he ran 29 routes, while Legette went out there for 40 snaps and only ran 16 routes. It's a significant enough difference. Target share is essentially the same. He caught 2 balls for 40 yards in week 1, 5 targets on 23 routes run. And then his route share dropped to just 13 in week 2 in the middle there. So he also had a bad week 2. Week 2. Tommy Tremble basically working his way back into action here. Missed week 1. 3 catches in each of the first 2 games back. 4 targets, 3 targets. A limited talent at the tight end position. Not expensive at all. You could maybe pick off a little bit of touchdown upside there. He drew none of the many red zone targets in week 3. Jatavian Sanders didn't draw any of them either. So there's no real downside to skipping those tight ends. You had a few red zone carries from Miles Sanders, but ultimately Miles Sanders didn't have that big a game on the ground. He only carried the ball 7 times. He did get in the end zone, though, so that's important. It does take away a little bit of touchdown potential for Chuba Hubbard. Hubbard got in the end zone, but it happened through the air. He caught 5 passes for 55 yards and scored a touchdown. He was targeted twice in the red zone in the passing game, and he carried the ball 3 times in the red zone, but didn't score on the ground. He did put up 114 yards on 21 carries in week 3, though. He's put up good numbers. Again, I mentioned earlier in the season that I'm not a huge fan, and that continues to be the case. But he's broken a reasonably high rate of tackles, 21.6% broken tackle rate. Okay for yards after contact. Still slightly better than average. Putting up 3.4 yards after contact per attempt. Decent catch rate. He's a decent receiving back. So he gets involved. I'm always looking for volume. I'm always looking for reasonably affordable volume. And at worst, he's that. 57.65. He ranks as RB 16.9 on DraftKings, 17.7 on FanDuel. Definitely a points per dollar option in tournaments. And based on last week, 26 potential touches, 26 actual touches. That was way up from the 10 carries, 5 targets that he had the week before, the 6 carries and no targets that he had in week 1. But again, the entire offense was functioning a little bit better. Downboard, there's really not that much to talk about. Just backup tight end quality. David Moore maybe gets on the field for a couple of snaps and draws a look, but obviously doesn't rank out for any kind of projection. Has played 22% of the snaps on offense so far. Has drawn 1.3 targets per game on a 7-yard ADOT. Really not much to see there, but maybe he gets in the mix a little bit more. Jalen Coker's coming up to the active roster, undrafted free agent. I would not expect much from him with his half-point projection down the bottom, but he is the dead min price. Wouldn't think that he's going to get out there that much. On the Cincy side, as we talked about, more upside, kind of clear. They've put up a mediocre or a mid-level 22.7 points per game so far this season, gaining 5.8 per play, which is 11th ranked overall. 4.6 on the ground, 6.9 through the air. Just kind of hitting mid as far as yardage, as far as scoring goes. But obviously that was 2 games without T. Higgins, a limited version of T. Higgins in game 3. Jamar Chase maybe not playing at his utmost the first 2 weeks. Kind of a limited, just, rounding into form Joe Burrow those 2 weeks, but that might have been something to do with the receiving core. But they're favored by 4.5 on the road here, 46.5 point total. Again, Vegas expecting some scoring in this one, and that would be at least presuming that Carolina stays in the game to some degree. And again, you can throw on the Cincinnati defense, and you can absolutely throw and run against the Carolina defense. They're giving up 4.7 yards per rush attempt, 7.2 yards per pass attempt, 23rd and 24th respectively so far. Good rankings for Burrow and Jamar up at the top of the board here. Player-wise, individually wise, well said. It's a great start to the show sometimes when I'm just stumbling over things and you know that there's just going to be, all right, well, there's only 12 more games to talk about after this, and he goes about 25 minutes a game, so, that should work out well for him continuing to be able to talk. Joe Burrow ranking 6-8 at the quarterback position on DraftKings, 8-6 on the FanDuel slate. Jamar checking in at 2-3 on DraftKings wide receiver-wise points and value, 2-11 on the FanDuel slate. He's down to 7,700 on that DraftKings slate. It's a pretty good price for the talent. In week 3, Jamar put up 6 catches, 118 yards, 2 touchdowns on 7 targets, ran 43 routes on 59 snaps. He was the featured receiver in weeks 1 and 2 as well. He just didn't completely perform. I mean, he caught 6 of 6 in week 1, but just for 62 yards, 10.3 per target. It's not necessarily his fault that wasn't a big game. And then in week 2, 4 catches on 5 targets just for 35 yards. No scoring in the first 2 weeks. Only 1 red zone target across the first 2 weeks. But picked the pace way, way up. T. Higgins played 54 snaps. Caught just 3 passes, was targeted 6 times. He ran 40 routes on his 54 snaps. 3 catches for 39 yards. Failed to score. But it did keep again, Andre Iosivas, whatever. Somebody tell me. Iosivas? I think that's it. Thanks for the reminder, Anthony Taylor. Yeah, Deontay Johnson also banged up. Let me actually pull that up so that I just have those depth charts in front of me. I forgot to pop that in. That's the best. And bang there. Here. Yeah, so latest on Deontay was limited in practice on Friday. He's listed as questionable, but Coach Buzz was that he looked pretty good during practice and optimistic that they're going to play. That's per the note from ESPN. So reasonable upside that he's going to play. It's a groin that he was dealing with. But as long as my typical approach is as long as guys are out there for practices, even if it's limited, I'm typically leaning toward they're going to play. You get out there for Friday practice, you're probably going to play. And that seems to be the approach here. On the Cincy side, we are dealing with a clean depth chart, basically. Tanner Hudson, the only questionable, and who cares? So again, 1-2 right here as a combination as many times as you want. Looks like absolute dynamite. They rank as a stack overall, 2-3 on DraftKings and 2-8 on FanDuel. So significant scoring upside for the Cincy side of this one. You can see why I like it. But again, in stacks, this game does play both ways as far as bringbacks go. Deontay, assuming he's out there, Leggett, even Chuba Hubbard, not bad bringback options. The Carolina side, not quite as deep as Cincinnati's side is as far as bringbacks, but those are playable pieces. Zach Moss, 14-12 across DraftKings, 14-15 on FanDuel. A reasonable piece in this offense. Moss in week 3 carried the ball 12 times. Caught 5 of 6 passes, so the involvement in the passing game fairly significant. Chase Brown was also involved a little bit. He carried the ball 7 times. He gained 62 yards. Just played 14 snaps. Carried the ball 7 times. Was targeted 3 times. Caught 2 of them for 7 yards. So not a bad output, 69 yards from scrimmage on 9 touches over 14 snaps. It's pretty damn efficient. He was involved similarly in week 1. Week 2, a little bit less so. But I was talking about Ioshivash. 5 catches for 52 yards and a touchdown on 7 targets in week 3. He played 46 snaps. He ran 31 routes. So, similar involvement to where he was previously. That was actually his catch high for the season. It was his yardage high, and it was his target high for the season. So, I actually saw a little bit of an uptick. Again, everything just worked a little bit better. Higgins slots in at mid-teens and into the 20s as far as wide receiver rankings. Ioshivash a little bit further behind, but again, at playable numbers. Once you're in the late 40s, 50s, you're loosely playable, and it's a value-based decision. 4,100, not a bad price to find them at. Mike Gesicki is a reasonable tight end. He's a veteran with, we've seen some scoring upside from him over the years. He drew 9 targets, caught 7 of them in week 2, 91 yards on the board. Last week, dropped to just 5 targets, ran 21 routes both weeks, though. Caught 4 of 5 for 47 yards last week. Not a terrible option. Gesicki's more playable in the downstream options the rest of the way. He's the clear-cut number 1 tight end. Sample's drawing a targeted game. Eric Auld Jr., I forgot to fix over here, but Eric Auld Jr. has caught 4 balls in each of the first 2 games on 4 targets, in weeks 2 and 3 on 4 targets apiece. Ran 14 routes in week 2, ran 9 routes in week 3. So if you're looking for an alternative tight end, I actually should, let me highlight that one so I can adjust that. I caught that as I was doing the update on the board, but I need to update that one there. So he's actually drawn more targeting than Sample has. Sample's run similar route shares, but really hasn't drawn any targeting. So if you're looking for the cheapo tight end in that offense just to try and pick off a weird touchdown, I think Eric Auld might be your guy. Hasn't scored yet this year, but again, drawn 4 targets and caught all 4 of them in each of the last 2 games. So some involvement. And then you get Jermaine Burton, who, again, has seen 2 targets on the season, I believe it was. Yeah, 2 targets all season. They were both in week 2. He caught 1 of them for 47 yards. But you can see that those are downfield shots with a 33.5-yard ADOT. 9.93% of the air yards because he's not involved at all. He was just out there for a couple of plays. He's seen 4 snaps in week 1, 9 snaps in week 2, 3 snaps in week 3. He's run routes basically on all of his snaps, at least in weeks 2 and 3. Limited targeting, obviously, just the 2 looks. But if he's out there running a sprint and potentially getting 1 deep shot from Joe Burrow in the right situation at 3,000, it's worth a dart across 150 lineups if you're playing this team quite a bit. That would be the really only situation to play it, but it's there. Most likely bonus guy from this game, Jamar Chase pretty easily, I think. On the other side, you probably got to give it to Chuba Hubbard. It's been pretty good, but don't love anybody individually, really, from the other side. You can definitely play these guys in a DFS sense. But as far as explosive upside, I think these guys are more good than explosive, where Jamar could obviously put up a monster day against this defense. Let's get out of this one. David S. What's going on, David? David calling for the Rams, W. Cortland Sutton due for a big game. Cortland Sutton's big problem is the guy throwing him the ball. We'll get to that one in a minute. I just really question the talent level there. I know that people are talking about he looked better last week, and I question that. To not throw a touchdown pass over your first 3 games in the league, I get that he's a rookie and just finding his feet, but you got to throw a few touchdown passes. So it's been kind of problematic for them. Sutton is also just kind of a volume-based receiver. Not that that's a bad thing. It's a great thing for DFS if he's getting the volume and they're catchable balls. It's just how much of his volume has just been kind of uncatchable balls this year. So I'm with you that he's due in a we haven't seen it yet kind of a sense. I just don't know that he's going to get what he needs to be able to have that big day. So a game I don't love here. There's really no piece of this game that I think is crazy intriguing. If anything, and maybe it's back to the passing game on the Vegas side, but that really disappointed us last time out. We did get the Jacoby touchdown, but otherwise it was a low-end game. I don't know if I want to go rushing back to Gardner Minshew. We do have the same situation. Devontae Adams out again this week, out of the projections. The ranking on Jacoby potentially could go up a little bit as far as points. I forget whether that was original. No, he was out of it when this was ranked. So this is the current ranking. So 2014 across DraftKings, definitely there's obvious playability there. 22-4 on the FanDuel slate. You're getting a tremendous piece for points per dollar value. Pretty touchdown dependent, but he's good at scoring touchdowns. He was an asset in that department last season. I believe he had 8. It's just another situation where I don't necessarily love the guy throwing him the ball. I think Minshew can be a competent quarterback. We've seen him do that. But a good overall quarterback? I don't know. Jacoby, 7 catches on 9 targets in week 3. Got one of them in the end zone, 62 yards overall. Ran 41 routes in, again, a pretty solid performance. Overall for the season, he's drawn a 9.8 yard ADOT, 24.3% of the team's air yards, and the opportunity to have a pretty decent uptick again with Devontae Adams out. You also have a premium tight end on this team. That helps Minshew out quite a bit. He's drawn 7 targets a game. I'm talking about Brock Bowers. On a 5.6 yard ADOT, 17.46% of the air yards. A typical tight end kind of volume or kind of depth of target, kind of involvement. Hasn't gotten in the end zone yet, but he's been a very frequent target. 8 targets in the first week, 9 targets in week 2. 4 targets last week. He dipped a little bit. 3 catches for 41 yards. Part of the disappointment last week for this team. Still was out there running routes, though. 28 routes in each of the first 2 weeks. 25 routes last week. Played 39 snaps. Will you go lie down, please? Joker is back here trying to warn people off of the Los Angeles Raiders. He did not like talking about this team at all. Go lie down, buddy. There you go. Get in your bed. Go on. Poor guy. Got a long way to go, pal. On the ground game, Zamir White, Alexander Madison, splitting carries here. 3.2 yards per rush attempt so far for the season for Zamir White on 10.7 carries a game, just putting up 34 yards a game. Limited overall output. Madison got in the end zone twice, but limited touches. So you're buying kind of low volume. He does have a little bit of involvement in the passing game, but we're talking about per week, 7 potential touches so far. And that's exactly what he got in week 3. It's not like it's been an uptick. 3 carries, 3 targets. Caught all 3 of them for 37 yards. Scored on the ground. Scored on the ground in week 2 on similar volume. 4 carries, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. Wasn't targeted that week. 6 targets in week 1. He caught 4 passes, 43 yards. Carried the ball 5 times for 19 yards. But again, very, very limited involvement for not a completely cheap price. $52.59 for 7, 8, 9 touches. Limited. Ranks out at 29, 29, 29, 31. You get a little bit more quality out of Zamir White, but not all that much, really. White carried the ball 10 times for 34 yards last week, went untargeted, was more involved in the first couple of weeks. He played just 14 snaps last week. So his snap share dipped as compared to Madison. Madison went up to 25 snaps, but saw really no volume uptick for it. He was just out there. 37-point game. Vegas 2-point favorites. It's just not a overly appealing offense. But they're getting a little bit more. Vegas 2-point dogs in a home game. I read that the wrong way around. I have this triggered to the home team in the game rather than the favorite, and I probably should have just made it so that it just shows the favorite. I don't know why I did it that way. Trey Tucker's on the board a little bit in that offense, but again, he just ranks out 64, 59, 71, just kind of a mid-board depth receiver. He's not expensive at 3,600 on DK, 4,800 on FanDuel, but he doesn't exactly show a ton of points per dollar upside. So far for the season, he is drawing an 8.9-yard ADOT. He's gotten in the end zone once. He is drawing 5 targets a game, basically 4.7. He did catch 7 passes on 9 targets last week, 10.7 yards per target. He got in the end zone just under 100 yards. He put up 96 yards. Ran 38 routes on 47 snaps in a nice uptick with Devontae out. So you could expect to see similar route running, similar snap count. Does he draw the same 9 targets? Does he catch 7 passes and get in the end zone again? I think that's where we get a little bit thin on that play, but it is possible. So he's playable if you're going to this team. He's a dart throw kind of a wide receiver if you're not. Not really a super downfield option at 8.9 yards average depth, but can get up and get down the field a little bit. Minshew overall, for whatever he's worth, and by the way, I didn't mention it, we did do a quarterbacks breakdown, just kind of game environments, quarterbacks, stacks show on Thursday evening. Combined it with the showdown slate. So if you look back on the channel under the live, it's several videos back. And that was just kind of a highlights kind of preview show from a few days ago with the game environments. A lot of this will be talking about the same stuff, but we're going more in depth on the skill players. That's why I kind of just breezed by the quarterbacks. But for what it's worth, Minshew throwing 33 pass attempts per game, completing 74% of them to start the season. I really liked the pass volume going into last week, but then the production just kind of dipped when we went to them, of course. Went from 33 passes attempts in week 1, 38 in week 2, down to 28 in week 3. Just 214 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Had been over 250 yards and over 75% completion on all those attempts in the first 2 weeks. It was kind of why we liked it. So just a little bit more of a limited situation, it seems like. 6.1 intended air yards per attempt, completing 7.5 of them. Going up against a defense that ranks 13th against both the rush and the pass as far as yards per attempt. Doesn't seem like an overly appealing spot here. Cleveland's defense has allowed 22.3 points per game. That's 20th in the league. But again, they're more limiting, it's a little bit of break, don't bend as far as the scoring goes. But I would expect the points to come down somewhat as long as they keep up as far as limiting yardage a little bit. Again, though, there are a lot of teams kind of clustered together in the small sample right now. On the Cleveland side, not really a big Deshaun Watson fan, but you do have to at least pay attention to that DraftKings points per dollar number. 13th by points, but 6th by points per dollar. He's only 5,400 over there. He does have some appreciable weapons in that game. I think my favorite thing in the entire game is Jerome Ford on the ground. That's a piece from this game that I actually do like, especially with the limited expectation of scoring. Coming out of the favored team, they get up by a touchdown, they get up by 2 scores, they're going to just try and grind this one out. He ranks 18, 14, 20, 17 across sites, 18th by points and 14th by value, and then same way on the FanDuel slate. And the stack doesn't rank well. They're just 16 by points, but they are an okay points per dollar option on both sides. 13th puts them halfway up the board. 10th on the FanDuel slate puts them halfway up the board. So they're in play. The defense has definitely been gettable, 31st against the run. That's why I kind of like Jerome Ford. 5.4 yards allowed per rush attempt so far by Vegas. 7 yards allowed per pass attempt, ranks him 21st in the league. They've had a 4.9% sack rate on the season. They've allowed 27 points per game, which ranks 27th overall. So you can see the upside for some scoring for Cleveland, but I think it all does kind of center around, unless it's just going through Jerome Ford, obvious statement coming down in 3, 2, 1. It all centers around Deshaun Watson in the passing game because, well, he's the quarterback. He had an okay performance in week 3. He completed 2 touchdown passes, but it was just on 56.8% of his completion rate, 21 of 37. Under 200 yards again for the 3rd straight game. The volume is nice. He's throwing a lot of passes. But we talked about it the other day on the quarterback show. He's throwing the ball 38, nearly 39 times a game, but we're completing 58% of our passes. We're under 200 yards a game. 3 touchdowns, 2 picks, fine, whatever as far as the counting numbers there go, but just 4.8 yards per attempt. That's lowest among all the starters on this slate by a fair margin. I think it was like a half a yard per attempt up to the next lowest guy. 3 air yards per attempt completed, 7.8 intended. Limited quarterback. He's gotten one in on the ground. He runs the ball a little bit, but we're talking about 4.7 attempts per game. It's not exactly a lot of volume there. He's been mostly throwing the ball. He's been pretty mediocre at that. 6.1 yards per attempt so far with the 1 touchdown. He is a good runner with the ball in his hands. Not questioning that at all. As far as the receiving core, that's another thing to like about this team. It's just comes down to the guy throwing him the ball. Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, I've been talking about them as a very solid 1-1A, and just look at the 1-1A style of their numbers. 9.7 targets for Cooper, who I think is the true 1, but the 1A is drawing 7 targets a game. They're both catching 4 balls a game exactly. Judy's outpacing Cooper in yardage per game. Their average depth of target, 12.8 yards for Cooper, 12.2 yards for Jeudy. They've both been operating nicely down the field. 44% of the air yards going Cooper's way, 30% of them going in the direction of Jerry Jeudy, and then another big chunk, just 11.14, going in the direction of Elijah Moore as the true number 3 in this offense. He's drawn 5.7 targets per game. He's been involved, hasn't gotten in the end zone, and he's just kind of a receiver who's more interesting once he gets the ball in his hands. 6 catches, 44 yards on 8 targets in week 2. That was his biggest week so far this season, but does have explosive big play kind of ability. Again, just drawing a 4.6 yard A-dot, you can see they just mostly work to him underneath while these guys are down the field. It's not a bad role. It's just he needs to make something happen. You're playing for that big play. At 3,600, 5,000, he's worth the gamble, at least if you're building a bunch of shares of this team. 63.57 on DraftKings. Lower ranked on the FanDuel slate with more to work with, 70.72. A little bit more playable over here because he's very, very cheap. But again, it's just a mixer. It's not a high-end option, and it has to do with a lot of faith in Deshaun Watson. Jordan Aiken's going to get the primary tight end role again in this offense with David Njoku out one more time. 18-15 across sites. A little bit of value-based upside there potentially at 3,000. He is very, very cheap on DraftKings. Aikens in week 3, 44 snaps, ran 36 routes, drew 7 targets, caught 4 balls for 29 yards overall. Hasn't been in the end zone, but has been involved in the offense a little bit at least. In week 1, he caught 3 of 4 passes, just one target, 1 catch in week 2. Overall on the season, it amounts to 4 targets a game. If you did that math in your head, you're quick. 4.6 yard A-dot, just 6.5% of their air yards. But I mean, it's very, very clear where the ball's going. As far as these pass attempts, has 92% of their air yards going to those 4 players. Limited share so far this season for the downboard guys. Donta Foreman just 2.9 carries a game. 5.3 carries a game, 15 yards a game, 2.9 yards per attempt. Limited and just 1 target so far. Said Tillman a little bit more involvement at target and a half a game essentially. He's caught 1 ball per game. Putting up 3 yards on a 1.2 yard A-dot. Another player that's just dumping the ball off to has been very limited. Has the skills to maybe make something happen out there, but if you're going for that kind of a role, I just prefer Elijah Moore for 600 more. Should have just said I prefer Elijah for 600 more. Otherwise, really nothing to discuss in the depth range there. Down the board on this side, not that much to discuss. Defense-wise, you do have a 10th ranked points, but value kind of falls off around the Cleveland defense. On the Vegas side, just 12-16, 14-7, so maybe a little points per dollar. They're only 3,700 on the FanDuel slate. They've definitely, again, allowed yardage and scoring. In terms of their scoring, they've very limited sack rate of 4.9%. They're 26th ranked in interception rate. Forced. Very limited defense on that side. So probably more believable in the Cleveland defense, but good news is you don't actually have to play defense out of this game at all. In that first game, if you were going to a defense, I think it would most definitely be the Cincinnati side. I forgot to talk about defense when we were here, but they just ranked 14, 16, and not great for points per dollar. So probably skipping defenses in that first game too. top guy for a bonus, a yardage bonus, I'll go Amari Cooper. Still hunting for that big Cooper game from this team. So far on the season, he did have 2 touchdowns last week, caught 7 passes, but hasn't been over 100 yards yet. 86 yards last week. Judy caught 4 balls last week, just 27 yards. He also hasn't been over 100 yards. Cooper got closer. That was his biggest game of the season. He was targeted 12 times last week, too. Again, with significant passing volume. Ford, by the way, was also a limited practice participant on Thursday. I forgot to grab the Friday update. Looks like he's off the injury report now, though, so we should be fine. Yeah, off the injury report, no problem. Donta Foreman, the backup here, strong out again. So, yeah, I would say Cooper for the yardage bonus. We'll throw it that way. But favorite touchdown receiver might actually be Jacoby Myers. I kind of like the upside for another Jacoby touchdown. I just think he's a good receiver in the in the red zone in close. Next game up. Look at us making good pace. So when I say that Bo Nix I don't think is a very good quarterback, it's one reason. He ranks 23-25 across sites by points, 19-23 across sites by points per dollar, per Dallas, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really help the team out any, having a quarterback rank out that low. It's not going to help pull skill players like Javonte Williams, like Cortland Sutton, like Jaleel McLaughlin, like Josh Reynolds up the board. Those are all limited to average players anyway, though. Not one of those guys is like a standout talent. I do think Cortland Sutton is an interesting, cheap, volume-based receiver, or at least he was last year. We'll see what he can do with Bo Nix throwing him the ball. Got to remember to open these games up before I start talking about them. Last week, Sutton caught 7 of 11 targets. He was also targeted 12 times in week 1. He caught just 4 balls that week. He's put up 38 yards on 4 catches week 1, 26 yards on just 1 catch, 4 targets in week 2, and then 68 yards on the 7 catches. Hasn't gotten in the end zone yet. So, yeah, like you said out there, he is definitely heavy quotes due. I don't really believe in due, and especially not in football because it's just all opportunity based. And as I've talked about, it's, what do your opportunities look like? But then also, what does the facilitation of those opportunities look like? What is that? What does that target look like? Was it an uncatchable ball? I don't have uncatchable ball numbers in front of me. They're widely available though. So just looking at what he's come away with, you've been limited a little bit by the quarterback there, and I think that does continue. They're going up against a defense, for one thing, that ranks 5th against the pass in terms of yardage allowed, 5.4 yards per pass attempt. It's a pretty decent Jets defense. 4.8 yards per rush attempt is non-tragic, but it ranks 25th overall. Again, a little bit of a logjam in there. New York is allowed just 17.3 points per game over 3 weeks. That ranks 8th in football. They have a 14.43% sack rate that ranks 1st. It is a relatively significant defense. I would definitely be looking to have some shares of Jets defense. They're expensive and they're obvious, but I think they're interesting. Just put some numbers on that. 14 sacks on the year in 3 games, 21.4% blitz rate, coming up with 27.2% pressure against the rookie. Seems like a go-to spot against a struggling rookie, I'll add. You can see the struggles right here. I'm not making it up. No touchdowns in 3 games. Thrown for exactly 200 yards per game so far, completed 63% of his passes. The volume is definitely there. He's throwing the ball nearly 38 times a game. Just hasn't really been throwing it very well. 42 pass attempts in week 1, threw for 138 yards on 42 pass attempts. 2 interceptions, no touchdown. Week 2, 20 of 35 for 246. No touchdown, 2 interceptions. Week 3, no interception. No touchdown, 216 yards on 36 pass attempts. He did complete 69.4% last week. The yards per attempt, though, dipped from 7 in week 2 down to 6 in week 3. So the nature of the attempt changed. right? So it's a little easier to complete the short passes, but you're gaining less. You're putting up less, and your opportunity to provide scoring is thereby lessened. He did put another ball in the end zone on the ground. He ran the ball 9 times for 47 yards. Put up a score that's 5.2 yards per rush attempt. For the season, he's run the ball 6 times a game for 5.9 yards per attempt. He's put the ball in twice on the ground. Maybe he's a running back. Javonte Williams, for what it's worth on the season, 2.2 yards per rush attempt so far. Jaleel McLaughlin, a matching 2.2 yards per rush attempt. Williams carried the ball 8 times per game, put up 17 yards, has not gotten in the end zone. McLaughlin, 6 carries a game, 13 yards, has gotten in the end zone once. Both guys below a yard before contact per attempt. That's very, very limiting. Snaps-wise, Javonte outsnapped McLaughlin 2-1. 33 snaps in week 3 to 16. 35 snaps in week 2 to 17. The production, though, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Very limited. Javonte's involved in the passing game. 5 targets, 5 catches for 48 yards in week 2. 4 of 4 for 29 yards in week 3. Has not scored in either the rush game or the passing game over 3 weeks. McLaughlin, 5 targets in week 1, but more limited, just 1 target over the last 2 weeks combined. An explosive player if you get the ball in his hands, but it's been difficult to get the ball in his hands overall, and the volume is very limited as far as DFS goes. 45-51 across sites. Seems like a dart throw at the absolute outside, and do you really want to smash him into, again, the Jets have given up some yardage on the ground this season. But I don't love the opportunity. In terms of rush touchdowns per game, they're giving up 1 right in the middle of the league. I don't know. Between the two, I would lean Javonte just based on the snap count, based on the volume here. It's 20-13 on DraftKings, 22-13 on FanDuel. So if we're talking about playability among running backs, he does have a little bit at least of points per dollar based playability. Broncos defense looks like it rates out okay on DraftKings as far as points per dollar, by the way, because they're only 2,500. Jets offense has been pretty good. Breece Hall rates out very strongly at the running back position. Garrett Wilson not too bad at receiver. The Jets defense is also very strong on that side. But that's a little bit interesting with the Broncos D pulling an 8 points per dollar rating. Puts them on the board at least for some cheap shares. It's a dart throw at best. They've been middle of the board though. 16th ranked, 4.4 yards per rush attempt. 5.1 yards per pass attempt, ranks 3rd, though. Difficult to pass against both these teams so far this year. That wasn't the case in a lot of situations last year, but they showed some quality down the stretch. If you remember, they had some decent games. It's carried over so far this season. As far as some scoring defense, so far the Broncos have a solid 12.36% sack rate. That ranks 4th. 13th ranked, 2.56% interception rate. They've allowed 15.3 points per game, which ranks 6th overall. Defense has been pretty solid. I still have my questions about Aaron Rodgers, but he looked definitely improved in week 3. Just the way that he was throwing the ball, even if it hadn't come through in the stats, I'd be talking about it, just, past the eye test kind of a thing, which I don't like doing. But with a 40-plus-year-old quarterback coming off of an Achilles injury, you can talk about the eye test a little bit. And I don't think he really passed it in weeks 1 and 2. He was okay. Threw 1 touchdown, 1 interception in week 1, 13 of 21 for 167. Week 2, a little bit of an uptick, 18 of 30, 176 yards, two touchdowns, no pick. And then a nice jump forward last week, 27 of 35 against New England, 281 yards, 2 touchdown passes, no interception, 8 yards per pass attempt, 4 completions of more than 20 yards. Very solid game. Want to see him do it again, though, and a little bit of a challenging spot. But definitely good weapons to work with. I like the ongoing connection between him and Allen Lazard just as a touchdown-based dart throw that's always at a cheap price and, playable ownership at worst. Lazard came away with 2 touchdowns week 1 after we talked about him. He picked up 9 targets, caught 6 of them for 89 yards in that otherwise limited performance by Rodgers. Just 2 catches on 4 targets for 11 yards. That's the downside in week 2. But bounced back okay in week 3. For the money, he caught 3 of 3 targets for 48 yards and scored a touchdown. Is that slate breaking? No. Is that playable? Yes. Little bit of a growing two-headed situation here at the running back position. Breece Hall still a dominant play. But you get a little bit of challenge here from Braylon Allen. He's been really interesting. Carried the ball 11 times in week 3, put up 55 yards. He also caught 3 of 3 for 13 yards. In week 2, he poached 2 touchdowns. He scored a touchdown on the ground, scored another one through the air. Just touched the ball 7 times on the ground and caught 2 of 4 passes that week. I don't think they really knew who he was in week 1. But definitely hit the board in week 2 and week 3 a little bit. It's not really a big problem for Hall, though, because Hall still picked up 21 potential touches and 20 actual touches in week 3. Ran for 54 yards, scored a touchdown. His output on the ground has been a little bit limited this year. But it's not necessarily because of opportunity. 16, 14, and 16 carries. And then 6, 8, and 5 targets. So significant over 20 potential touches in each of their first 3 games. So you can't really argue that he's been limited by opportunity. 3.7 yards per attempt. Not earth-shattering. 1.2 yard before contact, 2.5 after. He scored twice on the ground, though. The involvement in the passing game is significant. 6.3 targets per game. Catching 5 balls a game. He scored a touchdown through the air. And they do throw to running backs. Braylon Allen, as an example, also has a touchdown that came in week 2 through the air. He's been a limited target in his limited volume, but again, a growing opportunity there. He's priced up, though, 54.62 across sites. Puts him at 26.28, 28.29. He should be a little bit cheaper with the question. You know, the week-to-week volume is going to be a little shaky. Probably going to be dictated a little bit by game script. I could see them going a little bit rush heavy here. But he should probably be a little bit cheaper, where this kind of mid-board type projection creates a maybe 26-14 kind of a situation. Even take 10 points off of the points per dollar. 26-18 would be a little more appealing. Right now, just kind of a mispriced or an awkwardly priced dart throw. But Lazard, 38-29, 35-38, again, is kind of interesting there. Obviously, Garrett Wilson is the prime target in this offense. He's also just been kind of okay. That's why I do think you can maybe look at that cheapo Denver defense as an opportunity, given their sack rate, given their just general ability to limit opposing offenses, especially through the air so far, and just kind of the mediocre overall performance by some of these Jets man for man. Nobody's been good. As a team, they've been good, though. It's kind of a weird start to the season. That's not usually the case with the New York Jets if you followed them at all. But Wilson, 6 catches, 60 yards in week 1, 457 in week 2, and then finally got in the end zone in week 3. But he only caught 5 of 9 targets, 33 yards, 3.7 yards per target. Ran 39 routes, was targeted on 23% of those, played 61 snaps. I mean, he is not seeing any kind of depreciation of role or anything like that. Just the output's been a little bit limited, but if you're a believer in due, which we talked about for Cortland Sutton, I'd be much more enthusiastic about Garrett Wilson's being due at 6,900, 7,800 across sites. He ranks 710 on DraftKings, 821. A little bit of a points per dollar challenge on FanDuel. It doesn't make him anywhere near unplayable, but if there are higher or similarly ranked players by projection that hit a better points per dollar number, they would be more appealing. Like if somebody say 10, 12 or something like that. Nobody like that on the other side of this one. Down the depth chart, you do have dart throw options at worst with Mike Williams, a very competent receiver. I think that we shouldn't forget about him. 10.4 yard ADOT on the season, limited action so far. He's been out there every game, but he was limited in week 1, just 9 snaps, ran 4 routes, went untargeted. Came back in weeks 2 and 3, though, 36 snaps and 31 snaps, 20 routes run in each week. Drew 1 target, caught it for 19 yards in week 2. 4 targets, caught 3 of them for 34 yards in week 3. So presumably another step forward this week, and he's just gotten affordable at least. I was going to say cheap, but that would be a stretch. 51 and 54. He's a solid downfield weapon once he's back in full form here. So I think it's one worth going to at least a few times if you're building a bunch of Jet stacks. As a standalone receiver, he's not all that appealing. Tyler Conklin, we talked about his potential to get involved after he went just targeted twice a piece in weeks 1 and 2. Prior to that New England showdown game, we talked about that was a somewhat interesting spot because they hadn't targeted him and he was a significant target in this offense over the last couple of seasons. It made sense that they might go back to him, and he picked up 6 targets, caught 5 of them, 93 yards. Significant game. He failed to get in the end zone. If I'm remembering correctly, he had one rumbling catch where he was 2-3 yards short of the end zone and failed us. Had he gotten in the end zone, that probably would have been a more interesting showdown payout that night for some of us. No bitterness, though. He's an okay tight end. He's not expensive. He ranks 10-7 on DraftKings, downright playable. 15-15 on FanDuel, where he's 5,100. Definitely a price discrepancy across sites. Way more playable on DraftKings at that price and a little bit of PP points. You know what I mean? PPR upside. So some... Hello out there to the person texting me. Some value-based upside for Conklin. A little bit touchdown dependent for sure, but capable of scoring. No doubt about that. Jet depth chart, no real question marks as far as injuries or anything like that to worry about. Pretty clean there. And same thing on the other side. Basically, everybody for this one's going to be healthy and active. Down the depth chart options, you're not really worried about any of these. A couple of backup tight ends that don't have any involvement. Xavier Gibson hasn't been involved at all. 0.7 targets a game. 2 last week. So if I'm looking down the depth chart, it's probably to Mike Williams. And then Tyler Conklin is a reasonable tight end option. Is just a competent tight end. Just a top-heavy offense for the Jets. But they do rank out as a solid stack. 7-6, 8-5 across sites for points and value. Aaron Rodgers +2 there is easy and obvious. Allen Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, Allen Lazard is easily playable. Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Allen Lazard is playable. Either one of those receivers and the tight end, or Breece Hall and the tight end is playable as a +2. Aaron Rodgers, Allen Lazard, and Mike Williams gets downright interesting if that's where the touchdowns go. A lot of ways to stack the Jets, even with some of these guys, maybe a little bit more challenged by price-based projection. Limited on the other side as far as bring back situations in this one. And we've also got a big favorite. 7.5 points is never great to see because a lot of times it can equal just they're up 2-3 scores and they're just socking it away in the second half. They don't really throw the ball that much. So in addition to facing a pretty decent pass defense, that also might check the pass attempts for the Jets passing game. So overall, that would lean me further into the Breece Hall play. He projects out as one of the top overall players on the entire slate anyway. First by points at the running back position on DraftKings, third on FanDuel, and great points per dollar value. So I think you can lean into that. But it also begs the question, if they are up in that situation, up 3 scores, is it Breece doing the running in that situation, or does it become Braylon Allen a little bit more? So you do get doubly challenged by that. On the Denver side, not a lot of faith that they're going to keep pace with the Jets. So I think it's Jets get out to a nice lead early, first in the first half. And then it's just coasting through the second half. It seems like that kind of game. Best shot at a bonus. Got to give it a Breece. Anthony Taylor, what's going on, buddy? Appreciate you. As Anthony points out, hit the like button. I don't say dropping knowledge. Reading statistics to you and throwing my opinion at you. I try and drop as much knowledge as I got, buddy. I appreciate you. Okay is asking Fields or T-Law. Can you spin it again? Is it just those two choices? Between the two, I would definitely lean to Trevor Lawrence. We're about to talk about him. So nice transition. Appreciate you. 45-point total. They are underdogs in this game on the road in Houston, 5.5-point favorite. I like this game's upside, though. I think the game's upside as a whole revolves almost entirely around Trevor Lawrence's performance. If he's as shitty as he was last week, there's very little hope for Jacksonville's offense to do anything to hold up against Houston here. But I do still, maybe to my own detriment, believe in the talent for Trevor Lawrence. I do believe that he is a better quarterback than Justin Fields at the very least. What Fields brings to the table is his game-breaking rushing ability. And in the right situation, that can, kind of come to bear. No pun intended. I know he's not on the team anymore, but... Oh, wait. I can close this baseball model. Have a second. Let's see where they rank out as I'm answering that question. Trevor Lawrence, to start with this game, 14-16 by points. QB 12-13 puts him on the threshold of playability. Depends on how deep, how many lineups you're building. If I'm building lineups for my main pool of entries, Trevor Lawrence at what is presumably going to be low ownership in a high-scoring situation definitely hits my board. He's a quarterback I would click on as I'm building through lineups. I've talked about this before, I think. When I build lineups with an optimizer or a lineup builder, what have you, I like to lock a quarterback. I'll run a bunch of lineups and just get a bunch of whatever, and I'll change around stack configurations and everything. And then as I'm zeroing in on things, I'll run pools geared around individual quarterbacks. So I'll bump up the individual exposure, so that their stacks can be built to proper proportions within the 300 lineups. But I'll go through each quarterback, and I'll try and get at least 300 lineups with each quarterback in there. Because if you're just building open pools of everybody, you're going to run into limited shares of the downstream quarterbacks. And probably Trevor Lawrence falls into that bucket this week. 57-69 at just, kind of a mid-board projection, mid-board value rate, basically across the industry. That's why I think it's worth doing, because not only do you get an appropriate number of shares to drop into a sim, to drop into a sorting table, or however you go about things, you're also getting more representation of the various skill players with that quarterback. So you're not just getting, all right, I've got, out of the 2,000 lineups that I built and threw into that sim, I've only got 30 Trevor Lawrence shares, and all 30 of those, and granted, I'm talking about building a much bigger pool than 2,000, but, extrapolate. In those 30 shares, it's almost exclusively Travis Etienne, Christian Kirk builds, and I didn't get to nearly enough. I've got 2 shares of Gabe Davis across that. If you lock a quarterback and build that way, you'll get a significant breakdown within his team stack, which I'm always looking for, and then you'll get cross the slate spread, just because of the way that things fit together and whatever player caps you've got universally, forcing different combinations. So as I've talked about a million times, it's not necessarily about any individual player's ownership or any individual stack's exposure. It's about getting those different combinations. And I think that's the best way to get to those combinations. So all of that was to say that Trevor Lawrence at 14, 12, 16, 13 would be in that pool of quarterbacks where I'm clicking on it. When we get down to the bottom, I'm not necessarily doing that for the 24th ranked quarterback. But at 14, 12, 16, 13, I definitely am, especially on a high caliber offense. I like Travis Etienne. I think he's a fantastic running back who gets involved in both the ground game and the passing game. I like Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis as good downfield receiving options. Brenton Strange at the tight end this week is, continuing downgrade, but capable and cheap, not a terrible option. Brian Thomas has shown a lot of ability and ranks out well. It's an offense that I want to be able to go to. It's just been a little bit limited by the quarterback play so far. I wanted to put them side by side, though. It's going to fuck us all up. Where you at, Trev? There he is. Side by side. Ooh, that's close. Fields does rate out a little bit better on both sides by points per dollar, but a little bit worse by raw points. But we are talking about 0.2 fantasy points on DraftKings and 0.05 fantasy points on the FanDuel slate. If that salary savings, he's 200 cheaper on DraftKings, he's 100 cheaper on FanDuel. If that buys you something interesting, go for it. You can see the stack rankings, 14-16 for the Jags, 18-13 on FanDuel, 19 but 11 on DraftKings for the points per dollar from the Pittsburgh stack. 22-18 from Pittsburgh on FanDuel. They look a lot worse on the FanDuel slate than they do on DraftKings. So, depends on what you're looking for. There is a little tiny sliver of additional price-based upside with Fields. Between the two, I think Lawrence is the far more talented quarterback, even though Fields is a little bit more proven. No, that's arguable too, I guess. But yeah, I would lean slightly Lawrence. Dive back into that game. So again, just a playable, I'm always looking for 45 as just that's, the first thing I'll look at about a slate, and I didn't really do like a Vegas breakdown because we did it the other day. You can ignore that top game. But the first thing I'll really look at is just some of the game totals. And that one jumped out at 46.5. The 46 at the end of the night on the FanDuel slate stood out. That one is the biggest of the week at 49. When it went in here originally, it was over 50. It's come down slightly. It might be back up now. I haven't checked it in the last couple hours. But yeah, the hell is this one? Oh, there it is. I was missing it. I guess it didn't really stand out at 45. I was like, where the fuck is it? I was looking for Houston on the front end of the name. I was looking in the wrong column. I should have just looked at the total, but 45-point total there. Obviously one of the standout totals on this board. So that's just always the first thing I'm looking at is, all right, what are the game environments that suggest there's going to be some scoring? And then who are the teams involved there? Is one of them a super heavy favorite, a 10.5-point favorite? Is one of them, is it reasonably close? This isn't a great point spread, but it's also not gigantic. So there's at least some idea that Jags hang. Houston's the better side of it, though. You can see it in the quarterback ranking. You can see it in the rankings for Nico and Steph Diggs and Joe Mixon and Dalton Schultz. Everybody up there looks pretty good. The Houston defense ranks out pretty well, 6'5" on both sites. They are stack 1 by points on both sites. They're stack 4 by points per dollar on DraftKings. They are a little bit pricey over there. Stack 1 by points per dollar on FanDuel. Looks like a pretty tremendous option. So definitely getting to that side, which again leads me to, wanting some of the Jags side. In the passing game for Houston, you'll have a little bit of consolidation around those two guys because there's no Tank Dell. Tank's been a little bit limited over the first couple of games. That might lead to a little bit more volume for Dalton Schultz. And then there's the idea, at least, that either Woods or Mechie gets a little bit more involvement as well at kind of mid-board projections. They grade out on the back end of playability, but they're well inside the top 100 if you're considering all of the wide receivers on this slate. And they both cost $3,000 on DK. A little bit of a price bump on $4,700 Robert Woods on the FanDuel slate. Doesn't make him ideal. These guys are probably better dart throw options on DraftKings. But again, if you're building a bunch of Houston lineups across 150 or a bigger portfolio even, you definitely want to include some of those guys because they should be involved. Putting some numbers on Lawrence. Last time out again, just an ugly game. 21-38, that's 55%. 178 yards, a touchdown, and interception. That was coming off a week where he completed just 14 of 30. That's 46%. 220 yards at least, but no touchdown, no pick. 162 yards with a touchdown on the board. 57.1% of his passes, but that was just 12 of 21. Had he thrown another 9-10 passes, who knows what might have happened. So he has not been good. Just 4.7 yards per attempt in his most recent game. In the first two games, at least, he had 4 completions over 20 yards and then 5 over 20. Or that's probably attempts, not completions. I don't know how that board's organized. He has run the ball in limited doses. He had a big run in week 2, but overall no real output on the ground so far. By the numbers, 15.7 completions a game on 29 attempts, so just completing roughly half of his passes. As I said the other day, I'm looking for 35-ish here, 33 to 35 or more attempts. And you got to give me 60 plus. I'm looking for 70, but you got to give me 60. So he's been weak this year. 2 touchdown passes, 6.3 yards per pass attempt, a nice 9.7 intended air yards per attempt, but completed just 4.8 air yards per attempt. So the passes that have been working out have not exactly been the deep shots. You do have an 11.3 yard ADOT for Brian Thomas Jr. Christian Kirk operating at a 12.1 yard ADOT. Gabe Davis on a 12.6. I forgot to change him here, but suffice to say he's probably got a similar 20-something% of the air yards. Reasonably even shares, 5.7, 5.7, and 5.3 targets a game going to those three receivers. They're all breaking down about the same, so you can kind of pick which one you want at price. There's not that much difference between the three guys as far as their role, as far as the nature of their targets. Christian Kirk is the true one, but he's getting pushed for opportunity, at least right now. Last week, 8 catches on 10 targets, 79 yards, didn't score. Each of the first 2 weeks, 1 catch apiece on 4 targets, then 3 targets, 30 yards and -1 yards. This is a pretty bad fantasy game. Evan Ingram is out again. Or is he confirmed out or is he just questionable still? Let me get that right. He's confirmed out, yeah. I got him in the notes as questionable, but he's out of the projection, so I'd double check. So in week 3, by comparison, Thomas caught 5 balls, but was targeted 9 times. He ran 38 routes on 52 snaps. That compares to the 39 routes on 50 snaps that Kirk ran. And then Gabe Davis ran 34 routes on 52 snaps, was targeted 6 times. Caught 2 balls for just 18 yards. He hasn't really had a day yet. 3 catches, 2 catches, 62 yards for the high. Brian Thomas at least got 1 in the end zone in week 1, and then he had just 2 catches, but 94 yards. Broke a big one in week 2. Obvious skill there. Davis is limited through practice on Thursday. Looks like he's still questionable for this one. He's dealing with a shoulder. As I said earlier in the show, limited practices, I'm usually on board as you're probably playing. He was limited again on Friday, but might come down as like a game time decision once he gets to tomorrow. Probably one of those ones we'll get word about tonight or early tomorrow morning, though. So we should know. Overall, Davis is a decent downfield operator, though. I'm always looking for receivers like that. So again, with basically these 3 guys putting up very similar numbers, similar opportunities on similar type passing, maybe you stick between the 2 guys who are more healthy. But if Davis is suiting up, he's absolutely in play for me, and he's cheaper on DraftKings at $4,700. On FanDuel, he's not cheaper. It's just the same play, and you're getting a lower-end projection and a lower-end opportunity. So he'd be a little bit more limited, I think, than the other 2 on the FanDuel slate. Brenton Strange should see a little bit of involvement again at the tight end position. In the absence of Ingram, in week 2, he played 38 snaps, drew 6 targets on 22 routes. Saw an uptick in both departments in week 3, 49 snaps, 30 routes run, 5 targets. He caught 2 of them, got in the end zone for a touchdown, just 12 yards, but scored a touchdown. That's all I really need from a cheap tight end, 3,100, 5,200. Strange lands is tight end 13 by points, but tight end 4 by points per dollar at that $3,100 price tag. Doesn't need to do much. If he falls into the end zone again with a target, you are in business. It's kind of like the play I was talking about for the showdown slate the other day, where it's just if he draws the target, even if it's Schrodinger's target, even if he doesn't catch it, if he draws the target at that kind of points per dollar, you've probably made the right decision. The okay of it comes down to whether he actually catches it. Limited volume for Tank Bigsby. 5.9 yards per attempt, but just 4.7 attempts per game. Hasn't gotten in the end zone. Very solid numbers in terms of the before contact, after contact per carry numbers, but obviously second behind Travis Etienne, who draws that's Trevor Lawrence. I was like, how is Etienne just at 1.7? What's screwed up here? I was on the wrong line. 12 carries a game for Travis Etienne. 4.6 yards per attempt. He's scored twice on the ground. 2.6 yards before, 2 yards after contact so far. Reasonably involved in the passing game with 4.3 targets a game. Just limited ADOT, obviously operating right around the line of scrimmage and trying to make things happen once they get the ball in his hands. Overall, it's amounted to last week 11 carries, 4 catches on 6 targets. So your volume is more in the 17, 18 potential touch range. 17 in week 2, 15 in week 1. So he's not the highest overall volume. There are mouths to feed in that offense for sure. But he's a very, very good skill player with a at least reasonable amount of opportunity and some pretty good explosive upside. So I'm always willing to go to Travis Etienne. As a running back, probably plays better in stacks than he does as an individual, but definitely is playable as an individual. 12-15 by just raw points. If Davis doesn't play, you can see an uptick down the board, I guess. Parker Washington in week 3 played 21 snaps, caught 2 balls on 3 targets, 18 routes run. So saw an uptick there. Presumably would see the same opportunity. I would expect that he'd be the guy. Tim Jones played 5 snaps on offense, 15 with special teams. Devin Duvernay also on this roster. I've got him in there now. Last week he played 9 snaps with the offense, ran 8 routes, but drew 1 target, caught 1 ball for -1 yards. Didn't really mention Houston's defense, but they've been pretty stout so far, too. 4.1 yards allowed per rush attempt, ranks 10th. 5.8 yards per pass attempt, ranks 9th. So not a bad defense to throw at the Jags if you're not a believer in the Trevor Lawrence upside. And let's see. They're pulling down a 13.4% sack rate so far. That ranks 3rd. A solid 3.57% interception rate, ranks 7th. So it could be another, just throwing Trevor Lawrence into a buzzsaw kind of a situation here. It amounts to 13 sacks and 3 interceptions over 3 games, 23% blitz rate, and picking up a 28% pressure rate so far. Significant. That's a decent defense. So Lawrence has his work cut out for him. Gonna have to start earning his money at some point. CJ's been earning his money since basically day 1. He ranks as QB3 on DraftKings, 7 by points per dollar, QB5 on FanDuel, and QB1 by points per dollar on that site. He's only $7,800 on FanDuel. Nico is only $100 more than less than his quarterback. He ranks as wide receiver 3, wide receiver 1 on the FanDuel slate, wide receiver 3-2 on DraftKings. So obviously you're getting a little bit of nice point per dollar play on the FanDuel slate relative price-wise. Overall, again, this is stack 1-1 across FanDuel, 1-4 on DraftKings, a significant stack here. The favored team in this game, a 45-point total. Reasonable expectations that Jacksonville will at least keep it close enough going into the second half that Houston has to keep the pedal down at least through the third. Maybe it gets away from them in the fourth quarter and Houston takes the foot off the gas a little. You've got Dameon Pierce out, but Joe Mixon back this week for Houston. So a reverse of last week. Mixon is still technically questionable. He was limited in practice through the week. It's a 1 o'clock game. All reports were that he looked good in practice through the limited sessions, so reasonable to expect him out there. Right now, he ranks as RB 11-17 on DraftKings, 13-23 on the FanDuel slate. Just kind of okay. But if he's at 100%, he is kind of a volume monster on the right day. And they brought him here for a reason. In week 1, for example, 30 carries for 159 yards. Just right out of the gate, veteran running back, old man, hey, get out there and run the ball 30 times in our pass-focused offense. That was against Indy. He put up 159 yards. That's a decent number per attempt. It's not on this board for some reason. He scored a touchdown that week. He also caught 3 passes, 3 targets, 19 yards. He was targeted 5 times over his 29 snaps that he was able to get in week 2. Caught all 3 passes for 25 yards and ran the ball 9 times for 25 yards before coming out of that game. So, reasonable expectation that he'll bounce back to at least around 20 potential touches, which does give him upside, 68.79. He's high priced on the FanDuel slate, 13.23 by points per dollar. So, most untouchable spot for Mixon is probably FanDuel, but that probably renders him low owned. So, if you just want to think about him through that lens as a tournament play, you could do a lot worse than Joe Mixon with basically no ownership in a very high-end stack for the week. You have to check ownership numbers and see if that actually holds up. I would expect that it would. That's on FanDuel. Let me see. Let's see how right I am. How good am I versus how good are the RG ownership projections? We've played this game before. First, we got to find him. Let's see. Sorted to Cincy. There they are. And why am I sorting to Cincy? Because he used to be on Cincy. Sorted to Houston and actually get to the right game. Ooh, that is low ownership. They've also got it. Right now, their ownership projections don't actually make sense. He's in the low single digits with a, not to give anything away, but RG has Mixon at a 13-point projection. Apologies, Roto Grinders. You can give away one of mine. They've got him at a 13-point projection and 2% ownership, while they have Cam Akers, the backup and the presumptive inheritor of any touches if Mixon doesn't play, currently projected for 3.8 fantasy points, but 7.6% ownership. I question that ownership number. But believable, at least. I think that Mixon, given the high price on FanDuel at 79 and the bad points per dollar rating, could end up being a very skilled player in a good situation against a team that's yielded, just 4 yards per rush attempt, actually ranks 8th, 7.4 yards per pass attempt, ranked 27th. But Joe Mixon, plenty of opportunity, plenty of talent there to get it. So as a low-owned play, I think you could potentially go there. Obviously, the focal point for Houston still is the passing game, though. C.J. Stroud is terrific on his own and then pairs great with Nico. You have Steph Diggs as, I'll admit, the number 2 option in the passing attack, but a very, very strong number 2. In week 3, he caught 10 of 12 targets, 94 yards, failed to score. He scored 2 touchdowns in week 1, had a mediocre game in week 2. That was the game where Nico went off for 135 yards, 8 catches, and a touchdown. In week 1, Nico had 117, but no score on 6 catches. Drew 10 targets in week 3, caught 4 of them for 86 yards and no score in kind of a overall middling performance. But obviously, he's the prime option. But Diggs is tremendous. If Diggs goes lower owned, I'm interested. Nico, 9.3 targets a game. Diggs right there with him at 8. Nico's the bigger downfield weapon, 12.1 yard ADOT versus the 6.9 for Diggs. 44.6% of the air yards versus 21.3, but Diggs has obviously gotten into the end zone twice, which is significant. You've only seen 3.7 targets a game go in Dalton Schultz's direction. He's caught 2 and change of them, just a 7.6 yard ADOT, just average tight end depth. But presumably sees a little bit of an uptick with Tank Dell out just as a weapon in the passing game. He was more involved throughout last year. He's only drawn 3, and 5 targets so far, but the uptick to 5 last week was noteworthy. Caught 2 of them for 11 yards. Needs to see a little bit more upside. Also a target in the red zone for them fairly frequently, though. Has drawn just 1 red zone target over the first 3 games. That came in week 2, and he didn't convert it. But as a reasonably priced tight end, there is definitely upside in Dalton Schultz on a day where one of his key teammates in the passing game is going to be out. Tank, as mentioned, hasn't been really good over the first 3 weeks. He did catch 5 balls for 62 yards in week 3. That was on 6 targets. Targeted 7 times, just 3 catches in week 1, 4 times, just 1 catch in week 2. As mentioned, Pierce is out, so you will get Cam Akers as the direct backup. And then if Joe Mixon doesn't play, Akers inherits the significant touch role, would become a value-based option at 53.61. But I still question the viability of the actual upside of that play. Last week, he only carried the ball in that role 9 times, put up 21 yards. He caught 1 of 3 targets for 8 yards. Managed to get in the end zone on that target, so it is a deceptively higher scoring game than it actually probably should have been or would be if you had re-rolled that game 100 times. So I don't love the Akers play even if he steps into starter's shoes, but he'll definitely look better than he currently does. And then downward from him, you would have Dare Ogunbowale. He did not carry the ball last week. Caught 2 of 2 targets, 28 yards. Very, very limited option. Not even really a dart throw play. In the passing game, Nico's off the depth chart. So you're dealing with Nico and Diggs. And then, as mentioned, probably goes to Robert Woods as your next man up. You'll have Robert Woods. You'll have John Mechie presumably out there and active. And then Xavier Hutchinson down a few spots. Hutchinson just drawing a target a game. He's caught 1 ball all season, and it was right around the line of scrimmage. Woods has drawn a -1 yard ADOT on 0.7 targets per game, so very, very limited involvement for a guy who was a part of this passing game just last year. Over the first 2 weeks, he was out there a little bit, 12 snaps in week 1, 9 snaps in week 2, 1 route, 5 routes, went untargeted over the 6 routes. In week 3, 13 snaps with the offense. He ran 8 routes, was targeted twice, caught them both for 18 yards. I assume he steps into a slightly bigger role, but it's a leap. No doubt about it. It is a leap. Where's Mechie? Did I not put Mechie in here? Hutchinson played 12 snaps, 9 snaps, 11 snaps, ran 4, 2, and 7 routes, was targeted once in each of the 3 games. He caught 1 ball in week 1 for 3 yards, and that's all he's done. So again, another super limited option. I thought I had Mechie in here. Apologies for that. Let me grab him. Yeah, he hasn't been on the field yet. That's why I did not grab him. But if he gets activated before this one, you can go there. You've also got Steven Sims as another downboard option, but it gets very, very thin once we're talking about these players. I'm just mentioning these names because you do have the absence of Tank Dell. But all of those guys, any one of them could see, one decent look, but not one of them looks overly appealing. And between these guys, assuming Mechie's active, he would be there. Woods right there. We covered those guys. We covered the Jags side of things. Overall, top bonus option. A lot of good options in this game, honestly. Could easily give it to Nico or Steph Diggs, but it's clearly Nico, the favored option, and he's already been in that territory twice. Diggs maybe a little bit outweighing him a little bit on touchdown upside. If you want one from the Jags side, it's probably Christian Kirk. But again, all 3 of these guys have drawn very similar deep targeting, similar opportunity count, very similar roles at a variety of prices. Not an uninteresting team for whoever asked. I would definitely lean Trevor Lawrence over Justin Fields. KC and LA. Trey's in the chat. What's up, Trey? Good to see you, buddy. Oh, what's going on in the Bama game? Forgot about it. WW Fresh. What's going on? Everything's good, pal. Good to see you. Power, good to see you. We talked to OK. He was the one that asked about the Fields or T-Law. Colin was saying, as a Raiders fan, I don't trust Tucker with more of a workload. No, Crosby is also going to be huge. Kuntz is already out for the year, and Wilson is not terribly effective. Colin breaking down the Raiders a little bit for us. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah, David S. followed up his Cortland Sutton take before with saying, mind you, these are all high-risk plays. Yeah, I mean, outside of the very, very obvious piece from like any given team, we're talking about extremely low volume for football across the board. We're talking about high-risk plays pretty much across the board. And I've talked about it basically on every football show we've done. That's why I do like to talk about a lot of surface-level numbers, because once you start getting into these big percentage numbers, yes, it is a large percentage of a still small opportunity. So if you actually take a look and peel the onion a little bit, you're still in a lot of cases talking about like, oh, it was a huge chunk of the air yards, but 3 opportunities. Sometimes it does just boil down to opportunities for price, and you just play the opportunities and eventually it wins out. 21-0 Bama start of the second quarter. Whew. Lighting it up. You're asking when is wow, that's a big gap. You're talking for DraftKings, yeah? I assume. Yeah, Najee should have a nice opportunity here. No Jalen. They are closer to the one that you said, the other low 20s. They're closer to that number. Don't know which one was which. If I had to guess, what's the price? They're talking them up. One of Stochastic or ETR talking them up and expecting them to be highly owned. A lot of times just sites saying that a guy is going to be highly owned, even if he's a good, not great points per dollar guy, can drive ownership up a little bit. So it's interesting that they're talking him up, and definitely RG is talking him up a little. Not to jump ahead, but I just want to see where he rates out for our value numbers. I'm sure he'll rate out well. Yeah, 10 by points per dollar for me on DraftKings. I might goose him a little bit more than 13 points. That probably got him projected higher than I do. It's not bad by any means. 10th ranked points per dollar at the running back position for just 56 with the abundance of opportunity, tons of explosive upside. He is a talented running back. But just 10th, if that ownership trends toward the 30s, I'd be backing off. And honestly, even low 20s, I feel like you could probably undercut that and be fine. Not a bad spot by any means, but he's going up against a D that's 15th, middle of the pack, 4.4 yards per rush attempt. Like, don't love this week, I would say. Speaking of don't love, Chargers. Yeah. 22-24, 24-26 ranked stack. We're going to kind of breeze through the Chargers a little bit here. Justin Herbert still banged up. Hasn't looked great. Limited, I think, by that receiving core. Kind of getting exposed a little bit by the remade receiver room that took a big hit in talent. 144 yards, 130 yards, 125 yards. Hasn't thrown the ball more than 26 times that he did in week 1. Did throw 2 touchdown passes, but also threw a pick against Carolina in week 2. Just 1 touchdown, 125 yards on 12 of 18 passing against Pittsburgh last week. Throwing the ball to Ladd McConkey and Quentin Johnston and Josh Palmer. It's a limited group of receivers right now. Johnston has shown a little bit of flash. Hopefully you traded him by now in your season-long league. Sell high. 5 catches for 51 and 2 touchdowns in week 2. That was on 19 routes run, 45 snaps. That's not really a significant route share. 36 snaps in each of weeks 1 and 3. 23 routes run, 21 routes run. 5 targets, 2 targets. 3 catches, 2 catches. Did get in the end zone again in week 3. I'll give him his due. I mean, he's probably the go-to receiver in this offense right now. 49, 6,000 across sites, but that ranks him, on the back end of playability. Ladd McConkey ranks out slightly better, projects slightly better. McConkey caught 3 balls for 44 yards on 6 targets, ran 21 routes, 32 snaps against Pittsburgh. Got in the end zone in week 1, 5 catches for 39 on 7 targets. Excuse me. But overall, really limited stack. If you're considering the ground game, J.K. Dobbins, very good over the first 2 weeks. 10 carries, 135 yards and a touchdown in week 1. Another 17 carries for 131 yards and a touchdown in week 2. Dipped to just 44 yards against Pittsburgh. A good defense, admittedly. Can't get that tickle out of my throat. Against a good defense, he dipped to 15 carries, just 44 yards. Caught 3 of 3 in the passing game for 10 yards, but has been a very limited option in the pass game. It's more about the ground game with him. Ranks as RB 19-23 on DraftKings, 21-25 on FanDuel. Really not that much appeal at all. So far this season, KC's given up 4.3 yards per rush attempt. That ranks 12. They've been more vulnerable to the pass. 7 yards per pass attempt ranks 22. But this has been a bad offense. KC's middle of the board, 20 points per game, 20.7 points per game, ranks them 15th. The 7 yards per pass attempt is 22nd, but the 4.3 yards is 12th, like I said. So they rank out pretty well in that department. They've got a 5.36% sack rate, and they really haven't picked anybody off this season yet. So it's been a limited scoring defense. They rate out as defense 9 by points, but 18 on both sides by points per dollar at a relatively high price across sites. So even in a good matchup where they're heavily favored in a game with just 40.5 points on the board, I really don't love the defense from the Chiefs side. Obviously, I'm not looking at the Chargers defense all that heavily. 19, 14, 21, 10 across sites. Maybe a little bit of value-based upside on FanDuel. But pretty limited. Chiefs, again, heavily favored by 7.5 points. Not exactly, primed to do a ton of scoring. But the Chargers D overall is not the most appealing in the world. So far this season, they have limited opposing teams to just 11 points per game, but played a couple bad teams in there. That ranks third. Their 3.9 yards per rush attempt ranks 7th. Their 5.8 yards per pass attempt ranks 8th. They've racked up an 8.8% sack rate, which ranks 16. The 3.3% interception rate ranks 9. But again, those games have come against Vegas, Carolina, and Pittsburgh's offenses. I kind of think the Chiefs are a little better than that, even if they haven't really shown it that much this year. Offensively, Kansas City is putting up 25 points a game. It's kind of been a quiet 25 points a game, in my opinion. But that's where they're at. 7th overall in the league. 4.1 yards per rush attempt ranks 21st. 6.9 yards per pass attempt ranks 14th. It's kind of the middle of the pack in basically everything on the offensive side. You've had an extremely quiet and starting to get concerning 3 games from Travis Kelce, who ranks 3rd by points and 4th by points across DraftKings and FanDuel, but has already dipped to 9th by points per dollar on DK, 8th by points per dollar on FanDuel. Questionable connection right now with Mr. Mahomes. I got to assume it comes roaring back at some point. I think you just see the target spike, and that's going to be all the difference. 4 targets week 1, 3 targets week 2, 5 targets week 3. So hopefully the pattern doesn't stick and he doesn't drop back to 4. But it's been questionable. Hasn't hit 35 yards yet in a game. Hasn't scored yet. When's the last time Travis Kelce went through a drought even to that degree? But still fairly highly ranked. Little faith in the model. Rashee Rice has been really terrific for this team out of the gate. Ranks as WR 613 on DraftKings, 620 on FanDuel. Got in the end zone each of the last 2 weeks. Their lead receiver, 9 targets week 1, 6 targets week 2, and then spiked to 14 targets last week. That was a game against Atlanta. He put up 12 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown. Also carried the ball, but just for 1 yard. Every now and again, he'll get a touch in that department. 2 targets in the red zone for him. Interesting enough option. Xavier Worthy was targeted again in the red zone this week. He had a red zone target, and he converted it in on a big play in week 1. Or did that come on a red zone target, actually, now that I'm thinking about it? Was that bigger than a 20-yard play that he got in the end zone on? I forget. I know he had the big play. But regardless, just explosive play upside. Probably the fastest player in football right now, or demonstrably the fastest player in football. But also a rookie just finding his footing. 2 catches in each of the first 3 games. He had the biggie on a showdown slate in week 1 against Baltimore. 2 catches for 47 yards with a touchdown through the air, and then carried the ball, broke a play for a touchdown for 21 yards on the ground. So scored a touchdown. In each of the last 2 weeks, though, 2 catches in each week, 17 yards exactly in each week. Carried the ball once for 5 yards week 2, 3 times for 13 yards week 3. So a lot more limited, but you do still like the nature of those touches. The fact that they're giving him a little bit of opportunity both through the air and on the ground, because that's where his skill lies. If he sees daylight, he's gone. So still a playable piece. 29.42 at the wide receiver position on DraftKings. Looks better at 30.35 for just 6,200 on the FanDuel slate. An interesting piece to combine with Patrick Mahomes. You could go Mahomes +2 with Worthy and Rice, Worthy and Kelce, however you want to split that. Carson Steele ended up rushing for 72 yards last week on 17 carries as the hot commodity pickup of the week. He ran 22 routes, but drew just 2 targets in the pass game, 1 catch for 2 yards. Minimal involvement there. He's more of a wrecking ball style running back. And then they've got Samaje Perine behind him, and as far as jumping in there for third down plays, getting involved in the passing game. He played 26 snaps, carried the ball 6 times for his first 6 carries of the season. Had been involved for 1 catch in each of the first 2 games, but had not carried the ball. 25 yards on the ground, caught 3 of 4 passes for 15 yards. They are activating Kareem Hunt, who had been on the practice squad. Last year, Hunt played 15 games, scored 9 times, 411 yards on 135 carries, was targeted 21 times, caught 15 of them for 84 yards and no scoring. Year before, 468 yards and 3 TDs on the ground, 210 yards and a touchdown through the air. It's been a minute since he was overly relevant, though. Last time he was over 1,000 yards was 2020. 841 with 6 touchdowns on the ground, 304 through the air with another 5 touchdowns. It was pretty good that year. There's talent there, but we're also getting a little long in the tooth at the running back position. He's 28 now. Stepping into his first game of the season with a new team. Or coming back to Kansas City, I guess I should say. Had his best ever year with this team back in 2017. 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns on the ground, 455 yards on 53 catches, and 3 touchdowns through the air. If they're looking to recapture that magic, that'd be interesting. 14 touchdowns the following year and roughly 1,200 yards from scrimmage. I don't think we're going back to that territory. He's 52, 55 across sites price-wise. Ranks as RB 40, 42, 42, 44. Even if you gave him goose him by a point and put him equal to Samaje Perine, still wouldn't really be all that impressive of a rating across sites. Noah Gray, just minimal involvement in the passing game, but a reliable tight end, too, who's drawn a few targets a game and was a couple targets a game through last year. 1.7 a game so far this season. He hasn't scored, but he does draw some downfield action. He's got a 8-yard ADOT, 9.35% of the air yards. Caught 3 of 3 in week 1 for 37. Went untargeted week 2. Caught 1 of 2 for 13 yards, but just minimal involvement for the tight ends in the passing game overall in Kansas City right now. A couple of downfield guys. Justin Watson drawing a 12-yard ADOT, but just 1.7 targets per game. Drew 2 last week, a 14% of the air yard share. Last week he caught 1 of 2 for 13 yards total, 2 of 2 for 22 yards total in week 2, 1 of 1 for 25 yards in week 1. But if you want a total dart throw of a receiver for 3,200 on DraftKings, maybe you throw that dart once or twice in your Kansas City stacks. He's okay. At 5,000 on FanDuel, he's pretty skippable even in that role. Juju, 1.3 targets a game. He drew 3 in week 3, though. Caught 2 of those for 17 yards and a touchdown. 1 target in week 1. Played just 11 snaps each of the first 2 weeks, but bounced to 39 snaps last week. Ran 21 routes. Reasonable expectation to continue to be a little bit involved in the passing attack. But we're getting thin down the board there, and then nobody else down this way has been really relevant at all. Sky Moore yet to be targeted on the season. He's run 11 routes over 3 games without being targeted. Season high 15 snaps last week. Biggest option from this game's got to be Rashee Rice. That's your bonus. That's your bonus, baby. Not a bad option either. Wide receiver 6 on both sides. 13th by points per dollar. 20th by points per dollar on FanDuel. Kels ranks out fine. Carson Steele is playable at the running back position. He's up at 55, 58. Believable upside given the carries and the productivity last week. I think people will probably be less inclined to go to him this week. He was just buzzy last week, and he was at a really aggressive price. This week, he's just kind of middle of the board, 23, 22 on both sites. But if we're looking at another 19 potential touches, I'm interested. Get me in the end zone. 19 touches and get me in the end zone, and I will sign for that all day at those prices. KC's defense, 918. Again, not really a great consideration on points per dollar there. KC significantly above LA if you're looking to rank them. As far as bring back plays, it works better if you're stacking this side and bringing back this side. But you could bring back JK as a standalone running back for sure in your Kansas City stacks. It's not the ideal way to use bring back plays, but he's got enough big playability and he's got enough just focal point potential as a touch monster in that offense to fill that role enough. Let McConkey and Quentin Johnston. Johnston would probably be the favored one for the touchdown upside as far as a bring back play. Both kind of limited. And then more limited as you go down the board there. I didn't really talk about down depth chart options on the LA side. Josh Palmer, a 7.7 yard ADOT on his 3 targets a game. Pretty limited option. Hasn't scored yet this season. At the tight end position, you have Hayden Hurst with his 2 and change targets a game, 6 yard ADOT. You get Will Dissly on similar volume, 2.3 targets a game, a 2.3 yard ADOT. Very, very limited there. And then an 11 yard ADOT for Simi Fehoko, who is presumably going to be active again this week. And is all the way down at the bottom of these notes. He was limited in practice dealing with a... Oh, no, that's not him. Did I skip his note? Whatever. It's such an irrelevant player to even bother looking up. But we will, because that's what we do. Thought I had him, but it was somebody else's note in his place. 1 catch on his 3 targets last week. He did run 20 routes on 33 snaps. That was by far his most involvement in the season so far. In week 2, he played 27 snaps on offense, 13 with special teams, but he only ran 2 routes and went untargeted. So just a little bit more involvement and a little bit of deep involvement in the passing game last week. Feeds a slight minor amount of $3,000, $4,500 potential, but as you can see, projects under 2 fantasy points. So probably going to be pretty irrelevant. In a bad passing game, I'll add. Rams and the Bears, we saw Caleb come to life, which is good. It's starting to get shaky there. They lost the football game, but I think they were very happy. I think they would take that trade this season just to see Caleb do well. Threw the ball 52 times, completed 63.5% of his passes, 363 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks still. Got to work on that, obviously. That contributed to the loss, no doubt about it. But it was a good game. It was a solid step forward from a kid who had completed 62.2 of 37 pass attempts, 23 of 37 in week 2 for 174 yards, but came away with no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and then came up empty on 29 pass attempts in week 1, had just put up 93 yards and no touchdown. He ran the ball 5 times in each of the first 2 games, just 1 time for 8 yards in this game, a little bit more limited on the ground, but that's obviously a big part of his skill set. 8 yards per rush attempt this week, obviously, with one carry for 8 yards. 8.8, 5 carries for 44 yards in week 2. So the skills are there to continue the growth in the rushing department, but right now I think they want him to grow as a passer. You've got excellent receiving weapons on this team. We've got DJ Moore. We've got a still questionable Keenan Allen, which was what I was stalling for time while that loaded up. It does appear that they are expecting him to play. He's saying his heel is getting back toward feeling good. So I think we're probably in business with the full version of this offense now, which gives Caleb a lot to work with. It's a very, very good 1-1A situation with 2 premium veteran receivers. DJ Moore lands 15.24 on DraftKings, 15.14, showing a little bit of point per dollar life on the FanDuel slate at just 6,500 against that cap. And then Keenan, 25.40, 29.32. This game is a little bit low end, 40.5 point total. The Rams not necessarily holding up their side. Chicago favored by 3, just the home field advantage there. So Vegas likes it to be a little bit of a fist fight, but I don't know that it's necessarily a shootout kind of I think it's more, knock him down, drag him out kind of a brawl than it is a shootout. But there are a lot of weapons there with Moore and Allen both healthy. And again, those 40 and 30 level rankings, that means you're playable. We're talking about games where we have to roster 3 or 4 receivers. So everybody on that side is playable. Rome Odunze coming off a big game. He had a nice little breakout alongside Caleb. So again, even in a loss, that's good to see if you're a Chicago fan. Rome had by far his biggest day. He was targeted 11 times. He caught the ball 6 times, 112 yards, and a score. Not bad at all. He carried the ball once for 2 yards, but the involvement in the passing game is what we want to see. Monster 83 snaps, ran 55 routes, targeted on 20% of them. Gotta love the upside. what the role looks like in terms of Keenan coming back. Presumably a little bit of a downturn, but there should be shares for all three of them, and it seems like they're going to want to throw the ball a good amount of the time. So I like the volume. I love the skill players there. I have really very, very little interest in the running game on this team, so that leads me even further into just stacking up the passing game. DeAndre Swift, just not a very good rusher. 13 carries for 20 yards. Last week, he caught 2 of 4 passes for 22. Failed to score. 14 carries for 18 yards in week 2. 4 catches for 24 on 5 targets. Maybe he's a receiver. Overall for the season, for Swifty, it amounts to 1.8 yards per rush attempt on 12 carries a game. Leads you to question why they'd be giving him all these carries. Under 1 yard before contact, under 1 yard after contact. Does a lot if you've watched any of the highlights of just running kind of horizontally. Maybe he just needs like a Forrest Gump style, like directions from the crowd, like a big arrow just pointing toward the end zone so he knows which way to run. Tends to make a lot of bad decisions. There's a lot of clips going around online right now of that. If you want a little bit of a chuckle. It's like, oh, wow, getting the great blocker on the edge here and monster hole over that way. And instead, he just cut it back and ran into the line for some reason. Rashawn Johnson presumably getting a little bit more opportunity with the limitation of his teammate there. Played 32 snaps with the offense in week 2 after no snaps with the offense, in week 3 after no snaps with the offense week 2 and DNP in week 1. He ran 21 routes. He was targeted 5 times, caught 4 balls for 32 yards, and also picked up 8 carries and put up 30 yards. So that's 13 potential touches right there, 12 actual touches. There's a little bit of volume there, but all that really creates for me is just a situation where he and DeAndre Swift are cannibalizing each other's upside at mediocre pricing and mediocre potential on a team where I just want to go to the passing game anyway. So I will completely forgo any of the running backs there. Colt Met, an interesting enough tight end, got very involved in the big game last week, caught 10 of 11 passes for 97 yards and a touchdown, 8.8 yards per target, ran 33 routes on 68 snaps. Definitely an interesting tight end. He gets, at least fairly regular involvement. In week 2, he had 5 targets, caught 4 balls for 27 yards. Not the most productive overall, downfield weapon of a tight end, but an easily playable touchdown-based tight end. And always a low-cost, low-ownership dart throw at worst. In 2023, Kolkmek caught 73 of 90 targets for 719 yards, 8 yards per target. Dropped 1 ball all season, caught 6 touchdown passes. The 6 touchdown passes came on 15 red zone targets. He's a high-end tier 2 kind of a tight end with definite, big play upside. Down the board, Gerald Everett's of the world, the Khalil Herbert's of the world, definitely uninteresting at their limited volume. When you go down the board shopping, you're looking more for, even in the limited volume department, maybe a receiver like a DeAndre Carter. 4 targets a game so far, a 12-yard ADOT, 14.89% of the air yard share. That's what you're looking for is the big shots, the big play, the home run threat type of player. It's amounted to 3 catches for 22 yards in week 3, 3 catches for 32 yards in week 2, 1 catch for 6 yards in week 1, but was targeted 2, 4, and 6 times. So a little bit of involvement. Ran 37 and 38 routes each of the last 2 weeks on 46 and 52 snaps. Does that get impacted by Keenan Allen's return? Yeah, probably. But does he still get out there and run a handful of routes? Pick up a couple targets in a deep downfield sense? Yeah, I think so. So just a dart throw, but that's who I would be looking for, if I'm going all the way down the board here. Everybody else more limited than that. On the Rams side, as mentioned, kind of limited offensively in the passing game this year. Stafford really doesn't rank out well, 21-23, 23-22 across sites. Demarcus Robinson and Tutu Atwell as his top 2 receivers. Really not a good look. Ranking in the 40s and 50s in terms of points and points per dollar. It's really the Kyron Williams show if you're going to anything from the Rams offense. Going up against a defense that's allowed 4.5 yards per attempt so far. That ranks 19th. Their 5.6 yards per pass attempt allowed ranks 6th. So yet another reason to kind of shy away from the Rams pass defense. The Rams passing attack. Stafford, I believe, is still talented. Probably deserves to get a shot on another team because this team's going nowhere this season. Lost their 2 primary weapons in the passing game, and it has not looked pretty ever since. In week 3, Stafford threw for 221 yards, 16 of 25, 1 touchdown. Didn't throw a touchdown despite completing 70% of his pass attempts in week 2, 27 attempts, 216 yards, 8 yards per attempt, but no touchdown. Robinson caught 1 ball for 32 last week, 2 for 50 in week 2 on 4 targets per game. Tutu saw 4 targets, caught 3 of them for 48 in week 2. Little uptick in week 3, caught 4 of 5 for 93 yards, but didn't score. Tyler Johnson, limited involvement, 3 catches, 20 yards, 3 catches, 21 yards for Colby Parkinson, 3 catches for 28 yards for Jordan Whittington. Those are all week 3 numbers. It's just a really limited offense right now. The Bears defense, in addition to the 5.6 yards allowed per pass attempt so far, 7.37% sack rate, ranks 20th overall, mid, but a 4.55% interception rate so far, ranks 3rd. Again, small sample, but it's there. Allowing 19 points per game overall. That's 10th in the league. 287 yards per game is 8th. .57% red zone scoring allowed so far. Ranks 19th, kind of mid-board. Been really good on 3rd down. 2nd ranked, 25%. Stopping opponents on 3rd down. It's a believably good defense. I think you could play the Bears D coming back against the Rams in non-Bears lineups. They rank 5-6 on DraftKings, 5-8 for 31-42 across sites against a very gettable team here. Looks like a playable defense. Rams D ranks 8th on both sites by fantasy points and 1st by points per dollar is noteworthy on the DraftKings slate, 2,800 against the rookie quarterback who, again, struggled significantly weeks 1 and 2. That defense ranks 6th by points per dollar on the FanDuel slate. Where does that rate out? Yeah, I'm all right with that. I was just looking at it in the projections model. Just where we arrived at that number, but I think it's all right. It's an interesting spot for the Rams D as just like one unique piece to use out of there. But as I was getting at Kyron, just kind of with his hanging here just as the only interesting piece from the Rams. And I don't seem to have grabbed his notes for some reason. This was when I was bleary-eyed at like 5 a.m. the other day putting these notes together. Kyron last week, 24 carries, 2 targets in the pass game, caught both of them. Got in the end zone in the passing game for a touchdown, 27 yards. Put up 89 yards on the ground and scored twice. He's got a touchdown on the ground in every game so far this season, despite kind of limited output in game 2. 12 carries for 25 yards. Got in the end zone, 4 catches for 27. The 26 potential target touches is obviously monstrous. 21 potential touches in week 1 is significant. 50 yards in week 1 for a touch and a touchdown. Definitely an appealing player. I feel like just basically all the touchdown volume in this offense is going to continue to flow through him. Rates out okay by points per dollar, given that touchdown upside too. 73.81, one of the more appealing running backs overall on the slate. I expect he's going to be fairly highly owned. Yeah, he's pretty popular on DraftKings. Again, nothing is unplayable in terms of popularity. That Rams defense is also super popular on DraftKings, by the way. I was just saying nothing is unplayable, but an undercut to that value-based Rams defense might be a good idea. I like it, but it's a very nice price. But they're pulling like 15% ownership. It's a little shaky. Kyren pushing a high ownership number, well into the double digits, but definitely playable. No real issues with it on DraftKings. And again, rates out well. I will take good chalk at running back all day long and win it at wide receiver, win it at different positions. I don't know if we get a bonus guy from this game. Probably is Kyren Williams. We haven't been there, but we did get to 89. His yards per attempt aren't fantastic, though. At 3 yards per rush attempt on the season. It's the volume that's the king for him and just getting the ball into the end zone. You can see the 4 TDs, the 18 carries a game. As I said early in the show, I'm just looking to buy volume, but it's not a significant producer if we're chasing that 100-yard bonus. I don't think it would be anybody in the Rams passing game. I don't think it would be either of the limited running backs on the Bears side. I would probably just gut instinct say DJ Moore. I have been going to the number one receivers quite a bit, but with that now potentially 3-headed monster of a receiving core, everybody's good. It does limit each individual somewhat until we have a more clear idea of how the targets fall. I expect DJ is going to continue to draw the lead target role, but that doesn't guarantee him a look at 100 yards. But he'd be my pick if I had to pick. Minnesota and Green Bay. We got good news on Jordan Love. He's going to be active for this game, which we like. Big fan of the quarterback. Love the way that he works with that receiving core. Oh, it's still questionable. My bad. Expected to be active was the news. I saw it in a tweet on the way home. I got excited. Expected to be active. That's per Shefty. I don't think we get that news if he's not going to be active. So all systems go for Green Bay's passing attack. I like the opportunity. 43.5 point total. A 3-point spread in this game. Love ranks as QB 7-4 on DraftKings. QB 9-2 by points per dollar on FanDuel. Love the look of him with Jaden Reed as a primary weapon. Reed ranks 12-4 at the wide receiver position and 10-2 by points and points per dollar on the FanDuel slate. Josh Jacobs is a really good running back option who does have involvement in the passing game, but probably was better when Malik Willis was in there just on the nature of the volume, the nature of the opportunity. Still playable, but diminished a little bit by comparison to like weeks 2 and 3. Christian Watson really appealing at lower ownership, lower cost in this passing attack. It's a deep core of receivers. I really like what they do here. Romeo Doubs is playable. Dontavian Wicks is playable. Everybody gets a little bit of involvement. Everybody comes at a variety of prices. You can see the variety of rankings on these players in diminishing form as you go down the depth chart. And it is a fairly clear pecking order. But again, everybody's getting opportunities. 4 and change targets a game for Jaden. 2.3 so far for Watson. 4 targets a game for Romeo, but just 2 last week. 3 targets a game, but just 2 last week for Dontavian. That, again, came with Willis at the helm, though. All 3 of those guys, significant downfield shots. 14.3, 14.0, and 12.9 yard ADOTs for those receivers. Big chunks of the air yard share. So, again, when I say it's a somewhat equal opportunity offense, despite Jaden Reed, to me, being the clear lead, there is good distribution across these guys. So everybody's playable. Love +2 is easy to get to. Either, Love plus Reed and then any one of those 3. Love plus any 2 of those 3, perfectly fine. At the tight end position, Tucker Kraft getting 2.7 looks per game, Musgrave at 1.3. Kraft stepped up to 3 targets last week with 1 target going in Musgrave's direction. It's been limited output at the position overall. They're really out there not doing all that much in terms of the passing attack. Either one would look pretty decent if he came down in the end zone with the ball in his hands, though. They're not expensive on DraftKings at all, $3,000 and $2,800. Their rank is just 19, 19, and 2018 on the site, though, by points and points per dollar. But they're higher ranked on the FanDuel slate, worse looking on the FanDuel slate. Overall, the Green Bay stack lands stack 12 by points, but stack 8 by points per dollar on DraftKings, and stack 13, but stack 2 by points per dollar on the FanDuel slate. Really interesting over there. It's a 3-point spread in Green Bay's favor in a home game, so it's another team, another situation where we're just really talking about the home field advantage there. 43.5 point total in the game looks pretty appealing. Sam Darnold has the Vikings rolling along. It's been really unexpectedly good, except by those of us who drafted him late in Superflex leagues. Total just happened to be there. Was not targeting him. I'll brag about the guys I was actually targeting. Sam Darnold was not one of them, but I was pleasantly surprised by his output so far on my bench in that Superflex league. Good connection building with Justin Jefferson, a superstar receiver who ranks number 1 by points at the wide receiver position on both sites currently. Number 12 by points per dollar, number 15 by points per dollar across DraftKings and FanDuel, respectively. He's tremendous on any given slate. The Minnesota stack ranks number 4 and number 6 by points, and number 7 and number 12 by points per dollar against a defense that ranks 24th against the run with 4.7 yards allowed per rush attempt, 17th against the pass at 6.5 yards per pass attempt. Definitely a gettable Green Bay defense. So far, Minnesota's been bringing a blitz at a 39.3% clip, which is crazy, a 33.8% pressure rate. So Love will definitely be threatened back there. They've come away with 16 sacks and 5 picks so far. Sammy Darnold, facing a defense that's come away with 11 sacks and 7 interceptions so far. So some significant interception numbers for both of these teams. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, the Minnesota defense, that amounts to a 4.10% interception rate, which is 5th, and 11.59% sack rate, which is also 5th. And then on the Green Bay side, it's a 6.86% interception rate, which is 1st, and a 9.73% sack rate, which is 9th. So 2 effective scoring defenses so far this season. In terms of their playability here, in a game where we kind of expect scoring on both sides, we kind of want to go to a lot of these skill players and stack these games and go to both quarterbacks a little bit. Sammy Darnold ranking 8-3 on DraftKings and 10-5 at on the FanDuel slate. Aaron Jones looks good. Obviously Jefferson, Jordan Addison back in the lineup here, 35-43 on DraftKings, 41-44 playable on the FanDuel slate. I don't know that I really poke at the defenses. Green Bay ranks 13-13 and 15-17. Minnesota looks better at 7-4 and 7-13 on their side. Their 3.6 yards per rush attempt is 3rd. Their 5.9 yards allowed per pass attempt is 11th. I just really would rather go to Green Bay stacks than Minnesota D. Little playability there for sure, though. They're only 2,900, and they have been a scoring defense so far. In terms of putting some numbers on things, Jaden Reed, 4 catches for 50 in week 3, had 4 catches for 138 and a touchdown in week 1. Also added a touchdown on the ground that week on a 33-yard explosive carry. Picked up 2 carries in each of weeks 2 and 3, but didn't score, but solid carries, 37 and 19 yards on those 2 carries. Ran 29 routes in week 1, 22 routes apiece in weeks 2 and 3. Just 2 targets in week 2, a very weak game. Two catches for 9 yards. Bounced back with 6 targets, caught 4 of them for 50 in the last game. Jacobs went from 16 carries in week 1 to 32 carries for 151 yards with Malik Willis at the helm in week 2, and then dropped back to 14 carries, 43 yards, caught just 1 of 1 in the pass game in week 3. Should be a little bit more involved in the pass game, but I would expect the carries are going to be in the 16-18 range probably, maybe upside to 20 if they get out ahead in this one. But it seems like it's going to be a close game and has a little bit of shootout potential. So I'm leaning into the receiving core a little bit more. Watson caught 3 balls for a touchdown, but just 13 yards in week 1. 2 catches, 67 yards in week 3 with no touchdown on the board, and went empty on no targets in week 2, despite being out there for 40 snaps. He only ran 9 routes that week. Romeo Doubs ran 16 routes in week 2, caught 3 of 62. 23 routes in week 3, just caught 1 of 2. So ran more routes, saw fewer targets. Figure that one out. When I say they spread the ball around, they really, really do. In week 3, Dontavian Wicks was targeted twice on 9 routes. Didn't catch either of them. In week 2, he was targeted 4 times on the same 9 routes. Presumably not the exact same 9 routes, but same route number. Targeted 4 times, caught 3 of them for 26 yards, and got in the end zone with a receiving touchdown. In week 1, he played 27 snaps, ran the most routes he's run all season, 14, drew 3 targets, caught none of them for nothing. It's a very deep, very good, and easy to play receiving core, but it can be frustrating because it does seem like a bit of an all or nothing kind of rotation where it's just like, this week you don't get your opportunity. So there is that shakiness, but if you're building a lot of lineups, that works because you'll land on the correct combinations a number of times. Manny Wilson just rating out in the middle of actually, that's not terrible as a backup running back. No, it's running back 30s. Yeah, 30s is a little bit of unplayable territory for running backs. 44-54. No love there. He's carried the ball 7 times a game. 5 yards per attempt is good. 2.5 yards before, 2.5 yards after. Hasn't gotten in the end zone yet. Limited involvement in the passing game. Did score a receiving touchdown. Just under 2 targets a game so far. Talked about Musgrave and Kraft. On this side, Addison, an 11.8 yard ADOT in his limited action, drawing 4 targets per game. In week 1, he caught 3 of 4 for 35 yards, and then he hasn't played since. He was limited in Thursday's practice, but seems like he's likely to play. He told the media that he wants to play, for whatever that's worth. Jefferson in week 3 caught 6 of 8 for 81 and a touchdown, 4 catches on 7 targets for 133 and a touchdown in week 2. He scored every week so far this season, but week 2 was the biggest week. Week 3 was the highest catch volume. Overall, star caliber player. He's been a little bit banged up, but definitely an established connection already with Darnold. Darnold threw 4 touchdown passes on 28 attempts, completed just 181 yards in the week 3 performance, but obviously 4 touchdown passes is pretty significant. For the season, Sammy's throwing the ball just 26 times a game. It's not great volume, but he's thrown 8 touchdown passes so far. 7.1 intended air yards per attempt, 8.4 yards per attempt, and 5.3 air yards per attempt. So he's getting the ball out. He's getting the ball downfield, getting a weapon back in the passing game that presumably gives it yet another boost. Kind of like it. Aaron Jones been involved so far. They brought him here to do this. 19 carries for 102 yards in week 3. Also caught 5 of 6 passes for 46 more yards and a touchdown. So that's a solid 148 yards from scrimmage on 25 potential and 24 actual touches. Got in the end zone. Love the volume. Love the upside. Still a talented player later in his career. We've talked about it each of the first few shows, but had a monster few performances down the end of the season last year to kind of justify the faith, and has been good, not great, or 2 good games and 1 bad game in the first 3 so far. Bad one came against San Fran. What are you going to do? 9 carries, 5 catches, 68 yards from scrimmage. Week 1, he was over 100 yards from scrimmage, had a touchdown in the ground game. Definitely playable. Darnold plus Jefferson. Darnold, Jefferson, and Addison works. Aaron Jones with either of those receivers, honestly, is pretty playable given the involvement in the passing game. He could easily score a receiving touchdown. Ty Chandler as a mid-priced second running back. Ranks just in the 30s. Not all that appealing. 4.5 yards per attempt so far, but just 8.3 carries per game. Minimal involvement in the passing game so far. So just kind of limited. Jalen Naylor presumably takes a step back this week. He drops back in the projections. He drops back in the rankings. Scored a touchdown each of the first 3, including week 1 where Addison was active, but he only drew 1 target on 13 routes. It just happened to be for 21 yards and a touchdown that week. 3 catches in each of the last 2, 54 and a touchdown, 31 and a touchdown, and those 2 on 4 targets in each game. Was involved, maybe stays a little bit involved, but I would expect more along the lines of the first game if he happens to get the opportunity. And then there's a further downstream impact to Sherfield and Brandon Powell, who'll be lucky to see any involvement at all. Very, very stackable game. I think my favorite part of it is probably Green Bay's value play on FanDuel. Very likely to be in some of my lineups, or in like my main lineup. And then Minnesota looks very good on both sides. But I really like the points per dollar that Green Bay provides over here. Biggest upside guy, Justin Jefferson. Biggest bonus opportunity, biggest projection. That one's kind of easy. From the Green Bay side, I do lean Jaden Reed, especially given the opportunities in the air and on the ground and just the explosive nature of the player. But overall, it's Jefferson easily. So that's 5 games left. And then the Buffalo-Baltimore game to round things out for the FanDuel folks. Bunch of people here hanging out. I appreciate you guys. 2 hours and change into the show. We're getting through. You guys getting some good info out there? Is this worthwhile? Hopefully. Presumably, you wouldn't be out here if it wasn't. Trey saying Mr. Pfizer Swift is washed. Female problems between Kelsey and Mahomes. Yeah, Gofus, I mentioned that last week. Big political divide there. Or I mean, on Thursday's show, I guess I mentioned that. Big political divide between the ladies. One endorses one side. One at least likes the Instagram posts of the other side. We don't know where she actually stands. I'm pretty sure she stands on that side. Not a lot of reason if you don't support that side to be liking their Instagram tweets, but who knows? But yeah, it could be a little bit of a schism between the two players that is actually, something. The volume has been significantly low for Kelsey. I think it's probably just one of those things. Kelsey shaking the rust off. He's obviously got his, fingers in a number of different pies, and that's not a Taylor Swift joke. It is now. So, he wants to be an actor now. He's in commercials. He's literally in movies now. He and his brother signed a Spotify deal for their podcast. He's got a lot going on. Football probably diminished priorities. So, yeah, a little bit of a schism for those guys, and potentially surrounding the ladies. I think they ought to have the ladies duke it out at halftime during one of these games. Just get them down there, have that decide the whole fucking election. Taylor versus whatever Mahomes' lady's name is. Fist fight for the future of the country. That's as political as we're getting. So this one's a good game. Definitely worth targeting. I like both sides, but kind of come down on the Green Bay side. On DraftKings, it's definitely closer. 7 and 8, obviously by points per dollar, and Minnesota slipping ahead by the a lot of PPR-driven scoring upside for the receiving core there. So probably Minnesota favored a little bit on the DK slate, but both teams look good. Trey asking for neither candidate. Steven saying nothing. Yeah, don't get into it. It's not worth doing. I was dancing around it being facetious, but nobody here is here to discuss politics. We're here to talk fantasy football. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe if you haven't done it. We're doing this every week through the football season. We're at the end of the baseball season, but we're here every single day for the baseball season. We'll be doing that through the basketball season as well. Right now, no joy for hockey, unfortunately. Just there are not enough hours in the day right now. If anybody out there wants to monitor hockey line changes, maybe I'll throw together a quick little model and put you in charge of sending me the line combinations coming out of morning skate every day. And then maybe we could get to the point of very underbaked hockey projections. There won't be any hockey shows anytime in the near future, but I'd love to get to that level. Speaking of, paywall's coming down tonight. No, I've said that each of the last couple of weeks, but for real this time, if you look at the site, there's even a join link. There's a member login link now. Been working behind the scenes here. I've been slow to drop it now that we're outside of the baseball season. Baseball, I'll put free projections up for Baseball Sunday, but right now you have access to all these projections and all the rankings and info up on the site wide open. In 6 hours, when I'm done with the groups article, that might not be the case. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, you might be asked for a little bit of a kickback. Won't be anything painful. Overall philosophy for the site, I've mentioned it a bunch of times on shows. We're going to keep things under $1 per day with full access to everything. All right, so during NBA and NFL season, you're getting both. That's why I want to add NHL so that I've got that for when NFL ends and we're getting 2 sports. Baseball season, a lot of that's going to be just baseball only, but it's going to be under $1 a day, and it's pretty reasonable. I've got a weekly, a monthly, and a quarterly plan priced out for you guys. I'm telling you right now, if you need something else, you know where to find me. I can put together a pay offline option for basically whatever meets your budget. I'm all about being here for the people because to me, the industry doesn't really fit the people anymore. Right? Most people are entering 5 to 10 lineups, playing $1 to $3 entries. If you survey any community out there, that is what most people are playing. So a lot of these $300 a month sim tools from misspelled websites just doesn't fit the needs of the average person out there. A lot of people are just looking for numbers, rankings, something they can easily digest and just hand build a lineup because they do this for fun. Yeah, those tools are great for people who are looking to put in 150 lineups, max enter, and play perfect, perfect high EV lineups. For people out there on the street that are just trying to build lineups, we got to keep things inexpensive. So that's the goal, but we do got to monetize things a little bit. Speaking of, help us get to 1,000 subscribers by the new year. I know I've been ranting and sounding like I'm doing ads here. 1,000 subscribers by the new year is the goal, guys. That helps us get things rolling on in terms of helping having YouTube make us some money instead of making YouTube money. We get decent views on these shows. We should see a little something. But I appreciate the hell out of you guys. And look, I get it. Asking people for money is never easy. And it's always, you want to provide a really high quality product. And that's what I'm trying to do for you guys. So I appreciate everybody who subscribes. And again, if you need to talk things out as far as your options, hit me up. You know where to find me. New England and San Fran, 41-point total, but this is the game I was referring to earlier. A 10.5-point spread in San Fran's favor. Presumably getting Debo and George Kittle back. I've got them both in the projections right now. That would be a big uptick to a still very good offense. Debo is still questionable, but seems to be trending toward playing. The actual news, he practiced on Thursday. He was limited Thursday. It was a calf strain. Limited Friday as well. But that's a big step. So, presumably, even if he's out there as a decoy with like gigantic upside, I think he is going to be suited up out there. So it definitely dings a little bit. I mentioned it before. It dinged the projection a little bit for Brandon Ayuk. It had a bigger impact on the projection for Juwan Jennings. It had a little bit of an impact on the projection for Jordan Mason. So as a unit, San Francisco actually came down a little bit with the addition of Debo back into the pool and with George Kittle being there. It's a little bit less concentrated, so everybody has a little bit less of it. If I did the full average for the entire unit, it would bounce back up for the 6-man. It would be high. But when I do it just for 4 guys, it thinned it out a little bit. So still a very good stacking opportunity. They rank 6th by points on DraftKings, 12th by points per dollar, 517 on your FanDuel slate. Going up against the New England defense that has been good against the run, 3.7 yards per rush attempt, but 6.8 yards allowed per pass attempt, ranks just 19th. New England's is probably going to be non-competitive again offensively. So you've got major, major concerns that San Francisco's not going to have to take much out to beat this team. And with even the limited players that they've got, maybe with those guys you are dealing with just a few touches for Debo, just a few looks for Kittle in the offense, and they still focus around the Masons, the Ayuks, the Jennings of the world, to a lesser degree the Yushaks and the Garendos of the world. It's just an incredibly deep team. We saw what they can do with their depth. Juwan Jennings most particularly, monster week 3. 11 catches for 175 yards and 3 touchdowns on 12 targets. Brendan Ayuk continues to just kind of bounce along. 5 catches last week for 48 yards. 10 targets. Wasn't exactly a neat and tidy kind of a game, but he is a very, very good receiver. He gains significant separation. Just a matter of Purdy being able to hit him. And you can see where he lands. This is not re-ranked, by the way. This is one where it will have a little bit of an impact. Remember I mentioned that's why Debo doesn't have a ranking right now. I have to re-rank him into the receiver core. So Ayuk will come down somewhat from 5.1, 5.3. Not crazy as far as the points per dollar, which will still be strong. Probably still top 10. But he might push outside the top 10 when I re-rank the projections overall. Could obviously give it a look. He outranks Debo slightly. I would expect more limited volume from Debo. He's obviously a superstar, though, when he's out there. 5 catches for 54 yards in week 1. Also carried the ball 8 times for 23 yards and scored a touchdown in that game. Was targeted 9 times. In week 2, he was targeted 10 times, caught 8 passes for 110 yards. Carried the ball twice for negative 10 yards. Not his best output on the ground, but carries the ball a significant number of times in the red zone in those 2 games. 3 carries in week 1 and 1 carry in the red zone in week 2. 1 red zone target in each of those games. A super dynamic player who can do everything on the field, including spelling Jordan Mason in that rushing game and pulling away those rushing touchdowns. So potential to poach a touchdown from a highly ranked Jordan Mason. Mason's numbers are also going to come down slightly, probably still going to stay easily in the top 10 in both categories on both sites, but maybe slips a little bit from 3.112, but a very good running back. I am a little concerned about the Debo thing, but less so in a situation where Debo is just kind of coming back from a calf injury. I think they'll go low stress against a nothing opponent in the rush game. I say nothing opponent, but again, the rush defense for New England has been good. But overall for the season, New England is scoring 13 points a game. That ranks 31st in football. They've gained 246 yards per game. That ranks 32nd. And I'll remind you, there are 32 teams in the league. 4.2 yards per play ranks 30th. 1 touchdown per game ranks 29th. They've gained 4.8 yards per rush attempt. That ranks 9th because Ramondre is good most of the time. Their 4.0 yards per pass attempt ranks 31st. That's their offense, not their defense. Limited team behind Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby ranks as one of the lower-end quarterbacks, 24-24, 26-26. That's actually the bottom. He is the bottom of quarterback this week at 5,600. Gets no help even from points per dollar, even at lowish prices. Doesn't have a lot to work with in Demario Douglas, Jalen Polk, Hunter Henry, Ramondre's involvement in the passing game. Ramondre went untargeted in week 3. He had a miserable game against the Jets. He carried the ball just 6 times for 23 yards, untargeted on 12 routes run. Solid potential touches in each of the first 2 weeks, though. 26 potential touches and 23 actual touches for 90 yards from scrimmage with a touchdown in week 2. And then 28 potential touches with 28 actual touches, 120 yards and a touchdown in week 1. He's a significant piece. He's the only thing I'd be interested in from the New England offense. But even with that, he ranks 15, 15, 18, 16 across sites. That's against a rush defense that's allowed 4.5 yards per rush attempt, 21st in the league, and 8.1 yards per pass attempt. That's 30th in the league. I expect San Francisco to get better than that. They've been vulnerable so far, but I don't expect that's going to continue. They've also put up an 8.99% sack rate that ranks 11th and a 2.47% interception rate that ranks 14th. And now they get to roll against Jacoby Brissett here. So I'd expect Brissett to be under pressure and on his back quite a bit and not exactly completing passes. It's really all about Ramondre. Maybe he can find some lanes against this team. No interesting depth chart info. For the season, Ramondre's numbers amount to 23 carries a game for, that's Jacoby Brissett. Amounts to 17.3 carries per game, 4.3 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns on the ground, gaining a solid 2.6 yards after contact per attempt, 1.7 before, showing a little bit of bounce. 2.7 targets a game, just a limited around the line of scrimmage nature of his receptions leads to a 1.9 yard ADOT, limited air yard share, but a lot of potential touches go through the passing game for him. It's a safety valve for Brissett as well. Just a 6-yard ADOT for Demario Douglas as presumably their lead receiver. He's seen 4 targets a game, 5.6-yard ADOT, 24.87% of the air yard share going in the direction of Hunter Henry on 6 targets a game. The tight end has actually gotten involved a significant amount of the time. Neither of them have scored. We have 1 touchdown on the board from Jalen Polk on his 2 targets a game, 7.7-yard ADOT, picking up 5.2 yards per target. Limited options down the board. Antonio Gibson, limited involvement. 7.7 attempts per game. He's been pretty good on those. 6.2 yards per rushing attempt, 47.7 yards per game. But it's actually limited volume. Gibson, too much scrolling. 5 carries for 29 in week 3, 7 carries for 18 in week 1. In the middle of that, he had 11 carries for 96 yards in week 2. Don't have the big play number on there. He was brought here and kind of expected to be a little involved in the passing game. So far, just 1.3 targets a game. 3 targets last week. Maybe that represents an actual uptick, but they were so limited against the Jets, it's difficult to tell. Ran 4 routes, was targeted once in week 2. 3 routes, no targets in week 1. Just extremely limited. I don't think you're paying for it on either site. KJ Osborne, 2.7 targets, no real output so far. Hooper, 3 targets, no real output so far for him as a second tight end. Just a 0.8-yard ADOT, so just everything is a little safety valve option. Tyquan Thornton at least got a 20-yard ADOT, got a downfield opportunity. That was 2 catches on 3 targets for 27 total yards, though, in week 1. So, again, when I talk about, sometimes some of these numbers can be a little bit deceptive, or not even deceptive, but just lack context if you're only talking about certain things. There's a way you can sell that as there's an opportunity here. There's not. No targets in week 2, 1 target in week 3. 31 snaps and 19 routes he ran untargeted in week 2 in a bad offense. 14 snaps last week, 1 target on 11 routes. Very, very limited receiver. San Fran is obviously where you want to head if you're playing this game at all. I just question, what they'll need to even do against a New England team that's probably going to score 3 to 6 points. They're just so limited here. Their implied total's a slate low. It's obviously higher than 6 points. But it's a slate low 15.25. So with 15 points to spread around these players, how you get into any kind of productivity? How you get into any kind of score that's going to keep San Fran engaged in scoring for fantasy? So while all these guys do rate out strongly, I question what the actual ceiling looks like. They're good median options. They might not be the best ceiling option. I'm going to go Ayuk as the most likely bonus guy. I think they lean in this week. Debo out there gets a little bit of attention, takes it away from Ayuk. I can see them going exactly to that direction, and Ayuk finally spiking a big game for this season. Actually, I'm calling for that, in fact. I like that. Good individual player, good player in stacks, Ayuk. 41.5 point total here. Another game with just a 3-point spread at home for the favorite. Just talking about basically home field advantage kind of numbers there. Capable offenses on both sides, but maybe a little bit more limited capable. Good skill players, but not exactly gigantic offensive opportunities around the quarterback play so far this season. But capable game manager quarterback, capable veteran quarterbacks with ability to create points. I mean, New Orleans has put up 34 points a game. A lot of that's just gone through Kamara. It's been more limited in the passing attack. They threw Derek Carr threw 3 touchdowns week 1, 2 touchdowns week 2, and just 1 touchdown in week 3. Wasn't particularly good in week 3. Had great passing volume over the first 2 weeks, or great pass efficiency, I should say. 23 attempts for 200 yards and 3 TDs is great. 16 attempts for 243 and 2 touchdowns is also very good. 15.2 yards per attempt that game. Kamara scored 4 touchdowns on the ground over the first 2 weeks. Added a receiving touchdown to that mix. In week 3, he carried the ball 26 times. Just put up 87 yards in a bit of a limited performance given that volume. Added another 3 touches through the pass game, so he got over 100 yards from scrimmage, 40 yards on 3 receptions. But 29 potential touches, you can't ask for much more than that, unless it's the 4 touchdown game from the week before. No questions about Alvin Kamara. He ranks 4-5 on DraftKings, 5-4 on FanDuel. Chris Olave lands as wide receiver 10-9 on the DraftKings slate, wide receiver 11-8 on FanDuel. But he runs into a quarterback that just 18-20 in 2024. So it might be a situation where just, Kamara and Olave are a little bit better on their own. Maybe they look a little bit better as bring back plays on the other side of an Atlanta stack. I do think New Orleans is highly stackable. We had a missed connection with Rashid Shaheed last week for Carr. They were great over the first 2 weeks on deep connections. Shaheed had a touchdown in each of the first 2 weeks, 73 yards on 3 catches on 5 targets in week 1. 4 catches, 96 yards, a touchdown on his 4 targets in week 2. Just runs a limited number of routes, 18, 16, and then popped up to 26 routes last week. Drew 5 targets, caught none of them. Disappointing game across the board for the passing game for New Orleans last week. Shaheed still, though, for the season, 18.8 yard ADOT, 50% of the air yards on 4.7 targets a game. This is a significant downfield threat, significant option in this passing attack, and he's hit pay dirt twice. Definitely still interested. I think he's a playable individual receiver. I think he's a very good option to include in a Carr Kamara stack with Shaheed. Carr, Olave, and Shaheed works well. A lot of playability through these 4 options on this team. But again, maybe a step down from the true peak stacks of the slate. They rank 8th by points on DraftKings, 10th by points per dollar, 11th across the board on FanDuel. Their opponents rank 11 and 9 on DraftKings, 15th across the board on FanDuel. Better DraftKings game, obviously, than a FanDuel game. In terms of the tight end position, it's kind of a 3-headed monster where Foster Moreau has been getting the nominal starting role and playing some snaps. Played 39 snaps last week. Ran 7 routes. Week before, 44 snaps, ran 7 routes. Week before that, 48 snaps, ran 9 routes. He's drawn 6 targets all year. He's caught 5 balls. 43 yards and a touchdown in week 1 made him a little bit relevant as a super sneaky, low-cost, low-owned play. Since that week 1 performance, despite being out there for a significant number of snaps, running a limited number of routes, he's caught 1 ball for 2 yards. Juwan Johnson, on the other hand, 22 snaps week 1, ran 12 routes, 2 catches on 3 targets for 26 yards and a touchdown. And then has just been out there kind of running routes. 23 snaps, 4 routes run, went untargeted week 2. 28 snaps, 12 routes run, went untargeted week 3. I continue to think that he is the key receiving tight end on this team, given the route volume. It's not significant, but it's more. Taysom Hill didn't play in week 2. In week 3, in week 2, he drew 26 snaps, ran 5 routes. 21 snaps, ran 5 routes in week 1. Also obviously gets opportunities to carry the ball, opportunities to throw the ball. Not on the injury report this week. We do have Kamara questionable and Olave questionable. So maybe a little bit more volume goes into the downstream options, like the tight end position, like the wide receiver core, like that, Shaheed and the other receivers. Kamara practiced in a limited sense Thursday and Friday. Seems like he's probably going to go. If Kamara doesn't go, there would be, at the very least, volume and touchdown-based upside for Jamal Williams, who we saw score a ton of touchdowns, 2 years ago? And then, as Mike Tyson would say, fade into oblivion after that. Yeah, 17 touchdowns with Detroit 2 years ago in 2022. 262 carries for 1,066 yards. Then decided, brilliant decision coming off of that season, to come back up Alvin Kamara. He carried the ball 106 times last year for 306 yards and scored 1 touchdown. This year he's already got 1 on the board on his 20 carries, 76 yards and a score. Will continue to see at least some red zone touches, probably a little bit more scoring potential as the year goes on this year. But if Kamara's not out there any given week, Jamal Williams will see a significant uptick. Downstream receiver-wise, you have Mason Tipton on the board. He drew two catches on 3 targets, just 11 yards in week 2, played 18 snaps, ran 13 routes. Ced Wilson played 24 snaps, ran 6 routes, 1 target, 1 catch for 3 yards. Very, very limited in terms of what those receivers have done so far. But if Olave doesn't happen to play, then you would see a little bit of an uptick in opportunity for those guys. The receiver is dealing with a hamstring issue. He's listed as a game-time decision. Limited practice on Friday. It's one to keep an eye on for sure. Overall, if there's no Olave, it would ding the stack, but it might feed some more upside into Kamara, assuming Kamara's out there. Still would be playable, though. Carr, Shaheed, Kamara still would work. The downstream options get a little thinner. I would expect more target volume for Juwan Johnson in that situation. If there's no Olave, Shaheed, Johnson, and Kamara are probably your top 3 offensive weapons, and then Jamal maybe gets involved a little bit more with a few touches if Kamara's getting a ton of targets. But I don't love these like super depth options. On the Atlanta side, Kirk Cousins, another quarterback who has just been a little bit limited to start the season. He led that nice game-winning drive, which was good to see, in week 2. Threw 2 touchdowns that week, 249 yards on 29 pass attempts. 26 attempts in week 1, 155 touchdown and 2 interceptions. Last week, 20 of 29 for 230, a touchdown and an interception. He was okay, but not great. We saw him get over 300 yards, though, a bunch of times before the injury. He was really, really good last year before the injury. Comes to Atlanta and picks up with good weapons in the pass attack. A good running back to work with. The running back, Bijan Robinson, 16 carries last week. Just 31 yards on the ground, but did score a touchdown. 2 catches on 2 targets, gave him another 21 yards. Limited overall output there on his 18 touches. Week before, he had 19 potential for 18 actual touches, got over 100 yards from scrimmage, but didn't score. Week before that, 23 potential, 23 actual touches, was also over 100 yards from scrimmage, but didn't score in that one. We'll take the touchdown, obviously, but you'd like to see a little bit more yardage. The volume is there, though. 18, 20-plus touches any given week. Reasonably priced at $74.83. A highly playable running back as a standalone option. He rates as 6.666 across sites. The mark of the beast, +1. Definitely in play on either side. Standalone or in stacks. He does get enough involvement in the passing game. 5 targets in each of the first 2 weeks, just 2 targets last week, but presumably in position to bounce back. Cousins lands just 17-17 and 19-20 across sites in terms of the rankings. Their stack is 11-9, 15-15, as I said before, going up against what has been a vulnerable enough New Orleans defense so far. 4.5 yards is 20th ranked against the run. 6.4 yards per pass attempt is 16th ranked. For the season, though, New Orleans does have 11 sacks, 5 interceptions on the board, a 26.2% blitz rate, and gaining pressure 27% of the time. So there is at least a significant enough pass rush there. That ranks 9.02% sack rate, ranks 10th. 4.5% interception rate, ranks 4th so far. So not exactly a safe spot to throw Kirk Cousins and a somewhat middling Atlanta offense into. I do just like the skill players, though. Again, I think a lot of Bijan Robinson. I also think a lot of Drake London. He's had 6 catches and a touchdown each of the last 2 weeks. Mid-level output as far as the yardage goes, 7.7 and 7.4 yards per target. But the lead receiving option. Kyle Pitts is underwhelming at best at the tight end position. 5 targets last week, 2 catches for 59 yards. Had a touchdown in week 1, but that was his biggest yardage day. 11.8 yards per target, 8.7 in week 1. Just 3 catches for 20 yards and an empty 20 yards in week 2. But at 48.59, he does rate out his tight end 5.5 on DraftKings, 6.3 on the FanDuel slate, showing a significant amount of value. London had 9 targets on 27 routes, 56 snaps with the offense last week. Definitely the lead guy. Ray McLeod is a mix-in kind of an option. Limited targeting on limited depth. Just one of those put the ball in his hands and let him make something happen kind of players. So far for the season, he's drawing 5 targets a game, 8.8 yard ADOT is not bad. It's a little bit down the field, 23.87% of the air yards. It amounts to 52 yards week 1, 42 yards week 2, and 17 yards week 3. He's also carried the ball once in each of the last 2 games, put up 20 yards on that carry in week 3. Dynamic player with a lot of skills. It's just how frequently is he actually going to gain touches? That's what we've got to deal with. But he's playable. 37 is a nice price. 48th and 31st ranked on DraftKings. 51 and 54 ranked on FanDuel is a lot less playable. Tyler Algier is here to poach touchdowns from Bijan Robinson and see some workload in terms of grindy carries. Carried the ball 7 times for 32 yards last week, 9 times for 53 yards the week before. Hasn't gotten in the end zone yet this season, but it's coming. It'll be that frustrating time where Bijan is having a good game but needs that one touchdown to really put your lineup over the top, and they're within 3 yards, and all of a sudden it's Tyler Algier off the sideline, and he bursts it in through the line. It's just who he is. 49.63, doesn't really rate as overly playable on either site, mid-30s and 40s ranking. On the season, Algier, the numbers are good. He's a capable runner. 5.6 yards per attempt, 3.3 before, 2.3 after contact. Definitely a good player, just very limited for volume. It's tough to play limited volume. You always want to be looking at those volume numbers when you pick even your value players. Down the board, guys like Kadarius Hodge, the backup tight ends, Casey Washington, no real appeal, no real volume so far this season for any of those guys. So it's a concentrated offense. I skipped over Darnell Mooney. 9.8 yard ADOT, 32% of the air yards. I knew there was somebody else in here. 6 targets a game, a touchdown on the board so far. He went for 66 yards on 8 catches last week, caught all 8 of his targets. Caught just 3 of 7 in week 2, but gained 88 yards and scored a touchdown. He's just okay. We've all been there before, I think, with Darnell Mooney. He's going to go probably as far as Kirk Cousins is going to take him. 33.19. He's okay as a points per dollar play on DraftKings. Definitely playable in stacks of Falcons. They rank as a playable but not great stack. So playable but not great guy in a playable but not great stack. Do with that what you will. Bijan Robinson, you're probably... Alvin Kamara probably my top bonus potential guy, but a lot of guys could get there. Olave could on volume and skill. Robinson and Drake London both could easily get there, or one or the other easily got there. And honestly, if he connects twice, or 2.75 times, Rashid Shaheed has a shot at it. More limited. He's more of a one touchdown, one big deep play kind of a receiver, but not out of the question. I do like this game for stacking. I also very much like this game for individual pieces, including that Atlanta defense. 2,600, 3,300. They rank second by points per dollar on DraftKings, first by points per dollar on FanDuel, despite landing 11-13. And again, they have been pretty stout against both the run and the pass in terms of yardage allowed this year. They've got a limited 3.16% sack rate and just a 2.17% interception rate, though. So your scoring defense has been shaky. That's where you get a little bit rough with it. Oh, we looked at that before. 11 sacks and 5 picks. Oh, that's why. I was like, wait, that doesn't align well. I was talking about this defense. That versus the quarterback thing trips me up every time. 3 sacks, 2 picks, 20.8% blitz, 18.9% pressure rate. So they've been very, very much just limiting the yardage without actually racking up a lot of defensive scoring plays. So just kind of, something to bear in mind. but I think they're very playable, especially in a points per dollar sense, against a New Orleans team that has been high scoring, but a lot of that came in chunks, you know? New Orleans defense just kind of lower end option. Any Eagles fans out there? Sorry to tell you, but your receiving core this week sucks. Welcome to Jahan Dotson WR1 week for the Philadelphia Eagles. Ignore the rankings in this one. Not re-ranked on Dotson, not re-ranked on Campbell. You don't have to ignore the rankings on Dallas Goedert, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, obviously different categories. The receiving core hasn't been re-ranked since I took A.J. Brown out after I got back from the Yankee game, but it will be. You see a little bit of an uptick for Dotson, a little bit of an uptick for Goddard, and he was already ranking out fairly well as tight end 2 on both sides, tight end 1-5 by value. Interesting opportunity for him against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's been giving up 6 yards per pass attempt, 12th ranked, 4.9 yards per rush attempt, ranks 26th. That means the guy that we're most interested in might be Mr. Saquon Barkley, who's actually out-projecting his quarterback right now on the DraftKings slate. It's the other way around on FanDuel. Significant scoring potential for a guy who's been basically the best player in football to start the season over 3 weeks. Saquon's been pretty tremendous. As a Giants fan, I am definitely missing him, and I hate seeing him doing this for the Eagles. But another 2-touchdown game last week. He had a 3-touchdown game, including 1 touchdown on 2 catches in week 1. 147 yards on 17 carries last week. Added another 9 yards on 4 of 4 receiving. Highly involved running back. Significant touch share. That was 21 potential, 21 actual last week. 27 the week before, 26 the week before that. No A.J. Brown. No Devonta Smith. So they're just going to want to pound the ball with Saquon, especially if Tampa Bay is bending against the run again. Tampa has just a 1.69% sack rate on the season, a 1.72% interception rate. Those rank 20th and 32nd so far. So they're gaining no pressure against the quarterback. Hurts should be able to sit there all day and just wait until Saquon or Dallas Goedert get open because those are the only 2 guys he's going to want to throw the ball to. But Dotson and Paris Campbell are going to be your downfield weapons. A little bit of Johnny Wilson mixed in there as well at the wide receiver spot. Maybe even some John Ross, who, at least as of earlier, was not on the DraftKings slate yet, unless that's just a naming issue. I think he was not on the slate. Justin Ross. Ross Dwelly. Nope. Maybe they added him. It's kind of a limited option anyway. But if they added him, well, he'll be clickable. He joined the practice squad earlier in this week, and presumably is going to get activated with the 2 prime weapons out in the passing game. Goddard in week 3 had a big game, 170 yards on 10 catches, 11 targets. Didn't get in the end zone. If you saw it, he had one big play. It was actually kind of funny. One of the linemen was mic'd up and was going like, go, go, go. And he got hauled down at like the 3. And the lineman back, 40 yards back into the microphone was like, God damn it, Dallas, you slow motherfucker. Pretty funny. High-end receiver as a tight end. Ability to get down the field, ability to catch the ball in space. Definitely a red zone target. Interesting enough, and definitely ranks out quite highly on this board. Eagles defense going against Tampa Bay ranks out as 4-3 on DraftKings, 4-2 on FanDuel. Pretty a high-end defense in terms of points per dollar value on both sites and in terms of just scoring. The stack looks pretty good against Tampa Bay. Stack 5-5, 4-16. I'll remind you that was re-ranked after I took those guys out, so still showing some ability. They were higher ranked on both sites earlier. But going up against the defense, it's allowing significant yardage on the ground, not gaining any pressure or intercepting the ball so far this season. A lot of potential even with the prime weapons out, and honestly, if people go away from Philly for that, well, for one, they probably won't go away from Saquon, but from the Philly passing game, I can get a little bit involved in a passing attack that I do like. It's just the Dotsons, the Campbells of the world that are going to ruin that. So far this season, Jalen's only thrown 3 touchdowns against 4 interceptions, a 6.8 intended air yards per attempt, 7.6 actual, completing 71% of his 34 pass attempts per game, though, 250 plus yards. Just a little bit of wonky results here. That's short sample. That's, that comes and goes a little bit. 11.3 rushing attempts per game, putting up nearly 50 yards a game. Just one touchdown so far on the throw Jalen through the brick wall line at the line of scrimmage kind of play, but presumably more coming. Limited connection so far with Dotson. Under 2 targets a game. He drew 3 last week, a 5.2 yard ADOT, just 4% of the air yards. Johnny Wilson on limited targets has drawn a 15.5 yard ADOT. He might step into that, just be the downfield option on a couple limited balls kind of a role. Played 21 snaps with the offense last week, drew 2 targets, caught his first pass of the year for 9 yards. So again, despite a beefy looking ADOT and even a hovering around 10% of the air yard share, that is actually no opportunity and no production there. 3,800, 5,200, presumably going to be on the field for some more than 33% of the snaps, though. Paris Campbell played 50% of the snaps last week. That amounted to 33 snaps, 29 routes run. So again, think of this when I talk about the context. Because if you just say, well, Paris Campbell went from a 36% snap average up to he played half the snaps on offense last week. Well, that just means that he was out there for 33 plays. Even that on its own, if you think about 33 plays, that's not a significant number when you're talking about a volume monster there. And then this week, maybe it takes an uptick on over that many snaps, which is why we're talking about him at all. In those 33 snaps, he ran down the field to catch a ball 29 times. So a high percentage of the times he was out there, he was in position to be thrown the ball. They only threw the ball in his direction twice out of those 29 routes. 6.9% of his 29 routes. Caught 2 of them for 13 yards, 2 of 2 for 13 yards. What does that really buy us? So again, it's all about the context of what did those snaps look like. Again, this week, no AJ, no Smith. Opportunity to see an uptick for sure in targets. 5-6 targets is in play. Paris Campbell, not good. Man, there's a lot of Campbells in this league. Paris, last year, 20 catches with the Giants, 104 yards and no scores. Year before, an okay season with Indy in his last year there, 623 yards on 63 of 91 receiving. It's a 6.8 yard per target average, and he got in the end zone 3 times. But even that is limited success. That was by far his biggest year. The other years, he barely caught the ball at all. 18, 6, and 10 catches. So, sure, roll the dice. This is the current version of the projection, though. He lands 81, 78, 86, 90 in the original rankings. He'll go up somewhat, but not to the point where he's a major, major weapon. He's just a piece at a very cheap price who might see a couple looks. If he happens to come down with one in the end zone, let's say he catches 3 balls for 39 yards and a touchdown. At 3,000, that has its value in Philly stacks. Jalen Hurts, Saquon, and Campbell. Jalen Hurts, Saquon, and Dotson. Jalen Goddard Dotson will be a popular version of that. Saquon Goddard with Jalen. Jalen +2, very, very viable. A lot of options, a lot of cheap ways to put it together with some of these guys down the board. But just bear in mind that you're dealing with very limited talents when you get down the board there. On this side, you're dealing with a very good pass game. They're going up against what has been historically a pretty vulnerable pass defense. 6.9 yards per game this season so far in 3 games. That's 20th ranked in football, and they have been allowing a significant 5.2 yards per rush attempt, which ranks 30th. Rashad White, Bucky Irving becoming more and more of a 2-headed running back situation. I said week 1 and before that I thought Bucky was going to win this job before too long. I think that's going to come true, but both running backs are questionable this week. Let's see what current status looks like. Bucky did not practice on Thursday, but did practice in a limited sense on Wednesday and Friday, which gives me hope that he's going to play. Rashad White got added to the injury report on today. Sick. Practiced through the week. The Bucs didn't elevate, per this note, another running back from the practice squad. So that probably feeds the beast that Bucky's going to play. I would expect that means both of them are going to play, and Rashad just plays a little bit sick. But that definitely doesn't bode well for his performance potential. Last week, he carried the ball just 6 times. He drew 6 targets in the passing game. He's always picked up a lot of his value just on bonus opportunities in the passing game. He was a significant target last year. It was a significant target with 6 catches on 6 targets for 75 yards in week 1. That padded his 31 yards on 15 carries on the ground. In week 2, he got exposed for that. 10 carries, 18 yards, 1 catch on 1 target for 5 yards. That was a nothing performance against Detroit. Last week, the 17 yards on 6 carries is unimpressive. The 18 yards on 5 of 6 receiving is also bad. He's not been in the end zone yet this season. He's still the significant snap winner. Last week, 41 snaps to Bucky's 18. But again, it's all about the context. It's all about the nature of those snaps. In Bucky's 18 snaps, he carried the ball 9 times to the 6 times that Rachaad White carried it in 41 snaps. Bucky was targeted 3 times to White's 6. So in fewer than half the snaps, he was targeted half the time. Not bad. Ran 6 routes versus the 23 that Rachaad White ran. I don't particularly want to roster a running back who's just out there blocking and running routes that are empty. Yeah, he was targeted on 26% of those routes, but he gained 3 yards per target. Rachaad White is a limited running back who had a nice year last year. Bucky Irving is the actual talent here. Bucky gained 70 yards on those 9 carries. Added another 14 yards on the 3 of 3 receiving. In week 2, just 22 yards on 7 carries, but in week 1, 62 yards on 9 carries. Caught 2 balls for out of 3 targets for 14 yards. He's a talented kid. And he's down here, not up there. Overall for the season, that amounts to 50 yards a game. Hasn't gotten in the end zone, but he's gaining 3.5 yards before contact, 2.7 yards after contact per rush attempt. Totals out to 6.2 yards per rush attempt, 8 carries a game. I think we're going to want to see a few more carries at that level. 53, 6,000 across sites. He's no secret. He's gotten a little bit, Bucky's gotten buzzy. I don't ever want to say something like that again in my entire life. But he has. He was buzzy coming into the season. He's buzzy right now. 25th, 26th across sites, 27, 28. He's kind of lost the points per dollar value. 500 less on both sites, he'd be more interesting. But he's probably going to be the lead back this week, especially if especially if White is still sick tomorrow. The talking point, of course, for this offense continues to be the 2 prime receivers. It's another very, very good 1-1A situation. You can argue it both ways for who's actually the 1 and who's the 1A, but both of these guys are good. They rank 8-13 by points, 11-26 by points per dollar on DraftKings, 7-12 and 13-26 by points per dollar on FanDuel. Going along with a QB who ranks 12 and 14 by points, but a little bit worse than that by points per dollar in a stack that is basically the same thing. 10 by points, but 19th points per dollar on DraftKings, 14-19 on FanDuel. But out of the season's 3 weeks so far, we've already seen this team win a slate. And that was with the prime combination of just those 3 guys. Tons of pass volume go through those 2 receivers. Both guys were on the injury report earlier in the week. Both guys are off the injury report now. We are A-okay to play them both. Godwin, 53 yards and a score in week 3. 117 yards on 7 of 8 receiving in week 2 for 117 and a touchdown. 83 yards and a touchdown on 8 of 8 in week 1. So 8 of 8, 7 of 8, and 6 of 9 receiving for him so far with a touchdown in each week and a 100-yard game. Mike Evans, more volume came in that first game. 5 catches, 61 yards on 6 targets, 2 touchdowns scored. It's been a little bit limited over his last 2. 3 catches for 42, 2 catches for 17 on 6 and 3 targets. But plenty of opportunity to come roaring back any given week. It's only been a limited 2-game sample. That was against Detroit and Denver, who both defended the pass fairly well this year. This week against a limited Philly pass defense, I love the upside for Evans to get back into the end zone at 7,000, 8,000. Never played a season in the NFL without gaining 1,000 yards. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. He is a prime receiver for Baker Mayfield to work with. Mayfield plus both is a go-to. Mayfield plus one of either one of those guys. And one of the running backs, honestly, given the pass volume that both of them get. Cade Otton, a reasonable enough tight end. Not exactly appealing, but he's 12-8 points and value-wise on the DraftKings slate at 34. So a significant points per dollar tight end. He's drawn 4 targets a game. He's failed to get in the end zone yet, but a 3.2 yard ADOT, 9.5% of the air yard share. He gets out a little bit beyond the line of scrimmage. Go 2 yards, get to the Buick, and cut hard left kind of a receiver. But a couple looks in the red zone can get him where he needs to be. He was a somewhat involved tight end who can score, pretty much a scoring touchdown-dependent tight end. 7 catches for 47 yards last week on 8 targets, by far his biggest performance of the season. No catches on 2 targets week 2 and just 1 catch for 5 yards in week 1. So again, that's the limited nature of the receiver. Trey Palmer's gotten just a look. 10.3 yard ADOT. That was 2 targets in week 1, 1 catch for 19 yards. Had a target last week but didn't catch it. That's all he's done all season. Nothing overly interesting down this way on the Tampa side. So really, it's a concentrated offense. These 3, either one of the running backs, sprinkle a K-Dot and might do you okay. But just kind of clear-cut, straightforward team there. Bigger mix on the Philly side. It's going to get interesting with that team, but they're going to be all of a sudden a source of value rather than being an expensive stack. They become kind of an interesting points per dollar play, at least if you go to some of the reduced options. Right now, they rank 16 by points per dollar on FanDuel because it just went straight line with both Saquon and Jalen's pricing in there. They're obviously significant investments. And then you've got 75 and 58 on Goddard and Dotson, where those are $51 and $5,000 players behind these guys on that. So it's definitely a worse looking just in terms of how it's ranked on FanDuel. But let's say you ranked it with just the passing game. And let's say you did it, those 3 and that becomes a $27,000 total. You're obviously dramatically reducing your point scoring in terms of where that ranks. But you cut that cost way, way down if you just put that combo together. And it creates a points per dollar value-based stack rather than going up the top of the ladder salary-wise. So you can get different things from the Eagles. I think Saquon stands alone or plays in stacks. I don't think this would be a spot where I'd want a Jalen naked stack. In those situations where I was considering that, I'd probably just lean back toward the running back and just forgo the quarterback share. I still want Jalen in conjunction with his receiving core. Saquon, easiest bonus option of the slate. Couple games to go. 10 o'clock, 10:17. We've been going a little bit deeper than I intended time-wise, but that's okay. I was going to try and keep us to 3 hours, but we're not going to hit midnight, as promised. Tizzlemane's here. What's up, Tiz? Just got home, cracked a beer, chilling on the patio for however much is left of the show. We got 2 more games to go on DK, and then we're coming back around the horn for the late game that's only on the FanDuel slate. Pittsburgh, Indy, and then a very interesting Washington, Arizona game to round things out on DK, and then back up for Buffalo, Baltimore after that. Otherwise, got to rewind, but you can do that and pretend like it's live. Good to see you, though, buddy. Harold, yes. PayPal will be engaged. It's a good question. PayPal's up there. There's a credit card portal up there that's through the service that everybody uses. Totally legit. You can also use, I want to say, Google Pay through that, CashApp through that. And then again, if you got just Zelle or whatever, if you've got a payment method that isn't listed on the window there, just DM me in Discord. I almost said Slack. Just DM me in Discord or shoot me a message on Twitter or whatever, and I can get you set up with a direct thing. But again, right now, if you want to sign up right now, go for it. I appreciate it. But feel free to wait until it's actually locked down. It's gonna happen. It's coming. I tell you. You can see the pricing parameters up on the site right now, though. 99 cents a day on the weekly, 85 cents a day on the monthly, 75 cents a day on the quarterly, which is billed once every 3 months. Gets you access to every single sport, every single tool, every piece of content. DFS for the people. Under $1 a day, no matter what plan you're on, your plan choice. Every plan gives you access to the same exact content, same exact tools. It's only a matter of choosing whatever payment plan is the most comfy for you, and however much faith you want to put in me. Obviously, committing to the 3-month is a bigger investment than committing to a week. I get it, but hopefully that works for everybody. It's what I'm trying to make it as reasonable as humanly possible. Couple of interesting quarterback options in this game. I love the downfield nature of Anthony Richardson and his passing attack. I just wish they were a little bit better at actually completing the connection. So far on the season, Richardson's completing less than 50% of his passes. That's not great. He's thrown 3 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. But again, the 12.6 intended air yards per pass attempt so far on 24 attempts per game is just a siren song calling my name to Anthony Richardson and Michael Pittman and Josh Downs and Alec Pierce kind of stacks. It's just an interesting offense for DFS scoring potential for what they do on the field. Whether that ever actually works out is a big question mark for this season. But I do think tournament-wise, especially in a lot of lineups, it's one you want to keep on including in your portfolio because my inclination is this one gets there a couple times this season. You also have extreme rushing upside and ability from Anthony Richardson. So far this season, it's amounted to 6 attempts per game, 6.5 yards per attempt, 5.3 before contact, 1.2 after with a touchdown on the board. They've got a significant running back option in Jonathan Taylor. He's carried the ball 17 times per game, putting up a very solid 5.1 yards per rush attempt. One of, if you think about like bell cow true running backs, the Saquon in that previous game probably gets that mantle. Taylor gets that mantle. Maybe Derrick Henry. Very few true, just like, true blue, a lot of carries, pound the ball kind of running backs. Taylor, 2 targets a game, limited action in the passing game. A lot of it just right around the line of scrimmage, a negative 0.2 yard ADOT, 9.5 yards per target, though. He's been a little bit productive on the limited action. Catch the ball behind the line and a little bit of burst gets you 10 yards down the field, and there you go. But it's not a significant part of the passing attack. So for me, when I'm building stacks with Indy, I do tend to exclude him from the group. Not rule him out, but just not put him into the forced group of players so that I can still get him in stacks when it goes Richardson +1. If it's against a 2-player limit, that means I can still get Taylor in some of those. And where he's projected, he's just going to fall into shares naturally. And then I just like him as a standalone running back a little bit better than I like him as a stacked running back in general. He can play in stacks, and you can always play high-end running backs in stacks, even when it's like a pass-focused attack, if it's a high-scoring potential team. This team, we're making some exception there if we do include them in stacks, given they're facing what has been a good limiting defense in a game with just a 39.5 point total. The reason I'm willing to do it there, where it's not necessarily the volume dictates that they're going to march up and down the field, so therefore he'll have some rushing opportunities, he'll have some carries near the end zone. The deep nature of those passes feeds that beast for me. So it might not be on volume, but it might be on 2 of those home run connections fall a yard short of the end zone, and now Jonathan Taylor gets to bust it in for the cheap touchdown. So it does kind of balance out that same equation for me, just in a different way. Pittman, top priority receiver, ranks 24-30 on FanDuel and DraftKings, 31-29 on DK. Everybody after him a little bit more limited in terms of the rankings, but everybody's still playable, most particularly in stacks with Richardson. But you get some big playability. 4 targets a game have gone in Alec Pierce's direction with a 23.9 yard average depth of target. He's turned 2 of them into touchdowns, 33.4% of the air yard share. Josh Downs got back involved last week. He's more of an underneath target. Bear with me. There he is. Downs got involved last week. 3 catches on 5 targets, 22 yards, just 4.4 per target. He was their second leading receiver behind Pittman last year. A lot of, again, underneath type work, a lot of the dirty work for this team over the middle and stuff. So I expect him to continue filling that kind of a role. He ran 24 routes on 31 snaps last week. Pierce drew just 2 targets last week, caught 1 of them, but it was for 44 yards. He ran 23 routes, and again, just a significant downfield target. The guy who was limited more by the return of Downs was Adonai Mitchell. He went from 28 and 30 snaps each of the first 2 weeks down to just 6 snaps last week. Ran 1 route, drew a target on it, but didn't catch it. 1 catch for 2 yards week 1, 1 catch for 30 yards week 2, 5 targets, 4 targets week to week. So became, kind of limited himself, and just poor play just kind of pushed him out of getting any kind of depth once Downs was back. He would still be the next man up there though. Ashton Doolin on the field every now and again for some deep shots. Doolin actually outsnapped Mitchell last week. He played 13 snaps, ran 6 routes, drew a similar 1 target. He also drew 1 target week 1, 2 targets week 2, had a 54-yard catch for a touchdown in that week 1 game, and a 13-yard catch in that week 2 game. So again, it is a situation where if you just get into this, the 11.5-yard ADOT with a touchdown on the board looks a little bit appealing. 22 yards per game, even on limited volume. You're like, all right, maybe there's a target there. He really needs that target, and he's less likely to get it now than he was in those games. So really limited in terms of the downstream options. That also applies to their tight end position. I really don't like Granson. I don't like the split with Mo Alley Cox, and I certainly don't like adding Drew Ogletree into that equation. They all just kind of rank unplayably, and they just basically cannibalize one another. Mo Alley Cox ran 7 routes last week on 30 snaps. Ogletree played 20 snaps and ran 3 routes. 1 target went to Alley Cox. No targets went toward Ogletree. Granson was out there for 26 snaps. He ran 11 routes. He drew 1 target, caught it for 40 yards on a significant gain. But that's very, very limited volume, very, very limited dart throwing. So not a position I love to do that outside of showdown slates. Maybe if we get into showdown, we could talk about these guys a little bit, but not right now. This stack overall, 15-20 on DK, 17-21, just kind of mediocre across sites. Most appealing piece, probably Jonathan Taylor on his own, but again, I will continue to take shots with Anthony Richardson +1, Anthony Richardson +2 shares, just on that extreme deep nature of the passing attack. I skipped over Pittman. He's been mediocre so far. 8, 7, and 5 targets over each of the first 3 weeks. 4, 3, and 1 catches. He is yet to get over 36 yards that he put up last week, and he's yet to score. But he's a very talented receiver who is a true WR1, who was their top receiver last year. I see no reason to suddenly stop believing. The volume is there. The depth of target is there at 10.3 yards per target. Just biding his time, waiting to deliver that big game. So still my number 1 option alongside Richardson. Richardson, Pittman, Pierce works pretty well for me. Downs, as long as the volume is there, would certainly be a good addition to any combination with Richardson and Pittman. As discussed, Pittman, Taylor I like a little bit less. I might be more thinking along the lines of like, especially with what I said about like that deep shot gets completed but falls a yard short of the end zone, and they do that twice to feed the upside in a stack for Taylor. In that case, it does kind of fuel the idea of going Richardson, Taylor, Pierce in skipping Pittman, skipping downs, and just going directly to the guy that's most likely to get that deep shot or those 2 deep shots. Just again, something about, just talk the narrative through. What does this stack look like, especially if you're hand building? On the Pittsburgh side, by the way, this game pretty close, 1.5 point total, just 39.5 points in Vegas. Pittsburgh facing the weaker defense of 15th and 18th ranked against the run and the pass, respectively, 4.4 yards per attempt, 6.7 yards per attempt. Pittsburgh's just been kind of mediocre despite winning football games. A lot of it has to do with their highly ranked defense. 3.5 yards per rush attempt is second. 5.9 yards per pass attempt is 10th. It doesn't really have to do with the play of Justin Fields. He hasn't been terrible, but he's kind of biding his time, I think, kind of keeping his job warm until Russ is fully healthy. 25 of 32 last week, 245 yards, a touchdown, and an interception, 7.7 yards per attempt in his best passing performance so far. Carried the ball 6 times for 6 yards, ran the ball in, but a limited rushing game. Did carry the ball 14 times for 57 yards in week 1, but failed to throw a touchdown pass in that game, just 17 to 23 for 156 against the Atlanta defense. Gets a viable target of a defense here. You can throw against these guys a little bit. You can run against them. But we already talked about the missing Jalen Warren, which should feed a volume-based upside for Najee Harris, who has explosive ability on the ground and a decent target to do it against. Najee's probably my favorite piece out of the Pittsburgh offense here in a low total game that's close and grindy looking. If you're going to Fields, though, Fields on his own, playable, just with the ability to create with his legs, but he hasn't really done that this season. Hasn't really thrown for a big game this season either. So Fields and Pickens and Freiermuth as a 3-man is doable. Freiermuth ranks as tight end 8-6, 12-7 on FanDuel. Maybe my favored combination actually in a +1. Go Freiermuth at lower ownership, lower cost, good points per dollar, and good projections numbers positionally. Despite being a lower overall projection than Pickens, at his position that actually rates out better. So maybe consider the Freiermuth and Fields combo. I know at least one person that won a bunch of money with Patty Freiermuth last year. The stack doesn't rate great. It's okay for points per dollar at 11 on the DraftKings slate, but just 19th by points on that site, 22-18 on the FanDuel slate. Not really appealing there. Pickens on the season is drawing 6 targets a game. He's hauled in 57 yards per game, putting up 9.5 yards per target on a 12-yard ADOT. Nearly 50% of the team's air yard share is going in his direction. It's a significant receiving option. It's just limited, in my opinion, a little bit by the guy throwing him the ball. I really don't love that option. Did I put... You know what's funny? Again, since this was one of the last games, this was definitely approaching sunrise when I was putting these notes together. I'm just realizing now in the game logs that I put and notes and everything that I put in, I just go around screenshotting all the game log files and then I type some individual notes. But this one for the Steelers was all just screenshotted, and I'm just now realizing that I put in Justin Fields and then immediately below him, I put in all the Bears. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift. I'm like, DeAndre Swift, he's not on this team. What the hell is going on here? Let me pull up the actuals. That's what happens toward the end of a long show when you're dealing with notes that were created at the end of a long night. I just want to see some of the numbers. Pickens is really the guy I'm interested in here. Last time out, 7 targets. Also had 7 in week 1. He caught 6 for 85 that game, 5 for 57 in the most recent game. Ran 31 routes, a season high on 48 snaps. Slight uptick in both departments in the game against the Chargers last time out. It's again, I think it's a good receiver who's just kind of limited by the quarterback play right now. Might burst to life once they get Russ out there, if Russ has any life left in him. Calvin Austin drawing 3 targets a game. He did pick up 5 targets the last time out. He's been in the end zone once this season. Van Jefferson, also the other option here. Austin caught 4 for 95 yards and a touchdown on 5 targets last week. He ran 20 routes on 34 snaps. Van Jefferson played just 11 snaps, ran 3 routes. I don't know did he get banged up in that game? Eye injury in that game. That's right. Yeah, he came out of the game. Practiced through the week, not on the injury report. Should be good to go. 46 and 47 snaps in weeks 2 and week 1, respectively, going backward in time for some reason. 23 routes, 25 routes, 3 targets, 2 targets, and 2 catches, 1 catch, 15 total yards on the season. Pretty limited. So really, you're hoping for your connection between Fields, Pickens, Freiermuth, if you're going to this offense at all, or you're just kind of going to Najee. And he's probably going to get, as established early in the show, fairly chalky. Might give him a little bit of an upward nudge. I think I'm probably a point and change behind where other places are. That said, I don't necessarily want to do that. I do like the player. I do think he's a very talented running back. And with Jalen Warren confirmed out, there is presumably is green grass and open holes in front of Najee the rest of the way. Last time out, 18 carries, 70 yards. Also caught 5 of 5 for 16 yards. Has not been in the end zone yet this season, but hopefully that'll change. He did carry the ball 4 times in the red zone last week. Carried the ball once in the red zone in week 2, 5 times in the red zone in week 1, but we are yet to score. Most of those came in the 20-yard range. Once we got to the 10-yard line, he's actually only got 3 carries in the red zone. Once we're at the 5-yard line, he's only got 1 touch in the red zone. So, a little bit deceptive. Again, once you look at those numbers, a carry from the 20, you're a lot less likely to punch the ball into the end zone than you are from inside the 5. So the nature of those red zone carries, again, can be a little bit deceptive. He's been good, not great, but without the additional touches going in Warren's direction with additional uptick in volume, has the opportunity to be great in this week's game. Probably going to give him a nudge. 56, 6 down. I'm going to even put him with a flag on him there. Most likely bonus guy. Let's go Najee. He's playing against the worst of the two defenses. Tons of opportunity. He's been hovering around it with less opportunities. I like him to get there. Najee is your bonus guy. But I favor the Indy side in a head-to-head, although on DraftKings, Pittsburgh's offense is showing you the best points per dollar. By the way, Pittsburgh's D looking pretty good on both sides. 3rd ranked by points, 7th by points per dollar on DK. 16 on FanDuel, not ideal, but playable. And then Indy's defense on the other side, forgettable. Last game up, and then you're dismissed, DraftKings fans. FanDuel, you got to hang out for one more, but fortunately, they're 2 of the best games on the entire slate. Love the opportunity for Arizona. They are stacked number 1 by fantasy points on both sites this week. 2-4 across sites by points per dollar. That was Kyler Murray on his own. They're stacked 3 by points on both sites. Got to learn where my own columns are. Stack 3 by points. Stack 1 points per dollar on DraftKings. This is right here. Stack 3 points per dollar on FanDuel. Kyler Murray on his own. Quarterback 1 on both sides. Quarterback 2 by value, 4 by value on FanDuel. Marvin Harrison, premium receiving option, ranks 4th on both sides by points, 7th and 5th by value. James Conner ranks out as a good, strong running back option. Trey McBride is out for this team, their premium tight end, who is a target monster. That bodes well for Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch at the wide receiver positions. I don't know really how much it spells of upside for Tip Ryman, Travis Vokalek at the backup tight end spots for this team. They just kind of rank out as a couple of points, couple of looks each. I really just feel like it feeds the opportunity for the deep options here. And they have Elijah Higgins as the tight end who has his wide receiver position on the FanDuel slate. He's going to get most of the looks in the tight end role for this team. Right now he ranks against the wide receivers in terms of his ranking. So I have to try and change that actually to properly reflect the opportunity because he is a tight end positionally on DraftKings. And that becomes interesting. I wonder if I can do that. I can't do that easily, unfortunately. I was going to see if I could figure out where it landed quickly, but I can't. So just keep an eye on the site. I'll get that updated later on. That's another one I'm going to flag. Because that should be ranked against his tight end value, not his wide receiver value. And FanDuel should get around to changing that. But these guys are interesting. A little bit of volume going in their direction. This guy's obviously a monster. And James Conner's been pretty decent to start the season. So a lot of weapons on the Arizona side. They're going up against a pass defense that I called it out week 1 in that Baker performance, and we're just going to continue doing it all season long. We're just targeting Washington with quarterbacks and receivers all season. And they've had some decent upside against the run as well. So far, Conner, 15 carries a game for 63 yards, 1.9 per touch before contact, 2.2 after contact, 4.1 yards per attempt overall with 2 touchdowns on the board on this season. He's drawn 2 targets a game, mostly behind the line of scrimmage. He's gained 7.2 yards per target, so he's getting out there with the ball when they are looking in his direction. The involvement in the receiving game has been limited, but he is a capable receiver when they need him out of the backfield. So he's playable in stacks, probably works a little bit better out of stacks, but if you take away the idea of the high volume tight end, it could honestly spell a couple of additional looks for Conner in that kind of a short yardage role, just cutting out a little bit, around the line of scrimmage, but a little bit underneath. Last time out, he ran 20 routes. He picked up just 1 target, and he caught it for 8 yards. 1 target in week 2 for 2 yards that he caught for 2 yards. 4 targets, 3 catches, 33 yards in week 1. That week, he had a rushing touchdown. Week 2, he had a rushing touchdown. 21 carries for 122 on the ground in week 2. Fantastic volume. That slipped down to just 9 carries in week 3. He played 40 snaps, carried the ball 9 times, but they were throwing the ball a little bit more in that one against Detroit. Love him for a bounce back game here. I think he's appropriately priced for the opportunity. Facing a defense that's allowing 5.1 yards per rush attempt, that ranks 29th. Their 8 yards allowed per pass attempt ranks 29th as well. I'm telling you, we are going after this Washington defense early and often this season. I guess we're already done early, so now just often. So far, they're yielding 29.3 points per game, which ranks 29th in football. Again, that goes right along with the 29th ranked against both both run and pass. They rank 30th with just a 4% sack rate, and they are yet to come up with an interception. They have a 0 interception rate so far. Targetable defense. Kyler Murray's been pretty good to start the season. 21 to 34 last week for 207, a touchdown and an interception. Had a good game in week 2, 266 yards on 17 of 21, completed 3 touchdowns. A lot of that went in Marvin's direction. Marvin came away from that game with a huge first half, had 130 yards and 2 TDs on 4 catches on 8 targets. Last week came back a little bit down to earth, 11 targets. It was a target high for the season, coming off of the big game that went back in his direction 11 times. Came away with just 5 catches for 64 yards, but got in the end zone again. Also came up a little bit lame with a quad injury, but he's not on the injury list, not on the injury report, and seems fully good to go. I was saying it jokingly with Malik Neighbors the other day, and it's true of Marvin over the first couple of weeks as well. Somebody might need to go to these rookie receivers and have a little bit of a are you injured or are you hurt conversation. We're not soccer players out there. Both of these guys tend to come up a little with ouchies a little bit. But significant rookie receivers. It's going to be fun to watch them go duel for numbers throughout the season. 3 TDs on the board for Marvin, 16.6 yard ADOT, a significant downfield threat, 44% of their air yards. Michael Wilson's picking up 9.6 yards per average depth of target, 9.3 going in Greg Dortch's direction, so not insignificant targets there in terms of the depth of target. Wilson had 9 targets, 8 catches, 64 yards last week. Scored a touchdown on just 1 catch in week 1, 1 catch for 5 yards, 2 targets apiece in the first 2 games. Dortch, 6 catches on 8 targets week 1, 47 yards. Limited to just 2 of 2 for 11 in week 2, 3 of 6 for 35. No scores across all 3 weeks. At the backup running back positions, we've got kind of a split at the backup position between Trey Benson and Amari DeMarcado. DeMarcado last week drew 11 snaps to Benson's 2, but in week 2, DeMarcado drew 7 snaps to Benson's 22. Benson carried the ball 11 times that week, just 2 times last week, went untargeted last week, ran 6 routes in week 2, was targeted once, caught it for 7 yards. DeMarcado's gotten also minimal involvement, 2 carries each of the last 2 weeks. Had a big play in week 2, gained 46 yards on his 2 carries. Had a decent output in the passing game in week 1, 2 catches on 2 targets for 26 yards. But that is extremely limited volume for both of those players. They're just scratch-off options at the running back position. You really just don't go to low-volume depth running backs like that unless there's some idea of stepping into additional opportunities, and there's really not. And then just depth guys the rest of the way. A interesting Washington passing attack. You'll note that Washington, their quarterback rates very well. They've got a couple of decent skill player options. They're just 13 as a stack, 12 as a stack by points on FanDuel, so 13 on DK, 12 on FanDuel. But on DK, they're stack number 2 by points per dollar because they're cheap. Stack number 4 because they're also cheap on FanDuel by points per dollar. Jaden Daniels coming in at just 6,500 on the DraftKings slate. He's quarterback 2 by points and quarterback 1 by points per dollar because he's facing an a defense that has allowed 8.2 yards per pass attempt this year, 31st in football. Arizona's been exploitable through the air so far. They're just allowing 3.9 yards per rush attempt. That ranks 6th. They've been good against the run, or at least stuffing the yardage against the run. But Daniels is a good scrambling quarterback so far. He's run the ball in 3 times, 12.7 attempts per game, 4.5 yards per rushing attempt. So he's got that dynamic nature to his game. He's just been decent through the air so far, too. $254 yards on 21 of 23 in week 2. Threw his first 2 touchdown passes in a nice step forward. He had scored twice already in week 1, but that was on the ground. He had 16 carries for 88 yards and 2 TDs that week. He also threw completed 17 of 24 passes. That's 70+%. It's not great volume with just 24 looks. 184 yards, no scoring, but no pick. He's yet to throw an interception in 3 games. Super high efficiency. It was the numbers last week were 91.3%, 21 of 23. And then in week 2, 23 of 29, 79.3%, 226 yards. No touchdown, no pick. Ran the ball 10 times for 44 yards. In week 3, he ran the ball 12 times for 39 yards and a touchdown. So design rush plays, scrambling, a definite part of his game. Running for touchdowns, a definite part of his game. Pads the scoring for DFS upside. and he's at the very least, interesting thrower of the football. Just a 5.9 intended air yards per attempt so far, but completing 8.7 yards per pass attempt. Not nothing. The significant downfield option has been Terry McLaurin, predictably, at 14.4 yard ADOT, 56.5% of the air yard share. He's gotten into the end zone once on his 6 looks per game. That came last week. 4 catches, exactly 100 yards, and a touchdown on 6 targets. Not bad output. Ran just 30 routes on 48 snaps. Played 63 snaps against the Giants. Caught 6 passes, but managed somehow just 22 yards. 8 targets in that game. Ran 41 routes, a season high. Noah Brown, a mix and match level player with a 9.7 yard ADOT and also the ability to get up and get down the field. 3 catches in each of his 2 games so far, 56 yards, 29 yards. Has not gotten in the end zone, but has caught all 6 of his targets so far. 10 routes run, 18 routes run in the weeks 2 and 3 games. Didn't play in week 1. Zach Ertz, still a capable tight end. He's playable. He caught 5 balls on 5 targets last week, 4 of 4 the week before, 3 of 4 for 28 yards in week 1. Last 2 weeks he had 62 and 38 yards. Just a little bit limited, probably is more of a just cheap scoring dependent tight end. Needs to get into the end zone to really pay off anything. Ranks 11-17 on DraftKings, 14 across the board on FanDuel. Luke McCaffrey, everybody else in this offense, kind of limited. McCaff so far, 2 targets a game, just 5.46% of the air yards on 4.2 yard ADOT. 3 catches for 44 yards last week. Went untargeted in week 2 despite playing 37 snaps and running 20 routes against the Giants. Imagine playing the inept Giants pass defense and running 20 routes and just nobody's throwing you the ball. That sucks. 3 catches on 3 targets in week 1 for 18 yards. Hasn't been in the end zone yet, but at least a little bit of an uptick in production with 14.7 yards per target on that week 3 performance. After that, do you really want to talk about Jeremy McNichols and Olamide Zacchaeus and Diami Brown? Because I really don't, but I'm prepared to. Diami played 13 snaps with the offense last week, coming off of 47 snaps with the offense against the Giants. In that game, he ran 26 routes. He was targeted 4 times, failed to catch any of them. He was targeted twice last week, failed to catch any of those either. So far, 0 for 6 in the passing game. Very, very limited receiver. And just a 0.5 yard ADOT. So those are on short little passes. He's where my TV is, like 5 feet away, and they go, and he doesn't catch it. What are you going to do? Limited. Zacchaeus, at least we know has big playability, but we're talking about extraordinarily limited opportunities so far. 3 targets in each of the first 2 weeks, ran 19 routes, then ran 10 routes, and then went from 25 and 24 snaps with the offense down to just 5 last week against Cincy. He ran 4 routes, he went untargeted. Limited options down the board there. Commanders defense off the board. Arizona defense, not really. 16-11, 18-20. Pretty limited. Even with their ability to stuff the run. As far as like scoring defense goes. Four sacks on the board so far for Washington. No picks. Again, those are league low numbers. And then 9 sacks on the board for Arizona with 1 pick, but very limited pressure. Both these quarterbacks are going to have a lot of opportunity to do whatever they want against weak pass defenses because there's really not much pressure coming either way, and both of these guys can escape that pressure. I love, love, love this game for DFS upside. I think it's going to be a popular spot, but there's easy ways to get around that, as we all know. I didn't talk about Brian Robinson Jr. in the rush game for Washington. Also a piece. Ranks 10-12 by points, 8-9 by points per dollar. Definitely an interesting guy. 15 carries a game so far, 4.6 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns on the board, 2 yards before contact, 2.6 after contact per carry. He's also been targeted 2.7 times per game in the offense, in the passing offense. Had 100 yards on, had 33 yards in week 3 with a touchdown on the board, 133 yards in week 2 on 17 carries, didn't score. 40 yards and a touchdown on 12 carries week 1, added 49 yards in the passing game on 3 of 4 receiving in that game. 3 targets, just 1 catch week 2, just 1 target in the pass game in week 3, but a little bit of believability there. And the idea that maybe they'll throw the ball in his direction. 2 targets in the red zone in week 2 and significant carries in the red zone. including inside the 5, unlike some people. I say some people because I forget who that was. So a lot of upside for the running back, probably better off as an individual standalone running back play in a good spot rather than a running back necessarily in stacks. But he can get there in stacks, just barely. Marvin, then McLaurin, probably is your top guys for a bonus, but a lot of pieces up and down the board on both teams. A lot of good bring back options. 49-point total, second highest on the slate. This was over 50 to start the week. A lot of options up and down and in both directions on this game. Definitely interested in this one. That's your slate, DraftKings. Get on out of here, you rascals. Hit that like button. Appreciate every single one of you. Updates overnight. Rankings update overnight. Projections, news, all those updates overnight. I promise I'm actually going to finish the groups and optimizer column as far as the game notes go. I know those only go like a third of the way down so far. A lot of writing in my future tonight. It's another reason I wanted to get up and out by 10, but we'll get up and out by 11. As mentioned, paywall coming down overnight. It'll be there in the morning. I'm telling you, for real this time. It'll be there in the morning. Right now, you can grab the unupdated stuff. It's accessible. But we'll see a little lockdown there. Last day of baseball season, I'm not going to lock you down. If I do baseball playoffs, they'll be behind the paywall. But it's going to be very reasonable. Rewind the show to hear all about it if you haven't. Check out our guys over at Ace Mind still as well, though. Got to plug those guys, too. They got tools that we don't. Software as a service. Optimizer, sim tools. Oh, fuck. Don't leave, DraftKings, guys. I forgot. I got to show you the sim results. Forgot all about that. Oh, whoops. That's YouTube. I don't want to open that. All right. I'm going to do this. Stick around. I'm going to do this game really quickly. And this will be, if you play the Sunday Night Showdown, it'll be relevant, okay? Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, those are two really good quarterbacks. Quite good at football. Third ranked and second ranked across sites. Lamar comes in as QB 7 by points per dollar. Allen is very expensive at 9,200. He slips to QB 14 by points per dollar, but he's QB 3 by points. We know what the raw scoring upside looks like. I don't worry about points per dollar with a player like that. Love the connection with Khalil Shakir. He ranks out as a pretty decent receiving option. WR 20 by points, but 12 by points per dollar. Dalton Kincaid, tight end 3-2 on the FanDuel slate. This is, again, the overall full FanDuel slate. Definitely interesting options in the passing game in the top few there. And then Keon Coleman, he was interesting last week. Got into the end zone, had himself a little day. Coleman, 1 catch, 24 yards and a touchdown week 3. 4 catches for 51 yards, no score on 5 targets in week 1. Just 1 target on his 16 routes in week 2 against Miami in what should have been a shootout opportunity. Not a lot of volume there, but it was nice to see the rookie pick up a few looks, run 12 routes on 19 snaps. It was limited in the snap share. I will throw that into the mix. Just 19 snaps down from 42 and 41 in weeks 1 and 2. But at least he got in the end zone. Curtis Samuel played 17 snaps. He caught 3 of 23 catches for 22 yards on 3 targets. Extremely limited role, extremely limited target nature, and extremely limited target share overall. Shakir caught 6 passes on 6 targets for 72 yards and a touchdown. Kincaid had 3 catches for 41 yards and a touchdown as part of Josh Allen's big day. He was limited the first couple of weeks, 4 catches for 33 and 1 catch for 11. Dawson Knox got just 1 catch on 2 targets. He's been more limited so far. That's more of a showdown slate play. I don't love rolling with Knox much as I might like the option for a little bit of red zone opportunity. It's more a showdown play than anything else. Allen so far this season has only had to uncork it 24 times a game, but he's completing 75% of those, and he's thrown 7 touchdown passes against no interceptions. He's also run the ball a little bit, 5.7 attempts per game, 5 yards per rush attempt. He's run the ball in twice. We know what the multifaceted attack from Josh Allen can look like. He's an absolute beast at the quarterback position on any given slate against any defense, including Baltimore's. Shakir drawing 4.7 targets a game, and 11.16 of the air yard share, just a limited 3.6 yard ADOT to go with Kincaid on a 3.4 yard ADOT. The downfield threat in his limited capacity so far actually has been Coleman with a 12.3 yard ADOT, 18.82% air yard share. But again, that's very limited looks, and last week saw a very limited opportunity to take snaps and, well, he's not taking the snaps, but be out there for snaps that are taken and run routes. MVS had a downfield opportunity. He was targeted twice in week 3, twice in week 1, once in week 2. He's got 2 catches, 19 yards in week 1, 7 yards last week. So, yeah, it's 21.6% of the air yards so far, 19.8 yard ADOT. That's fine. 1 and change targets a game, and he's done nothing with them. If somebody catches a deep pass and falls into the end zone from Josh Allen, it could be MVS. He's very cheap, but he doesn't exactly rate out well opportunity-wise. Lands as WR 102 across the board. On the draft, on the Ravens side of things, Lamar naked stacks work for sure. Derrick Henry stacks. Derrick Henry in lineups that are not stacked with the Baltimore offense definitely works. He's another guy that can pick up a little bit of near the end zone volume just on the idea of a good offense working in a 46-point game that's expected to be close with just 2.5 point total. So you can stack him, but his opportunities in the passing game are extremely limited. 4 targets in 3 games so far, and doesn't really do much with them. Where he gains his value is 25 carries last week, 151 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's run the ball into the end zone in each of the first 3 weeks, twice last week, once in each of the first 2 games. 13 carries, 18 carries in the first 2, and the spike to 25 last week. Good opportunity to do the same, but against a defense that's been good against the pass, 4.4 yards allowed per pass attempt, ranks second, but weak against the run with 4.7 yards allowed per rush attempt. That ranks 22nd. So I can see Lamar and Derrick Henry doing quite a bit of running against this defense and opening things up down the field for the pass game on the right plays. Zay Flowers works well in that regard. He's WR16 across the board on FanDuel, not a negligible ranking. 8.3 targets a game for Flowers so far. He's been in the end zone just once, a 5.6 yard ADOT, but a large chunk of the air yards. Rashad Bateman is the true downfield target. He's totally unreliable. He's caught 3 of 4 in each of the last 2 games, though. 40 yards, 28 yards. He got in the end zone last week, 28 yards and a score. Caught 2 of 5 for 53 yards, but no score in week 1. Interesting option to, take a few shots with in your Baltimore stacks. Moderately playable as a standalone receiver, but if you're standaloning at receiver from this game, Zay for a lot more money is probably the more reasonable option. This is just kind of a home run threat receiver, but can do. Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely splitting this job a little bit, but it's kind of swung back in Mark Andrews' direction. 20 snaps last week and ran... Oh, actually, it was even routes. 20 snaps, 5 routes last week. I was going to say 39 snaps, but only 5 routes for Isaiah Likely. Drew 1 target, as did Andrews. Week before that, Andrews drew 5 targets. He ran 24 routes, while Likely ran 17 routes and drew 3 targets. Caught 2 of those for 26, while Andrews caught 4 for 51. Played 41 snaps to the 31 that Likely played that week. I continue to think that Andrews is the favorite option here, but there will be involvement for both tight ends up and down the season. Likely loosely playable. Not a bad projection. Rates out as tight end 9-12. Andrews a little bit better, 7-6. But if that swings the other way on 2 targets going in the other direction, could easily land that in that form. Justice Hill 6.43 on the 5.98 on the FanDuel projection. Carrying the ball just 3.3 times a game, but gaining 5.8 yards per carry. Decent numbers before and after contact, but no rushing touchdowns. Where he's been more involved is in the passing game. Hasn't scored there either and has a negative 1.8 yard ADOT, so everything's behind the line of scrimmage. Go make something happen. But he is capable in that department. 6 catches for 52 on 8 targets in week 1. More limited each of the last 2 weeks. Caught all 4 of his targets over the 2 weeks, but just 31 total yards over 2 games, no scoring. Very limited downboard running back who you kind of want news on, like, we're going to give Derrick a lighter workload this week, or Derrick Henry's questionable, or something like that, just to feed the upside for a few additional touches. He is an explosive enough player. He is out there for roughly half the snaps on average. There are some targets that go his way, but you need that big target week to really hit pay dirt there. Anybody else, Aguilar or Deontay Hardy, just kind of downstream options, limited targeting. 1.7 per game for Aguilar on a 12.8 yard ADOT makes him the most involved. These other guys haven't really seen anything yet, despite being out there for some snaps, just running empty routes. And Charlie Kolar is just a third string backup blocking tight end. Baltimore defense ranks 11th by points, but 3 by points per dollar at just 3,800. That is a, considerable defense. Come away with 10 sacks on the season, 2 interceptions, a 25% pressure rate. At least the idea of being able to do some scoring. Buffalo's D just has a 13% blitz rate, though they come away with 11 sacks and 4 interceptions, 19.4% pressure rate. I just prefer the offenses pretty significantly here. Very, very solid late night hammer. You're going to want to have some of the quarterbacks on both sides of this one across a bunch of lineups. You're going to want to have a good number of the skill players. The running backs are going to be key. I think I skipped over James Cook, but just real quick to put a button on the show here. James Cook last week, 11 carries, 39 yards, and a touchdown. Week 2 was his best week, 11 for 78 and 2 TDs. Good involvement in the passing game, 4 catches on 5 targets last week for 48 more yards. So approaching 100 yards from scrimmage ability. Reasonable player, reasonable upside. Biggest opportunity for a bonus in this game is probably just Josh Allen as a 300-yarder. But skill player-wise, let's go with Zay Flowers. Actually, call it a tie. I want to call it a tie between Zay and Khalil Shakir. I'm looking for that big breakout day from Khalil. A lot of ability there. Let's round this out. That is your show up and down. But for whoever's left, let's take a look at some Ace Mind. Ran these Sims hours ago. Have not really looked at the results outside of just making sure that they actually ran. So let's dive in and see what we got. We'll do DraftKings first. Bear with me one sec. And that looks like crap. Let's see. How's that look? That's legible, right? I know it doesn't look good per se, but at least you can kind of see the defenses. You can kind of read what's going on over here. All right, so this is across just the top 20 lineups. Let's go to the top 150. This ran against the field that I think it's the $5 on DK. It's a 71,000 entry field. Just for sanity's sake, I wanted it to run quickly so I can make sure that it ran. So I ran it against a slightly smaller field, but your results may vary a little bit, but by and large they'll be pretty similar to these. So we'll see a lot of good player shares here. Top lineups. I mentioned the top one early in the show. Came through as a Darnold +3 with Jones, Jefferson, and Addison in it. That's it's a lot of weight on Minnesota, but it obviously got there. You've also got a 2-man stack with Tucker Kraft and Jaden Reed on the back end of that one. This is what I don't necessarily love about some of the sim tool built lineups. That's why I was saying earlier on that you really do want to build lineups using an optimizer, getting sure that you're at very good, real, authentic kind of constructions. But that said, this lineup did succeed in these sims. Coming away with a 0.04 win probability, 3.29 top 1% probability. A lot of information you can get out of this. This is a smaller tournament, so the average cash one number is obviously not extravagant, but $29 on your $5 buy-in. A little bit more realistic lineup, I think, in that second spot. A Darnold, Jones, Justin Jefferson over here with Jamar Chase, Michael Wilson, Zach Moss, Hayden Hurst, Najee Harris. Not uninteresting. Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love, another Darnold. A lot of Darnold in Minnesota coming through on the DraftKings board so far in these sims, up in these top lineups. But nice to see some variety in there with our highly discussed high-end quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud, Kyler Murray, Jordan Love in particular, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, all very high-end readings. Deshaun Watson a little bit less so, Gardner Minshew a little bit less so, but playable guys given the skill players that they've got. Let's see what the Minshew stack came through as. A Minshew plus Jacoby and Brock Bowers. It's exactly how I want it. We get Javonte. I don't love Javonte there. That might be a spot I'd be looking to manually replace. Alvin Kamara, gotta love it. I like what they did with the receiving core. Jordan Mason back here in the flex spot. Totally happy with that. It's a reasonable lineup. On the Deshaun one, we got to Amari Cooper in there in the stack with Jordan Akins as a potentially sneaky tight end, and also through Jerry Jeudy, though. I definitely don't like a Watson +3. Maybe you could sell me if it was one of the three was the running back. Watson, Cooper, Akins, and Jeudy feels like a stretch. He's going to need to have a really big day to pay that off. Akins is cheap, so really just one touchdown there, but you got to get a lot through those two guys from a bad quarterback. So again, that's where, some of letting the sim tool just build the lineups. It's not, unless I go in and enable it, maybe it's in there. They also do have an optimizer on this site, by the way, and you can just feed the optimized lineups directly into the sim. But it doesn't necessarily know, as you mash numbers together for the median projections with even the standard deviations in there, as it creates these lineups, that's why those will succeed. Where in a more reality-based setting, we know that we are somewhat limited by clock, touches, opportunity. Even if it is a good game for most of the stack and certain things are going off, that does diminish the potential for other things to go off, where the sim tool doesn't necessarily have that angle quite so much. It is accounted for by the variations created by the standard deviation as you run it 50,000 times. So you brute force do get there. But that is why some of these +3 lineups will creep through. So for me, and +3, I'm not saying it can't win. I'm not saying it's not a viable lineup. That top one is more viable, in my opinion, than that one that relies entirely on Watson. But it's not going that deep into one stack is not my favorite construction. In terms of exposures across our top 150 lineups, this is where we want to pay attention to what did we get in our top 150 in these, our best lineups, versus where are these guys projected by whoever you're looking at ownership projections from. Saquon Barkley landed in 34% of them. So did Alvin Kamara. A lot of exposure to those two running backs. They're both going to be popular, but if these numbers exceed the public ownership numbers, that means they're really good and worth pressing down on. So let's say Saquon 34% in our top 150. If he's 25% owned on public lineups, you're just in a good position out ahead of the field on that play. It's where you want to be. If you're not there, this would tell you, I want to get there. That's how these pieces of data work. Same thing with Kamara. Justin Jefferson, a pretty monstrous 32% of these lineups. Sam Darnold, that is a significant share. 27% of the quarterback shares in the top 150 going in Sammy Darnold's direction. That's, again, where you want to run multiple iterations, and then you don't necessarily want to just take your top raw 150. The way I think you should probably do it, you can kick this one down to 500 max here, or if you go up over, I don't know if you can see it, up in the top right corner over here, there's a button to download all of the lineups. So I can download all 71,000 or whatever, 52,000 or whatever it came up with for non-dupe lineups and get all of them and then do whatever I want. So you can take the top 500, the top 1,000 performers out of 70,000 lineups, 50,000 lineups across 50,000 iterations of the sim that actually in this case is 150,000 because it ran 3 times. So take those and then drop those into a sorting tool that'll create a little bit even more variance within those lineups that you know are your top 500, your top 1,000 performers across, so many sims. Breece Hall drawing a big share. Rams defense, a significant share. Love Jaden Reed here. Brenton Strange getting involved a lot as a cheap tight end play. Love Mason, 23% of him across the top 150. Pretty broad spread. We're seeing a lot of players come through here. Some reasonable depth options, but some good exposure to star caliber options. Nico, McLaurin, Bijan Robinson, Deontay, if you want to consider him at that level. Kyler Murray at 15% as a quarterback. I don't think Blaine's out there. Blaine, if you're out there, let's grab the, if we get a chance, let's grab position exposure here too. That way I could click on this and then maybe a sub menu, click on quarterback, and then just see all the quarterbacks displayed one by one. That would be helpful. I don't think Blaine's out there, though. Vito Fiore says, dude, your sim is just chasing last game. Yeah, that's all we design things to do around here is just do whatever happened last week. That's just guaranteed to happen again this week. Come on, man. For one, it's not my sim. For two, this is just how things land this week. Sam Darnold looks like a good value-based play. Kyler Murray is in possibly the best spot of the week in his stack. Jordan Love, great quarterback with a very deep receiving core. But if you think that's the case, you can feel free to ask the guys over at acemind.io all the questions you want about how these results come together. In terms of defense, I know everybody likes to talk defenses. Falcons D came up, Texans D in the 15% range for both of those. I think the Rams D was the highest owned at 27% of the top 150 there. Probably be seeing more of the Green Bay defense if this was chasing last week's results. Panthers 7%, Vikings 7%. Really like the spread that this created, though. A lot of good players in here, at least in appreciable shares across the top 150 here. Joe Burrow in the 6% range. You get a lot of quarterbacks drop into the 6, 7, 8% range, and then a spread of their skill players in stacks. Give you guys one last look here. I'll scroll through these slowly. Screenshot, pause, stop, rewind. No guarantees. Of course, this is one sim of earlier today numbers. Or these are the current numbers, but one sim that was run earlier today, it means nothing to show these lineups. There is no guarantee they'll do well or win or anything like that. But these are our current best bites at the apple in these 150,000 iterations of the sim, of the slate. Vito Fiore, if you hang out 1 second, I'm going to click on this tab right here. I'm going to say goodbye to my DraftKings guys because they've been hanging out for 4 hours now. They got through the slate, got through one FanDuel game, and now heard this. So appreciate you guys. Hit the like, hit the subscribe on your way out the door. I get it if you want to punch out. Here's our FanDuel sim, Vito. Jordan Love, guy who didn't even play last week. Love the Jordan Love, Jaden Reed combo on FanDuel. I'm big into that. I really actually love the looks of that top lineup. Just in a raw sense. Jordan Love, Jerome Ford, Saquon, 3 players that I raved about during the show. Jaden Reed, the skill player that goes with Jordan Love that I raved about during the show. Chris Godwin, a receiver I raved about. Khalil Shakir, a receiver I've been on since the preseason. Colby Parkinson, we'll see what we can do at the tight end spot. Breece Hall in the flex spot. That's a killer top lineup. I love that lineup. Don't play that. Nobody play that lineup. Philly in the defense. Bring back $133. This was in the large 141,000 entry FanDuel contest. Solid ROI marks, 224 and change point ceiling. You can also do that just if you need quick lineups and brute force. Resort by ceiling. They got reasonable ceiling calculations in here. Not sure exactly how they're coming by them. I haven't done the math, but these are believable numbers for all of these lineups. And this is all sorted by the lineup score that we create at the beginning of the sim process. You can just set it up so it goes by straight ROI, straight cash won, whatever you want, straight win rate. When you get into the win rate column, it gets a little bit funky because all of these are 0.02%, 0.01. There's a lot of rounding of very, 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 very small numbers in there. Top 1 is a little bit more meat on the bone. Right? Getting into the top 1% is really what we're looking for a lot of the time. So that's a good column to weight pretty heavily as you do this. Getting into some of the distribution on FanDuel, you get more chunky chalk guys. 64% of the shares across the 2 running back spots in the flex spot went in Breece Hall's direction across these 150 lineups. You can obviously whittle that down. That just means that Breece Hall is a very good looking play in this situation. So presumably a 30-ish% ownership projection, 25, 30%. So if you're getting 64% Breece Hall across your top 150 and you don't want to take that heavy a position, cut that number in half and you're still out or ahead of the field slightly or, a little bit more than half and you're out ahead of the field nicely. And you've taken a position while not taking as significant a position. Jaden Reed, same thing at 53%. And then we've got an immediate drop down to more realistic numbers with Kyron pulling a pretty big share at 33. Love Brock Bowers at 30. Nico, 27%, a pretty significant receiver with his quarterback owned 20% of the time. So the Nico and Jaden Reed combo as a pairing, if you can get there in lineups, is probably an interesting pairing just back and forth. Jordan Love and CJ Stroud, your top two owned quarterbacks, 23 and 20%. So nearly half of the quarterback shares in the top 150 going to those two quarterbacks. Amari Cooper picking up some interesting ownership. Given his points per dollar value, that makes some sense. I still don't love who's throwing him the ball, but that's an interesting spot. Falcons D is picking up a lot. Steph Diggs I love. Khalil Shakir. Really interesting options here. Kamara at 16%. That's a spot that I can maybe hit a little bit harder if he's not getting ownership. That's one that I would want to look at what his individual exposure looks like, because I just love the player and the monster scoring potential that he brings on any slate. Absolutely, Vic. Yeah, Vito. Yeah, the FanDuel ones are guaranteed to win. Yep. Appreciate you, buddy. Some chuckles at the end of the show here. Sean Davis needs a cheap wide receiver. Which site, Sean? If you let me know which site, I'll give you an answer. Vito, that was a legitimate... No, these are not guaranteed to win then, Vito. If that was a legitimate question. There is no such thing. If anybody out there is telling you that they're guaranteed to win with essentially anything in all of life, they're selling you a bill of goods. They're lying to you. Especially in DFS and especially in contests with 100,000 random ass entries. They're not even remotely close to guaranteed to win. Those lineups I was showing you, I just showed you what the win percentage was. That top lineup, the best rated lineup we had on that board, had a 0.04% probability of winning. It had like a 4% probability of finishing in the top 1% out of 100,000 plus lineups. Yes, but you have the special program. You're a good troll, Vito. What do you hear from Fantasy Cruncher? Since you guys can't get your website working, you got to come troll me. For one, there are many, many sim tools out there in the industry. I just happen to partner with AceMine because I think they're very high class. I think they're a good operation. They got the lowest pricing in the industry, so that helps the theme that I'm getting here. Vito, I got you. If you're not trolling, apologies for saying that you were. I didn't mean to put you off. It's not what I'm looking to do. Yeah, so these are running simulations against the slate, right? So it's giving you a mathematical idea of what the best opportunities to win are, right? And that's where we're getting into like those player-by-player exposures versus how they're projected to be owned by the field, and that's how you gain leverage in stacks. It's how you identify things that might be under-owned. But again, I promise you, if anybody out there is even telling you like this tells me that it's got a 25% probability to win this tournament tonight on film, they are lying to you. Come get me and tell me who they are, and I'll go yell at them because that is bullshit. Yeah, fire away. Beginner's question. I love beginner's questions, Vito, and apologies, man. I didn't know where you were coming from. It's been 4 hours of talking. But yeah, we're here to address beginner questions, hand builder questions. That's the whole nature of my site, man. Rotoscouts.com. So absolutely. Vito, since you're new, I'm assuming you're probably not in our Discord yet. Let me throw you a link to the Discord too. Anybody else who's new in the chat and not in the Discord yet, dive on in. That's a direct link to the football channel. Vito says, on FanDuel, there is the late game. Do I have to play someone in that late game to win? Will I lose if I don't have someone in that last game? Thanks. So no, you don't have to, but that is such a high-end game that to me, in most of the lineups that you build, I think you would want to have somebody. You have, there's no guarantee that all the scoring or the best plays of the day come just because a game is late at night. In fact, we get a lot of super disappointing games in prime time. But I do think that one in particular really does feed a lot of upside. Close game between two very good teams. A 46-point total is pretty beefy there. So it's definitely an appealing game to include, but not by rule. You don't have to do it by rule. I always do like to have a little chaser, in at least my main lineup, at the end of the night. I don't want to be sitting there trying to protect a lead. I want to be kind of trying to gain a lead. I'd rather be the chaser than the guy trying to hold off the field with a whole game to go, and especially a game of that quality. But no, there's nothing mandatory and there's nothing real about the idea outside of a scenario like basketball, where the late night game at least gives you the opportunity to save some spots for swapping. And that's a whole other story and not at all relevant for football. Outside of that, there's really you got to have something from the night game. Cordero Patterson, a little bit for, sneaky upside like you're saying there at 4,700. It's just a situation where your expectations should be very tempered. Even with Jaylen Warren out, that is going to be a situation where, the significant amount of the volume goes toward Najee. Patterson does have explosive ability, at least in years past. But that's not a situation like what he stepped into in those years where it was, he's going to pick up a big chunk of volume. This is like he'll go from like 5 potential touches to like 8 to 10 potential touches. If he breaks one, you're home free at those prices. He does have that kind of ability. If anything were to happen to Najee, or if it became a situation where it was more of an even split that we're not really expecting right now, then you'd have a nice little play in your pocket there. So I do think he's on the board for value. But he just lands as RB 33 by points per dollar value right now. And once you're outside of like the top 20 at the at the running back position, you start really thinning out without a lot of potential to get there. Running backs, by and large, your game break ability, your huge play ability isn't quite the same as it is with like a low volume receiver like Alec Pierce, who I was talking about from Indy, who might only see 3 targets, but if they're on 60-yard passes in the air, that's a big opportunity. So it's just the different nature of the position, the different nature of the player. So I tend to get my value plays, my extreme value plays, more in pass catchers. And I tend to go a little bit more high floor running backs, a little bit more safety in the running back spots. Not to say that play can't win you a tournament, though, because it can. We are getting thin now. Special teams for Cordero Patterson. Probably the first couple of weeks. I'll pull it up. I think I got it. Where is he? You know what? Let me just pull it up here. Easier. I will go back to that cheap receiver question. I just got caught up with our new guy here. All right. Patterson did play on special teams. But not as the return man. So no real value. 3 snaps, 5 snaps, 3 snaps in the first 3 weeks respectively. But again, no kick returns, no punt returns. So if he's not the guy actually returning the ball, that you don't want him for that role. And I would think in a week where they actually kind of need him on the offensive side, at least a little bit to spell Najee, probably would eliminate any potential for him to be the guy who catches the ball and returns it. I don't know. By the way, I didn't look if those are all just touchbacks where he was actually the potential return man and they just didn't actually return any. But point being, they haven't actually returned any. There have been no returns by him yet. All right, let's do that cheap receiver question. Vito, hop into the Discord. Any more questions, man? I'm going to be up all night doing this stuff, so I'm happy to bounce in and out and answer your questions throughout the night. New questions, expert questions, whatever you got. Fire away. This is what I do for fun. All right, cheap receiver on DraftKings, I believe. Take that game out. And we'll do this. We're going to sort it by points per dollar. Obviously, those guys are not on the board yet. John Ross not on the slate. Debo just not ranked yet, but obviously Debo is very much in play. I don't know where he would rank out points per dollar wise. Let's look for, all right, so we've got good points per dollar options here. By the way, the double ones there, that's because there's a wide receiver and a tight end, and they're separate rankings. Threw me for a minute. I was like, oh, shit. So we're looking for, can it be just a raw pass catcher? Or does it have to be a wide receiver? Tiz, I like Jacoby Myers slightly more. Deontay, a little bit more volume-based opportunity. Jacoby Myers, to me, a little bit more touchdown. So for Sean, it was Sean Davis that was asking for the cheap wide receiver. So he did see, yeah, wide receiver. All right. So we did see, I was going to point out, we did see quite a bit of Brenton Strange coming up at that $3,100 price tag. He ranks out as tight end 4 by points per dollar on DraftKings. But let's see. All right, so let me take the tight ends back out of here then, since I know it's just wide receiver. So ranked by points per dollar, you still get some of the expensive guys. The first truly cheap guy, 52 for Christian Kirk is a pretty good price. 23rd by points, 16th by points per dollar. Darnell Mooney, I'm not a huge fan, but 4,400 is pretty cheap. 33rd by points, 19 by points per dollar. Capable, but I feel like we've all lost more than we've won with Darnell Mooney over time. Michael Wilson, that's an interesting one. Limited opportunity potentially, but for 4,200 in a pass attack that I definitely want to get to against an extremely vulnerable pass defense. He rates out for 4,200 as wide receiver, 37 by points, but 22 by points per dollar. That in stack 3 by points and 1 by points per dollar, I'll add. 9.6 yard ADOT. He's been in the end zone once. He's drawn 4.3 targets per game. Last week, he had 8 catches on 9 targets for 64 yards in his most significant game. The touchdown came on just 1 catch on 2 targets in week 1, just 5 yards. Had 2 catches, 2 targets in for 31 yards in week 2. But a significant enough downfield target, again, for a pass attack that I am in love with this week. I can get behind Mike Wilson as a cheapo target. I like him better than Ladd McConkey. Probably like him better than Darnell Mooney for 44. If you've got the money, though, Christian Kirk is probably a slightly better play as the true wide receiver 1 in also at least the expectations of some scoring for Jacksonville. Just got to hope that Trevor Lawrence delivers. I don't see him having as bad a game as he did last week. I think I like Michael Wilson better than a more expensive Demario Douglas. Alan Lazard is another one, kind of touchdown dependent, but 4,300, 38.29 points and points per dollar. Getting a little thin there. And then as an even cheaper dart throw, if you pass on the Mooney share from up here, maybe an interesting way to get to the same team would be to go to a cheaper Ray McLeod. And it's kind of a hope for the best situation. An explosive player with limited opportunity. That's getting awfully thin. There are definitely better options up through here. But that's an interesting one at our first sub $4,000 price. And I'll throw one more into the mix at just 3,300 or 2 more since I talked about Jermaine Burton and his 2 deep targets on the year. And again, 2 targets in 3 games. So very extraordinarily limited option, but just costs 3,000. So that gets him from 62 by points to 37 by points per dollar, if that means anything. And then Mingo, maybe a little bit more uptick opportunity for him, 57 up to 36 by points per dollar. Best we got. The Michael Wilson option, I actually think, is the correct answer to that question, though. 4,200. That's a good option. This coffee is ice cold. My voice is dropping out. It's 11:30. Got a lot of writing to do. 23 people still here hanging out, fighting the good fight with me. Appreciate you guys. Vito, I'd say, the leverage comes in that situation from Patterson being an explosive player who could do something with limited touches. And maybe the idea that it is, when Jalen Warren's healthy, something of a job share. So maybe they just say, hey, Najee, get in your usual role, and Cordarrelle's going to handle the Jalen Warren role because he is capable of doing the same things. I wouldn't necessarily say that Najee Harris is not good, though. Najee's got pretty good explosive ability. He's a pretty good running back. So it wouldn't necessarily come from that. I expect Najee to have a pretty decent game, but there is a lane through there where Cordarrelle Patterson could have a relevant game. Wouldn't be my favorite leverage play on the slate by a pretty wide margin, though. There's probably better leverage opportunities, but that is a unique little situation with a guy who has won fantasy slates for people before, as recently as last year, maybe the year before. Anyway, gang, let me take a break for a little while. Stop talking, maybe watch an episode of some kind of television show or something to just kind of unwind my brain. I'll drink more coffee. I'll heat up some more coffee, and then I'll get back to writing about this slate because it's going to be sunrise before we know it, and then we're going to be into the slate. We're still stuck on wide receivers here. So for Najee, I would say 53% of the snaps so far, 18 carries a game, just 3.8 yards per rush attempt, 1.6 before, 2.2 after contact, and has not scored yet. Yeah, those are not overwhelmingly good numbers, but Najee's been a productive running back in the past. 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons for one thing, 17 games in each season, 300 carries in his rookie year, 272, 255 was over 1,000 yards in each of those seasons. 7 touchdowns year 1, 7 touchdowns year 2, shot up to 8 touchdowns last year. Also involved in the passing game. Didn't score in the passing game last year, 29 catches for 170 empty yards. But each of the first 2 years added 3 touchdowns. So he had 10 total touchdowns, 1,000+ yards from scrimmage. First year, his rookie year, he had 1,600 and change yards from scrimmage with 10 touchdowns. 1,200 and change, 1,300 and 10 touchdowns year 2. And then another 1,200 with 8 touchdowns year 3. 4.1 yards per rush attempt last year. 8 carries of more than 20 yards. I don't have the explosive play numbers in front of me. I've got them somewhere. Maybe I'll work it into the game notes column. I still have to finish that, as mentioned. So on the site, Vito, since you're new, I have a full breakdown game by game, or team by team, and it tells you what players you want to include in groups if you're using an optimizer, how to build group lineups with groups and with rules in your favorite optimizer of choice. There's a variety of them out there. So you might want to check that out. And within that article, in addition to saying like these are the relevant guys from each side of each game, I give you full game notes. So basically everything I said on this show, I'm going to be retyping and putting into those game notes so you can check a lot of those facts. I'll try and find the explosive rush rates for Najee. Murray Rosenfeld. Which 2 receivers? Mike Evans, Scary Terry, or DJ Moore? Probably the first 2. I'd probably lean Evans. Just kind of a sucker for Mike Evans for one thing. But I love the upside. Even with 2 limited games, love the scoring upside. And then I'd probably lean McLaurin just on the idea that that game shoots out. Daniels manages to keep them close. I forget what the hell I'm sorted by here. And who's the other one? More. This is the last thing we're doing. Feels like you guys want to keep me here all night. I love it. Damn it. Forgot to click the add to selection box. I love it, though. Wouldn't have it any other way. There we go. All right. Looking at some of the numbers. So McLaurin, your A-dot leader and by far your air yard share leader between these guys. Significant downfield threat. Drawing 6 targets a game while DJ Moore's leading the group at 9.3 targets a game. He picked up 10 last week. But remember, DJ does have Keenan Allen coming back into the fold, so presumably losing some volume there. Overall rankings-wise, you get Terry McLaurin as value receiver 5, 7 on FanDuel. Evans and Moore are kind of closer together here. They're all extremely. You couldn't have picked 3 closer together receivers on the in terms of how they're ranked for points, 13, 14, and 15. But I think even just going by the raw points, that does feed the idea of a Evans-McLaurin combination. I think that's the way I would go. I have more faith in Baker and the Tampa passing attack also, for one thing, and they're attacking a Philly defense that I am targeting a lot with passing weapons this year. And then again, this one just going to shoot out, hopefully. 49-point total there, 42-point total there. So that's probably the way I'd go, but as your alternative, there's nothing wrong with DJ Moore either. Big Pete's Card Shop in GPP. Can I take a chance on a couple guys, or do I have to only play highly projected guys? Aren't those who everyone has? Yes and no. Yes, you can and should take a chance, like quotes, on a couple guys. That the nature of that chance is what comes into question there. A lot of people just have the flawed impression that, like, I want to go out and roster a guy from, for the dead min price who hasn't been on the field yet this season. But he's going to get out there and catch one big deep bomb for a Hail Mary to win the game and win my tournament. That's not how you want to go about it. What you want to do is grab a guy with extremely high volume, extremely high potential, high projections that is just slightly less popular than the top guy. So a lot of the times that means going from the top guy at the position, if you're just sorted by projections or by points per dollar, and going to like the third guy. You do most of the time want to take your chances still within the realm of possibility, still within the realm of the guys who are more likely to do things, more probable. To some extent, in football, we can chase the possible a little bit more than in other sports where we want to chase the probable. And that's why I do say that, when I'm chasing those value plays and those down depth chart plays, that's why I like to do it at the receiver positions. Because a wide receiver who only has 3 potential touches in a game is a lot different than a running back who only has 3 to 5 potential touches in a game. Wide receiver could absolutely break a slate with 3 touches, 3 targets. Running back really needs to have gigantic plays to do that. And by and large, you don't see that outside of that Miami game last year. It's also why we're not stacking 2 running backs most of the time from the same team. But yes, you do want to differentiate from the top of the field, but only somewhat. And a lot of it comes down to, rather than individual ownership, I can't play that guy because he's popular. It's just a matter of what do you combine him with. Because if you take the most popular running back and put him into a stack that is built around the 8th most popular quarterback and the 15th most popular wide receiver, that's his wide receiver number 1, you've differentiated the hell out of that Saquon lineup, and it doesn't matter that Saquon's popular in that spot. You don't need to leverage every spot. You just need to leverage 1 or 2, and it should be with very high probability or strong possibility options. I hope that makes sense. Pete saying I like Donta Foreman this week. Is he a bad play because projections say so? Just because Pete's asking me interesting questions, now this is the last thing we're going to do. See, you guys found the key here at the end of the show. Just ask me interesting questions and you can keep this thing going until lock. So this is one of those ones where we want to deal with opportunity. Let me get back to there. Easiest way to do it is right here. So they do have Pierre Strong is out. He is presumably going to be number 2 to Jerome Ford here. They're going up against a rushing attack a rush defense that I definitely want to target. I mentioned it when I was breaking down Cleveland earlier, and I did throw Foreman into the mix as just like he's going to get some backup touches and blah, 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 and he doesn't rank out well. But it is a defense that's allowed 5.4 yards per rush attempt so far. That's 31st out of 32 teams. They've been vulnerable to running backs. Foreman overall on the season, just 2.9 yards per rush attempt on his 5.3 attempts per game. Limited at 1.6, 1.3 before and after contact. If you get anything like the 14 carries that he got in week 2 for 42 yards, you're in business. All I need is the carries. Last week, just played 9 snaps, carried the ball just twice in this situation. Ran 2 routes when untargeted. That's one of those ones where it's difficult to... What was the... I don't want to take him completely off the board because there is actual potential for touches there. What was the week 2 situation? It was just a weird split in week 2. Strong carried the ball just once. He only played 10 snaps that game. Then didn't play last week. He ran the ball once for -5 yards. Carried the ball just twice in week 1 and is not playing again this week. In week 2, Jerome Ford carried the ball just 7 times. Gained 64 yards, but carried the ball just 7 times. And like I mentioned, Foreman actually picked up a significant carry share that week. But then with Strong out last week, he dipped to 9 snaps, down from 25, 2 carries, down from 14, no targets. They didn't run the ball much. Just 18 total carries for the team. It really is going to depend on how they go about their offense here. I don't mind it as an opportunity-based pivot, as like just a potential with a dart throw type guy. But like I was saying before, I tend to go more toward the receivers, more toward pass catchers with my value plays. And I tend to take a little bit more safety at the running back position, or at least a little bit more security of potential touches. And since I really, between those two, the week 2, the week 3 volume, have really no actual footing on what the touch volume is going to look like here for D'Onta Foreman, it does become a little bit challenging to say that that's even an okay play. Again, we're talking about 2 touches last week. It was 15 touches the week before, but then in week 1 with everybody there, no touches, no targets, ran 1 route, played 1 snap. He's obviously getting more volume than that, but we might be dealing very easily with, another week of 5-6 touches. And especially with the idea that maybe this team's going to be throwing the ball a little bit against Vegas here. Limited. I think maybe, can we do better for you? I think you said you were on DraftKings. It's actually Rashawn Johnson. I don't like him all that much better. Foreman's right here. I mean, he's certainly not completely off the board sorted by points per dollar. He's number 4 among players at $4,300, his price or less. It's not the most efficient way to do that because you could obviously compare some, let's give it like 45. Just put a couple more guys in here. So like if I could get the extra $200, I'd probably rather have Jaleel McLaughlin. Even with similarly low-end value, he's not going to draw any attention. He's got a little bit more explosive ability. Cordarrelle Patterson, we talked about. He's on that list of potential guys and could certainly see, more realistic uptick in touches. Rashawn Johnson is presumably carving out a slightly bigger role there. So I think I like those 3 better. I would say probably not Kyle Juszczyk. This needs to get re-ranked for Juszczyk because of the guys coming back to that offense, and really he's only involved in the passing game. So after the top 3 guys, and then Emmanuel Wilson, mix and match quality option. How much has he touched the ball? 7 carries a game. Just start the show over from scratch at this point. It's not uninteresting. Wilson, 25 snaps last week, carried the ball 12 times for 50 yards. Carried the ball 4 times for 46 in week 1 on 15 snaps. 3 targets week 1, 2 targets last week. Also caught 2 of 2 for 35 yards and a touchdown. So on 14 touches last week, Emmanuel Wilson actually had 85 yards from scrimmage and a touchdown. So I would throw him into the mix too. I would say these top 4 guys, slightly better than Donta Foreman among guys priced 4,500 or below on DK. But then Donta Foreman is probably my next man up. Best I can do. Tried to not talk you out of it. Tried to put some realism on it. Ford from me on FanDuel, like Luis Lopez is mentioning in there. I like a lot. Yeah, Luis also hits on something I mentioned just a couple minutes ago there. Is just that typically I don't love going that deep on a running back. I'll take my value with pass catchers. Was it on FanDuel that you were asking about? I'm not going to repeat that whole exercise, but go ahead. You've got access to most of those numbers and rankings and everything. That's how I would sort it to determine which one of those guys is better. That said, 4 hours, nearly 40 minutes into this show, bunch of people still here hanging out watching. Presumably a lot of you rewound to the beginning. So if that's you out there, hi, I appreciate you too. Hit the like button if you get a chance. Check out acemind.io. Jump into our Discord, follow our @RotoScouts Twitter handle, and be prepared for the dropping of the paywall this evening. Dun, dun, dun. It'll be there when you wake up in the morning. Minor impact to your bankroll, I promise. Other than that, guys, you absolutely rock. Come on back on Monday for Showdown Show. Football. We'll see what happens with baseball. Probably not going to be a show for the doubleheader, but if there's a game, I'll have projections for it. And, otherwise, have yourself a great Saturday night. Good luck out there tomorrow. Somebody go win something. We'll talk to you on Monday. See you guys.